Together, fight together.
Last player standing.
Exactly what Core needs to do. Moves, delivering as the anchor.
Spam early. Prowler through the smoke and off we go. NB trying to get his classics involved in the game, but Seven says, just stand right there for me, please. Round this time, though. Not so serendipitous. Nerve here. No reason but to stand and fight. He's down to 8, and there's Alum. That's the Phantom. Brought up by the save.
Having trouble without his rifle. He'll get it just in time to fight this all the way out, but the spike can still be held with just enough time. And isn't caught by that bite, actually, so no extra damage done. Early drop down, and Ange catches all of it from hell. Every
A brand new year of Valorant is upon us in all levels. And of course, that means we get none other than Valorant Challengers North America back. From last year and the years prior, we've gotten to teams battle it out through the year, try to ascend to the tier 1 level, and players that have really proved their mark and talent here. And now for another year to see who is going to start making a name for themselves, be the best of the best. My name's Sarah Dawn. I'll be your host for today. And to get things started on the wonderful analyst desk, we have none other than Dan and Roy returning. Dan, we are back with some more challengers. Are you just as excited as I am?
We're so back. I'm honestly so excited. I feel like every year we have a different feeling going into challengers. Sometimes we honestly have no idea what teams are going to do good. Sometimes we have a lot of new names. I feel like this year is a combination of both, of a lot of new teams that we haven't heard of before, a lot of new players, but also the returning players that we've known for 1-2 years coming back and turning to one of the favorites now.
Yeah, guys, we are so back, okay? After like 6 existential crises during the off season and me not knowing what the heck was going on in my life, we're starting off like this. Okay, that's crazy. This is a new year, okay? We gotta bring new trends here. We gotta bring new trends here, okay? But listen, we are so back. VCT, VCL, we're resuming. There's brand new faces. There's brand new teams. It's gonna be exciting. I'm kind of. This feels like we're going back to school, but you're actually excited to go to school. If that makes sense, you know what I'm trying to say.
I mean, it's really exciting. As you called out, Dan, a lot of things have kind of changed going into this, specifically when you're looking at players, you're looking at teams. And it's really cool to see from last year who's been able to push on to success, and knowing that we have a chance to rediscover that all over again for the 2026 season. But of course, kicking off a brand new season, a brand new split, we have to get re-familiar with the format as well. So take a quick look to get you all up to speed.
Welcome, agents. This is Ace Valorant Challengers North America 2026, where consistency, adaptability, and the biggest clutch moments define the next rising star. The 2026 season is built around 3 competitive stages. Each one features a Swiss stage with all 16 teams, followed by a top 8 double elimination playoffs bracket. And after stages 1 and 2, promotion relegation, where survival and opportunity clash. Win to move forward, lose too much, and you're out. During the Swiss stage, every match is best of 3. 4 wins sends you to playoffs, 4 losses ends your run. From there, the top 8 teams battle it out in double elimination. Everything stays best of 3 until the lower final and grand final, where it's all decided in best of 5. After stages 1 and 2, the stakes get even higher. Promotion and relegation are back. No safety nets, no excuses. Stage 3 changes everything. The Stage 3 champion earns a direct spot in the Road to Champions, the VCT Americas Stage 2 playoffs. Meanwhile, the team with the most circuit points qualifies for the America's Last Chance qualifier, facing the best second seeds from LATAM and Brazil for one final shot. This is where the next generation rises. This is where future stars are made. And this is Ace Valorant Challengers NA 2026.
So now we know how it's all going to happen, but what teams are going to be competing? Of course, we do have returning teams from the prior year, eyeing up teams like SAD Esports, YFP, but a couple of returnees. I'm personally really excited for M80. And Dan, multiple Academy teams are going to be joining the scene with NRG and Evil Geniuses both fielding a roster, which I think is exceptionally exciting.
Which is not something that we had before. Of course, we had Keeper Academy as the Academy team for Sentinels, who are not going to be joining us anymore, but we do have the Academy team for NRG and Evil Geniuses. And on top of that, like you're mentioning, we have a returning team of M80 that kind of took a break and now it's back. It's honestly one of the teams that I'm most excited about too, because Nismo this time around is going to be the coach. He was talking about how he wasn't sure if he was going to retire from playing just yet. And it was a decision that was the right time, right place, and that makes it for me such an interesting team to watch.
Yeah, and I think beyond just like the big names as well, there's so many sleeper rosters that we're going to get to know throughout this year. I feel like there's so many new names, and the cycle of Valorant is honestly continuing, and we're going to be seeing like crazy narratives, crazy players that people have never heard of that are going to be topping the charts. I think this year is going to be really, really interesting.
And especially too, a return of some players that, yeah, we got to see a pop off from last year, but maybe quite didn't get the call up they wanted, or the team maybe not having the expectation, the performance that it would have liked. So this is a chance of redemption as well to, again, be able to prove what they have within the challenger scene. This mix of invited as well as qualified teams, I think is going to be really exciting to spectate. And going on into it, you got hold of the format. This graphic doesn't have a lot of information on it quite yet, but yeah, as we go on, win out, no issues, Roy. Take some losses, it gets a little scary. And this is something too that in later weeks will get to be exceptionally terrifying. We've gotten to see a lot of great teams in the past knocked out within this Swiss stage.
Yeah, I mean, 4 wins, you're through, 4 losses, you're out. Just a reminder, right? That gives a lot of teams enough opportunities to develop, to get practice, to get the reps in, right? Especially the teams that might be new here, who might have, psychology, like, kind of hurdles, or just like, wow, we're competing against a completely different caliber of teams that we haven't really competed against before, right? Like, you're seeing tier 1 teams drop here, you're seeing tier 3 teams move up here, you're seeing veterans in the tier 2 scene. Like, the level of play, the level of experience is so widely variant now in VCL, and it feels like while the bar is getting further and further apart, it feels like the competition is only getting closer and closer with every year, with every season.
And we always talk about the tier 1 talent that we have that went to tier 2 and is playing these matches, the up and comings as well. But something that we had this year that we don't really have very often is that Ascension champ of Ion that's going to continue playing in Challengers here. He's going to be part of that Shopify Rebellion roster, and I'm so excited to see him. I mean, we know that he was 2 years younger than he had to be to join the league. So in the meantime, that I want to see how he's going to be able to continue to perform in this controller, and you also see it all the way at the bottom. So that means all the matches that happened before are so interesting as well until we get to that point.
There is so many different individuals, so many different teams that I'm so excited to get acquainted with. So let's start hopping into today in our first set of matches. First up, it's going to be NRG Academy going up against Alliance Guardians. Later on, Evil Geniuses Academy going up against Nightblood Gaming. Opportunity to scope out both of our Academy teams to really kick off this event. But when we're introducing ourselves to our very first Academy team of NRG Academy, Dan, this is a team that maybe if the NRG Academy is new, the players are very familiar.
Absolutely. We see NRG Academy. We think we haven't seen this team before, but the more that you look at it, the more that you realize this is the Maryville core that we've seen in the last year. That Maryville core, the core that impressed us as well when they were going back to back, when they were playing Winthrop University, when they were beating and getting these upsets against the top teams that we have in Challengers. And that only big change that they make is the one player that you don't see the face of is Shondex, that is going to be coming in as Wildfire is stepping out. Wildfire previously was playing a lot of that initiator, that breach, and was a really good support player. So I feel like Shondex is also such a good addition, maybe even a little bit of an upgrade for them.
And I think the cool thing with this roster, guys, is I would consider this team like tier 2 veterans, right? And they have MCE as well to round off this roster that you don't really get to see in the graphics. But this team has so much experience, right? And it kind of exemplifies what BCL is all about. Like, you have this team that is very experienced, have been playing FPS tax for a very long time, at least some of them have. And then you're up against, Alliance Guardians, who are kind of fresh to the scene. So we're going to be seeing a lot of what this NRG Academy roster is about and what these sort of matchups are about. But I think also one thing for us to consider, guys, is that this team lacked a bit of pizzazz at times, right? Like, but they like they're macro-wise, ideas, strategy-wise, they were on point throughout. But I feel like at certain points, I feel like they lack that little X factor, they lack that oomph. But I feel like with Shondex, they're really going to be kind of rounding that up, kind of improving that in that regard. And another thing for me, kind of the spark notes, the TLDR brain rot for the people that have lost the attention. Okay, this roster, the way I would sum it up, guys, is this team has insane levels of experience, great firepower, and their special magic is the fact that they're very well rounded. So we can expect a lot of great macro ideas, insane performances coming out from anyone on this team from any role.
Which is, again, something that we've seen when they played in collegiate, when they were playing Challengers last year. But like you're mentioning, Roy, even though they had some great moments and they show us that full potential that they could have, they couldn't really make it to the finish line. That last match that we saw from them in Challengers was that lower round 2 where they got eliminated by Cuber, that went on a little bit of a run. And we know that if things were a little bit different, if Cuber was not an Academy team for Sentinels last year, they would have made it to Ascension as well. So it's just a proof of how good this Maryville team is. But now it's just, what is it going to take? Is it going to be only Shondex, and what else? And how are they going to step up to make sure that they're not just in that mid table, they're not just in that lower round of playoffs, but they're making it all the way to the grand finals?
I think when I'm looking at NRG Academy and when they were Maryville, that they were so dominant in the collegiate scene, but they entered Challengers a lot later than these other teams that had the entire year within this Challenger scenes to really be able to put together. So Maryville, they came in, they did a lot of great stuff, but everyone was kind of gearing up for Ascension then. So to be able to make the splash they did was great. And I'm looking for how they're able to now, Roy, be able to expand upon that, especially with new resources at their disposal.
Yeah, absolutely. And another thing for us to consider as well, guys, is the fact that there's really not many players that are built like Mata and Scuba left in the scene, but you actually might find some of those players on this roster, right? Specifically Ange, specifically Renz, who have been competing in CS and in Valorant for literally almost a decade. Like, they have so much experience despite their age. And I feel like, if we are going to find that kind of the very well-rounded, very mechanically sound, very strategically sound players and fundamentally on point, we're probably going to see it on NRG Academy. And it makes sense to why they're partnered up with Maryville.
Yeah, I think that this is a great Academy pickup, and to see more resources poured into the collegiate scene, to see this partnership, I feel like makes a lot of sense. And I think too, when we had so much praise for Maryville, that it should be a team to only just flourish under NRG. So this should be really, really fun. And I think already in my mind, one of the front runners that I'm expecting early on within this split of challengers. Of course, our expectations have always been, you know, twisted and turned here in challengers. You never know what to expect. And on the opposing end, I'm really intrigued to see what Alliance Guardians is made of. Of course, going into this season of challengers, we have invited teams and qualified teams, and Alliance Guardians to prove their worth, Dan, and we're able to qualify through that promotion of relegation to have the opportunity to compete here, and maybe some unfamiliar names, but there's one in particular very known within this scene.
Absolutely. They go through that promo relegation and they make 2 changes. So the new additions of that being Slammed and Atlas that people have been talking about for a little bit. Duck, that was before playing for this team that is going to be on Sleepers instead. But I feel like no matter the way that you see it, this is one of those teams that has an insane amount of potential, that they showed that to us last year when they were playing that promo relegation. And yes, I know that we're talking about these changes, but I don't really think it changes much of that core and the little things they were showing us and the quick improvements that they were making throughout the year to make it all the way to the end.
Now, I kind of want to shine a little bit of spotlight on Atlas, right? This player has kind of been around the tier 3 scene a little bit. He's been around in you know, a little bit of tier 2 teams as well. This guy actually has a very deep TAC FPS background as well. He's also very, very young. His performances have been monstrous in the past. We've seen him take over so many officials, guys. So my eyes are on Atlas, my eyes are on Riker, obviously, and then there's Snarly there to round it off, give that experience, kind of give that veterancy in tier 2 as well to kind of help these guys, lead them to victory. I feel like this team is dangerous though. Like, we've seen pop-off moments from a lot of these players. We've seen them compete extensively in tier 3. So these guys are not rookies. I'm not going to make the mistake of sleeping on them. I'm not going to underestimate them too much. I feel like their macro and their micro should be on par with a lot of teams here in VCL.
And I do like what they were doing before when we were watching them in Prom Relegation, what Riker was doing and how him and Foreign were playing that double duelist together. But now I feel like, once again, it can be one of those really, really good beneficial changes for Atlas, coming in not only as a second duelist for a few of the maps that we've gotten to see recently, but also as the chamber that has become meta and has become a very viable option in a few of these maps. But also on top of that, being an Atlas that is a flexible player. So you have a bit of everything that you might be needing for this meta and to have a run right away in challengers.
And again, going back to what Roy said, you can't really count them out. And I'm really excited how they're going to fare up against a team that has a wealth of experience within this collegiate and the previous challenger scene. But heading into today's match, of course, changes with the map pool since it is a new year, new Valorant right now, and heading into our season, even if it's a new pool, we're going back to the original 3 maps. Roy, Haven to start it off, Split picked up by Alliance, and Bind as that all-important decider.
I don't know about you guys. I'm not surprised to see the Haven pick, to be honest, coming out from NRG Academy. We've seen them play it last year. They looked great on it. They've shown a pretty extensive understanding of that map. It makes complete sense to why they're picking it. I'm curious to see though, obviously the meta has changed a lot, guys, since we've last seen, you know, Valorant. Obviously we're seeing a little bit of matches in VCT, but we haven't really settled on an optimal meta yet. No one's really figured out the game, so to speak, right? So we're going to be seeing a lot of interpretations. There's a lot of room for flexibility. There's a lot of room for expression to, you know, what comps you want to run, what comp ideas. Are we running double controllers? Are we running, you know, double duelists? Like, there's so much flexibility in terms of how teams want to approach this. And again, Haven makes sense. And of course, Split got to kind of bounce back on that, give you guys a little bit of a breakdown. We have seen Alliance Guardians play this map a little bit in tier 3. They're 2-0 on it actually recently. So they obviously have a pretty good understanding, and they're rocking that double duelist on that map like we were saying before.
Ooh, them rocking that double duelist there, especially too with what you're saying about these players. I think I'm really excited to see, really hoping we get to see a really good face-off between these two. Again, starting off this split, clean slate, you can take a loss, but you want to try and get these wins as soon as possible because it's only going to get trickier down the line. A team that can't be underestimated, a team with a lot of expectations in NRG. And how are we thinking the map is, like, not the map, the series is going to be shaking out today? I think going into this, even if I don't want to count out Alliance Guardians, for my official prediction, I did have to go with the more known quantity to me and have to pick NRG Academy.
Oh,
and I am not alone.
You.
Is
What
there
have we done?
Yeah, caster curse on the horizon? I mean,
For match 1 of the year, absolutely not.
No,
surely.
We're not starting the year off with a straight caster's curse, are we? Like, there's no way. Unanimous is crazy.
I mean, we can just all be geniuses. Have you considered that?
Yeah, we're evil geniuses. Yep, and then so much energy as well. It's great. Yeah, I mean, I can only speak for myself. Okay, I don't know why you guys picked NRG, but I feel like they're one of the longest standing cores that we've seen in tier 2. I feel like fundamentally, strategically speaking, they're going to have an advantage over a lot of these teams that are sort of scrambling to find their identity, scrambling to find a meta. So I've chosen it strictly on that regard. I feel like the long-standingness of this roster is a huge advantage, especially when things start to shake up. And from what I've seen from this roster before, they have been extremely flexible, and that's why my coin is on NRG Academy.
Absolutely, and it's something that we always talk about with these teams, that in challengers is the nature of it, that the rosters are always changing, players are moving up and down, and you know, things when they're not going right, they need to be changed. But I do like the fact that they keep most of the score that we saw last year for Maryville. Even if the meta changes a little bit, you talk about, Roy, that flexibility that they have, but on top of that, they already know how they play with each other. They already have those fundamentals as a team down, that for these opening matches especially play a big advantage into how it can turn out at the end.
Yeah, the one thing I'm curious, or like very curious about with NRG as well, is kind of what the roles look like with the addition of Shondex, right? Like, I mean, he was previously a Senti, but we have no idea. Like, he could be on the duelist, he could be on the flex role. Like, it's really kind of unclear to what role they're gonna kind of be playing. And we've seen Rens being very flexible with the duelist as well. And I just feel like there's so much room for how this thing could shake up that I'm just very excited for the agents. Like, I kind of want to have an idea of what they're thinking and what they're about to be doing.
Well, I have some good news for you, because our agent select is ready for the first map of the series. So we can start to get a little bit more of an idea of not what just NRG Academy is cooking up, but of course, Alliance Guardians as well. So I'll pass this one right back over to you, Roy, to get your impressions.
The double controller, I'm not too shocked. Obviously, it's Rens continuing to be on the duelist. I like it. We've seen, you know, the double controllers shine on this map. I like the fact that Shondex is on that role. It opens him up on the lurk, something that he's been very good at. So for me, everything here makes sense. Alliance Guardians, this is the composition that they've been running, the double duelist as well. They've been running it in tier 3 recently in some of their matches. It kind of suits their style. I'm excited to see what's going on. My eyes, guys, what I'm looking for is the setups that NRG Academy are going to be running with this the double controller setup, how they're going to be slowing down the pace for Alliance Guardians, make them think, make them slow down the round, and that's when the defensive side on Haven shines. So I'm expecting a lot of the early style for NRG.
We're talking a lot about this NRG Academy, but I'm so excited to see what Atlas is going to be doing as this new addition for the squad, playing the double duelist, something that we've seen for Alliance Guardians before, but this Ryket and Atlas duo has so much fire, so much potential, and maybe is in the right time, right place to get an upset early on in this map of Haven against NRG Academy.
First map of the series, first map of the season. A lot of expectations on NRG Academy and Alliance Guardians with everything to show up for. Time to get this started. Head over to Haven and to your casters, Shayo and Lemon Kiwi.
Thank you so much, Sierra. I mean, this is insane. 16 teams coming in for the year of 2026. 8 of them playing today. 4 on this broadcast. The 2 that we're looking at right now are NRG Academy and Alliance Guardians. There's also 2 casters, Shy Wager, Lemon Kiwi. Lemon, how are you doing? What is up?
I'm so excited for this year of challengers because it feels like there are so many stacked teams. The talent keeps on leveling up, and now we got investment, these academy teams, Evil Geniuses, NRG. We got a new premier team here with Alliance Guardians, which funny enough took out the other premier beloved team of Burger Boys. So what a way to kick off our season, right? To have an academy team versus a premier team.
Yeah, and honestly, we might be kicking this season off to the moon with this first game. Like, this soccer ball might just reach the stars, because we all predicted NRG Academy to, just kind of slam out in this one. You were talking to me earlier saying that this might just be one of the fastest games we see as an opener to Challengers NA.
Wow, you don't have to call me like that.
That's my bad.
Yeah, you know, Burger Boys, I think, surprised us a lot as that, you know, we kind of underestimate premier teams sometimes. But hey, Alliance Guardians have proven themselves. They got sci-fi, they got snarly, a little bit of that Challengers experience. But how does that come into play against the chemistry that NRG Academy, you know, that Maryville core? Because they have accomplished so much as a squad.
Yeah, different flavors from all sides, as well as we get a little bit of a garage shake to start things off. Might just get first contact here on the C site.
Yeah, for now, garage push does get stuffed out already, man. There is no getting through Giza. The quarter has to be checked, and it's That's just a beautiful crossfire for this defense to keep the Alliance down.
Roy talked about it a little bit, but I like the protection we have already, just going all in from Ange over towards top C. Have the smoke laid down so he can just support that garage angle off contact. Really nice. Just one person left at Snarly, not looking too gnarly. Chloric actually ends up taking him out. First round going to NRG Academy, and I'm liking what I'm seeing so far. Double controller is something you can just control a lot of the defensive side with. Timing has to be amazing from Alliance Gaming here, Lemon. I mean, so far, not looking too good, but I'm liking the garage take. I'm liking the angles of trying to work the map.
And this is NRG's choice of map, so they already feel really dialed in. That was a pretty convincing pistol. It never felt like they left any gaps. They got the crossfire. They have each other's backs. And when you've been together for so long, like, yes, they incorporate Shondex, there's a level of trust and just calm within NRG that I didn't really feel like the pressure. Now we're in the anti-eco, and the Outlaw is something Renz often buys in these sort of situations, so look for him to have a pretty big impact as Alliance already ramping up, and they're stacked together. Chloric puts down 2. Shondex is by his side for the cleanup. Alliance have some injuries, and I don't know how far they can go. Slam away from Snarly, easy for Shondex to pick up, and this is done so quickly.
It is. I'm liking the meal that NRG Academy just had on site, but some of the snacks we got from Alliance Gaming were also pretty scrumptious. What we have seen before in the past is that Riker has kind of slotted into the role to just kind of be the duelist that goes in and helps his team perform. Now he's got a double duelist system coming in, and in that system, he's also the one that kind of sacrifices himself for his double duelist teammate. This time, he has a Yoru flashing for him. He's playing Neon on Haven. You have someone that's diving in with so much support. You saw it right there, that first early pick on the Eco. I want to see that translate even more. You have experience playing Neon, Lemon, at all? You know how fun it is when someone's flashing for you while you're dashing in? Theoretically, it's a good time.
Yeah. It's not a good time when I do it, but they got perfect aim when they be sliding. I don't know what it is with these Neons, but hey, we get to even see a Neon through that Sonic thrown by NRG Academy. So they already have a heads up, and I don't think Alliance like that their hand has been shown this early.
Yeah, kind of a cozy situation on the site of A for NRG Academy. I'm saying it's cozy because there's layers of blankets of smokes right now. They're warm on this site. This Viper wall you're gonna have to go through. Omen smokes up already as well towards short. They kind of die down now, but that wall is available off contact, off the bot, even off just a feeling that Shondex has. And again, Shondex, if you haven't seen him play before, Turkish player, you know, the aim's already great. Playing on Viper as well, Cerebral uses the util, but the gun is always online, so gotta be careful with him just kind of controlling B.
Yeah, I like that Molly from Shondex, because with the walls from the Neon, they came up. That looked like maybe an entry into B, and the pivots have just been perfectly read by NRG Academy, absorbing all that space that's been given to them by Alliance Guardians, who will still carve their path towards A. Now Shondex is not within the site, so he's going to have to break in. There is a flank from Ange with the Judge, but Atlas, they're just in time. But at 5 HP, you're going to have to lay back.
This was going to be a tough one. Might just be a botch situation for NRG Academy, but bonus is usually hard to win. The best thing they can do right now, get some damage on the board, maybe another kill or 2. I want to give big shouts out as this round kind of ends right here towards who was Poseidon, who actually found this round himself, moving into the site, getting the timing on Chloric, pushing down that Viper wall, making sure that, you know, if they want to give us a space, if they want to play around their smokes, there's no one here, I'll knock on the door first. So he gets that pick off deep into the site. And Poseidon's an amazing player, Kiwi. He's been one that just kind of topped the boards and frags for this team, match after match. BO3 after he's taking the helm again today.
Yeah, and Poseidon is that vocal, dedicated player. He has experience at scrimming at all levels, and there's a lot of collegiate players too on the side of Alliance Guardians, so it's not like they're just a premier team. They have kind of that structure, but they don't have as much time together in these off-season tournaments. The roster has been shuffling around, so that's a big synergy difference that we could be seeing in this match. But hey, taking that first rifle round really bodes well for Alliance Guardians. We're gonna try out some C action, teleporting within. Ange will put the trades now for Alliance.
I like that approach from Alliance, so good. Teleporting up into the site, absolutely crazy with it. Lots of courage for that one, but it works. Lets the rest of the team come in. There's a distraction. Dart comes in at the same time. They lock down the site, and very quickly, NRG Academy now have to kind of reconsider how to play this one. It's wild. Lemon, they actually had the best utility-based agents on that site. You had a Viper, KJ, Omen set up to start things off defensively. They swapped Neon over to B. It still was not enough. Chloric, it's going to be a tough retake here for him. I mean, this looks wrapped up.
Just speaking of Cloric, he's just been such a highly sought out IGL, and I think that he'll be able to kind of regroup the squad in the further rounds and stabilize them. It was all obviously a great start for NRG Academy in terms of how they approached C on the pistol, how they were trying to keep up with the pivots of Alliance Guardians from A to B to even prevent some of these pushes, thinking about Shondex and these mollies. So like the Alliance Guardians, we were thinking this is going to be quite a gap just based on experience, but Alliance Guardians are really showing up today.
That's a nice bounce back, definitely off the few first rounds. I love Vito, by the way. I want to mention his ultimate here really quickly, Evolution. It has nothing to do with Vito, just the word. I wanted to bring it up and find a way to get to it. The game has evolved from 11.08. You would see double duelists with ISO on this map. You would see Neon paired with Breach. Now with this double controller Neon on defense, you can have lots of bolstering up on one site for Neon to get ferried to that site and play a fast retake. You'll notice Neon starting on A, maybe being near B, just trying to get between the sites really fast if there is action. Right now, a main control from the side of Alliance. We drone out to see if we can see anything more. One really key person here from the defensive side is Ange, who's in garage, can hear a lot of what might happen if the rotation starts to come through. But again, Poseidon, with that deep embed, they can leave him here, go for other space, or just lock it down. I mean, they're trying to just take A.
Here's the drone up. Alliance Guardians getting set up. They're still respecting NRG Academy despite probably sensing that lower buy. There's that stun. Clor could have a good cutoff opportunity if Alliance, but maybe Alliance Guardians are going to wait for this wall to come down and now engage, but still waiting for that first pick. Now Clor revealed, and Riker picks two with the Outlaw, goes in with the ult, and NRG Academy nowhere to be found.
It's insane, like spreading the seas apart and just seeing exactly where you need to be. A pious shot over from Riker and a 4K as well to lock it down in the day. A 5th round overdrive from Neon is so good to cash in as well. You can easily build up another one. Amazing take from Academy. When it comes to Haven, Lemon, are you one that likes to see this map played fast? Do you like the Gen G style of putting Viper up and playing like short, slow? What is your
I definitely like the gotta go fast, but then I think introduced so many fun flavors to this, like the ISO Yoru, which is very slow front to back. So Alliance Guardians, I think, know how to tempo up kind of unexpectedly and also know when to pivot. And just to have all these layers to their offense as a premier team and as a team that has so little time together, is it still really impressive to see.
What's one example of how to slow down like a highway? What would you say?
Well, that molly from Shonda. Oh, and well, in real life,
yeah.
A traffic jam, I guess.
Traffic jam, right? We have a traffic jam ultimate ready to go. Cloric has that Hunter's Fury. It can just jam up an entire lane. Might not be in the best spot to use it here. Might not need an accident. He's just got a big car in the shape of a gun that just stops a few things from happening, but no one is on the site. They're playing for that traffic jam, Kiwi. They have that Sova ult. They can take this retake.
That's why Cloric is going to wait for that moment. As soon as he heard it, he unleashes, but not a single ping. But maybe that delay could get NRG Academy into position. They're already taking mid. Maybe a flanker going through a garage. Depends how you want to approach this. But Ange will at least trade. But the presence in mid is something Alliance Guardians has to note. But time is now on their side.
Yeah. Very nice double lurk through mid off the flank. I mentioned the speed that Neon can have around this map. A Jenga tower of position just topples over for Alliance. And now in a 3v2, yes, we have some ultimates, but you have to be playing doubled up on site. The spam comes in from Shondex. The aim reigns true. I like that retake.
I'm so excited for the career of Shondex, just to speak about him more as such an important Sentinel or just a Sentinel player in the past, but an overall anchor. He's been on Blue Water, which has been a pretty decent team, but this is so stacked, and he's had huge moments. That double kill to win the round, the push to stop into B from to stop Alliance Guardians in that moment. He's been so dependable as that solo player, but also knows how to be fluid around the map.
Absolutely, we can talk more about Shondex too, right? Sentinels love to be synonymous with selfish. Like, if you can have a Viper Sentinel type player on your team use their utility for themselves, it's huge. How do NRG Academy do that? You get an Omen in the business as well. Omen can worry about the smokes. He can worry about the metagame in the mid-round. Viper can really focus on doing what she needs to do. This time, a little bit of a fast information gain off the ultimate, but not much. You talk about fast lanes, Kiwi. We're up in the business again. We're almost at the top of A, and that's kind of pulled some rotates off the map. Now, Alliance are kind of free to do what they want to do.
Yeah, not going for the orb there for Poseidon. He's just going to be lurking to give them an option because I think Alliance Guardians want to be able to pivot quickly and maybe beat NRG Academy to the punch. And they know Shondex has been around here to kind of stop those B pushes. That's where the wall is set up. So they're still hunting for that first pick. And Alliance Guardians, they don't go in blindly. And I just like how decisive and cerebral they have been on their approaches.
Well, you can't go in blindly, right? I think NRG, I talked to them, I kind of mentioned that they were comfortable, that they were the cozy double smokes on site for them. I might actually switch that up and go for a swamp type situation instead. They're Shrek, they're layered. They've got walls, mollies, and then 2 people beside those walls as well. Try to check this out. Dash will come in, completely denied, and there's so many people on the site, Kiwi. Round just ends.
Yeah. Chloric has been a staple of this A site, and he's been at the same spot, that corner, that cutoff. But it's not just about that corner, it's who's supporting him in hell, like in the map. And it's sending Alliance Guardians straight to hell. And they're trying to break that up, you know, Riker with the highway, putting the walls up. They're trying to just pressure Chloric, but he gets away with this kill here, and he's so tucked in. It's almost like the neon wall is helping Chloric stay hidden here.
It's actually insane. Yeah, it's a double-edged sword, a double-laned wall pretty much as well is what I like to call it. It's tough. You need some just assisted util, or Neon is definitely isolated. Really good analysis there. And on top of that as well, when you go for moments like this, it just seems like NRG Academy are disrespecting close range how Alliance are trying to approach the map. And found a timing into the smoke, dodged the dimensional drift. They only know about one, finally see the other in the last second, but it's a super fake. They're going towards the A side, and Alliance is not ready. Or NRG's not ready.
Yeah, NRG Academy, they dominate mid. They want to part the seas, and they've started to get to know how Alliance Guardians don't really show their true face. And they're, man, NRG Academy, they absorb all of that space.
I mean, this is insane. I like that approach from Alliance so much. There is a chance here from Slammed if he wants to jump in with it, but no. Giza shuts him down. They instantly end up with the lockdown on A. They catch the rotations through mid as well. What was supposed to be a fake ends up a really real and bad situation for Alliance Gaming there.
Oh, just like that. I like that Alliance Guardians, though. They're still going for these fakes. They're still trying to race NRG Academy so that Alliance Guardians can actually be comfortable and have the objective planted to be able to have a post plant setup. But there is no post plant. There's barely any plants at all from the Alliance Guardians side. And they're able to go toe to toe, but NRG Academy are starting to build some momentum.
Really are. I think one of the best things we saw from Alliance from this was the situation with Poseidon, right? Getting timings, moving up the map, trying to find space that NRG just might not own. A lot of their comp does stretch across the map, but they do end up stretched thin. They can't see everything at once. A lot will ride on Poseidon here, but on the start of this map, again, fast, like you mentioned, Lemon, they're already in garage.
That's a big win for Slammed. And does that drop a weapon for them? Alliance Guardians will have to push through, and it's a beautiful paranoia to hit Ange. He'll tuck into the corner, and Alliance Guardians don't even get a kill out of it. But at least they could try to push through. This is a big risk for Poseidon, and it pays off. These pistols are winning duels.
Talked about Poseidon's lurks. He's finally in it, but they're actually going towards A. One person embedded inside the site. It's Chloric who could save it all.
There, yeah, Alliance Guardians got their wins. They got the upgrades. Now can they secure B? Look at this wrap through the defensive spawn, but still Renz is quicker to the trigger, and he's pressuring Poseidon at least enough to get the trade. So now a 3 versus 2 on that post plant. What is Ange cooking up here?
So interesting. Jumps all the way back over to the B side with the ult. This was a risky plan. Lots of control of spawn, but it's going to be tough to take. A smoke in the way now. It's a 2v3.
Oh man, Alliance, they lost control of the site. Now they're smoked off, and it's a spam battle just trying to react to the spike in front of them. When he gets tapped, and Chloric has to get ahead of the game. He needs to get active, and Alliance Guardians steal away the round.
Huge from Alliance. What an absolute ballsy decision to be able to just move towards spawn, not go towards the free A side because you don't know about one player. I just like locking things down, being in control, going for the safest play. And that safe play got a bit dangerous, and very cerebral. Ultimate all the way towards that front B side to link up with a teammate. That being said, these micro moments just put Alliance one round behind NRG on the average. This entire roster is doing so well on defense to test Alliance, to limit their speed. They're basically an ISP. Alliance were promised fast speeds here, and they're not being able to move in. They're capped at 50 units per second of movement. I don't even know what the translation is, but it's going to be tough for this one. Again, a fast takedown mid. Can they make it all the way to B, though? Kiwi Riker finds the first pick.
Oh, no steps from the clone of Alliance Guardians may have pulled the attention of NRG Academy, but Cloric already knows there's no one there. He's pushed up through long, and he loves to kind of go on these solo adventures to be the hero. He's the IGL, he's inserted, he's looking, he's also hearing what these rotations are of Alliance Guardians.
And they got 2 USB slots for insertion, by the way. Look at Ange all the way down C long. So they have so much information on this map. The rest of the team stays back. They got this like 4 square hold going on right now, and they never miss a bouncing ball on this one. Ange, though, big test with 4 people in the way.
What can he get away with? Way too much. A 2-for-1. You'll take that deal. And now the heads up. NRG Academy. Ren's getting to position with the and he peeks. He gets his 1, and there's too much on his plate.
2v2 now. Reset coming in. Molly for delay, but Snarly will be slightly out of the way. He's going to have to readjust, and they hear the TP for slam backside.
Oh, this flank is perfect. And now Cloric can throw the Sonic in at his shot. He knows someone is close. The swing, Cloric has it. And NRG Academy now up by 2.
They'll defuse it up. The option for the op now, it's online. Renz has it. We talk about solo duelists as well. A lot of the times when you have the situation, or if you have just a chamber with a duelist as well, the op is one of the biggest threats on the server. You mentioned the outlaw earlier on in some of those anti-eco rounds, Lemon, as well. Yes, I think it's kind of a scopy meta. That's what some coaches might have defined it inside the tier 1 system as well. Try to find that outlaw as fast as you can. Try to get the op as fast as you can. These guys kind of control the barriers going up and down on the map. They got to control that Viper wall falling down, the timing of the Omen smokes disappearing as well. The op is such a threat on this side of NRG Academy. I don't know how Alliance are going to solve this one. They can barely solve the neutral game on the map.
They're going to give that op to Cloric, who's already in a position for the Hunter's Fury. He's got pings, but Alliance Guardians are not there. They're pushing through B, and there's no eyes on B. They're just going to have to depend on this Viper wall to come up. And now they've surrounded the spot, and the spike is down. Alliance Guardians have no stable ground to stand on.
Push forward the eco a little bit. They want to stay on that B site or garage to make sure these sheriffs and classics have value. NRG pushed them away, and now they're in trouble.
It's not the best weaponry to approach this either, but it's a pivot. Alliance Guardians will have to go for the final option. Poseidon with a gamble there, still trying to diminish the forces of NRG Academy. Atlas still with that hero Vandal, who's gonna end or finish what his teammates started. Almost got caught on the jump up, but now you hear the op. You're starting to scramble. Alliance Guardians barely have that garage control. They're gonna drone up to see if there's any pushes coming. Alliance Guardians gotta settle.
Clock ticking even faster though. Yeah, with this flank from Angie coming in. That's knocking at the door. Snarly will just check the people to say hello. Atlas shuts one of the hinges down. It's almost fully locked in and closed. They can do this side by side, firepower low.
1 enemy remaining.
Ooh, the 1v1, but Atlas 45 HP, and he knows time is on his side. Shondix looking for him. Does he know he tucked in? Oh, not at the back of the head like that. Alliance Guardians are still in this.
Perfect positioning from Atlas. What a round to be able to win as well. Just one rifle coming into it, exploring B, being stopped, going C, and playing that backside with your teammate. Even with the flank from Ange, I can't believe they lock it down like that. At the same time, again, NRG on average just doing so well. On the side of Alliance, you have to basically scrounge up all your courage and passion and strats to try to get back on an eco like this. In general, gun to gun though, NRG Academy looking really strong.
Shondix has the pit, or had the pit also in that round, so he's gonna pop it early just to secure C. And lets Renz do all the work through the rest of the map, just peeking through. First blood with the op. And now you know the best option for Alliance Guardians has been these first looks at A.
Onion's back. It's about the layers. Look at it. Viper wall comes up. You have an overdrive stop and a push, and then the Omen smoke comes in again. It's hard to peel it without the right tools. And yeah, pit on the other side. What do you do in this round, Lemon?
Well, you hope someone peeks Riker with the op, because he has an offensive op, and we didn't get to see too much of this from Alliance Guardians. A bit awkward to do on offense. Now they're gonna
drop it.
It's gonna fight elsewhere with it. Also, the spike is going towards Garage. I'm worried about him being aggressive towards Giza, even though there is a smoke in Giza's face. That may have just earned Alliance Guardians a path towards, or around even, that pit.
I mean, they're going to be forced to be away from it. They know they can't really handle the pit. And as a result, NRG has also kind of pushed around towards the A side, bolstered up Link, and has a chance for it, even a double flank if it wants to come through. Ground control and site control is what Alliance going to fight for, but we're ready for it on the side of NRG.
Oh, the preemptive Hunter's Fury just to keep Ren's pressured. You saw that off towards A. You're expecting C to be pretty weak in terms of that Viper's Pit probably being solo, but is it still not a position you want to be in for Alliance Guardians? Who was watching mid? It's up to Snarly to kind of keep this flank at bay, and Shondex, oh, they're just read like a book. NRG Academy just punctured through all sides. They're a swarm of bees. Ryder has to save this final round. And then the Furious goes in front of him just like that. It's a 7-5 half.
That's insane. Moves from Riker looking nice, but at the end of it, Shondex, the man who's just been picked up and looked so good so far on these retakes, does it again. Whether it's a 2K he needs to hit, whether it's a defuse he needs to stick, this man's online. Now we swap things up to the other side. Halftime for us, 7-5 for NRG. On attack, this double controller is going to be slow. It's going to be like death by 1,000 needles. You can get so much control around the map. You can send your duelist in whenever you want as well. Rens will have such an amazing time just being supported by so much utility on this side of the map.
How quickly Alliance Guardians were able to crack the egg. That is NRG Academy. From the pistol, the anti-eco, Alliance Guardians win their first rifle round, get some momentum going, and they're pivoting back and forth. This is looking like such an experienced team despite how little time they've been together, but they've been on the grind when it comes to these off-season tournaments. Now the pistol for NRG Academy starts with the first blood in a short from Shondex.
Shondex just looking like the MVP almost of some of these rounds, like has such high impact when it comes to some of the retakes on defense. First blood already on the attack side as well. Now Giza just holding. They realize this double duelist comp on defense likes to get aggro, and that Alliance might just play a little bit more haphazard to try to even the board up. 4-4, up with 5 though. NRG Academy looking so strong and poised in this so far back spawn position.
They've left Riker by himself. I thought Poseidon was going to be in a position to trade, to look at the other entryway, and Riker was left on an island with no floaty, and NRG Academy with yet another convincing pistol round. Slammed it a 1v5. Yes, there's injuries, but wait a minute. Hold on. The double kill was nice, but it's NRG Academy with both pistols this map.
I know they end up sinking, and NRG does not even let that sink in ever when it comes to the way they just hold spawn. You can almost feel that NRG were playing defense on that one, Lemon. They weren't done with the first half, and they might not be if their first half's motto was, we like to win rounds.
This one of the Alliance Guardians going for these solo heroic plays. That's that type of kind of premier team flavor that you're expecting, where they looked so coordinated on defense and then started splitting off just on that pistol, going for almost unnecessary risks, I would say, but definitely trying to shake up NRG Academy. And now are you expecting those types of shenanigans yet again? Yeah, of course you are. That's why NRG Academy are sticking towards spawn, and they get yet another first blood from someone walking up.
Trade the drone for space towards A as well. It's just so hard for any control to come through, even on an eco for Alliance. So you're asking yourself, why not just play bottom short with a shotgun? You can get crept on with that Viper wall for free from the side of NRG. It is just so pressurizing. You get pushed back into positions like this. A very nice drop smoke from the side of NRG as well. I mean, that's just huge. That wasn't even them doing it. That was them abusing it towards the end of the day. And they actually get access to site, Lemon. This is just amazing Valorant right now, and a clear tier gap between these two teams.
Yeah, the laces were undone. Alliance Guardians got tripped up. Slam caught out, trying to put that smoke down, not expecting NRG Academy to be there so soon. And it does help when the win conditions go up, when NRG Academy have back-to-back first bloods in this half, and Alliance Guardians don't have the information to get that kind of heads up.
Now let's talk about Alliance and what they're doing well. What I like from them is they're getting so much access and fast information in bottom mid. It's okay to have the ball inside a game. It's what you do with it. Do you hit that pass? Do you stay with possession? They need to keep possession. Let NRG fester in their spawn. But if you change that dis to side B, if you try to switch the speed up with it, maybe select a few different tracks, NRG might end up going fast now this time. All the way through garage, timing, past Riker, all the way just on site.
Renz is wasting no time, but did get hit by a paranoia, I think, from Slam. So this has created some delay. What a blind and annihilation of NRG Academy. Absolute cinema.
Yeah, it was going to be a bonus for them. I feel like they had what was going on, but jackpot for the side of Alliance Gaming. Right place, right time, good blind, and goodbye for the rest of the team that was going through attack with the timing. We're starting to look at the real match here this time. If I feel like Alliance can find some timings on NRG. I mean, this is looking good.
Yeah, Alliance Guardians have been able to win these anti-bonuses just by kind of fueling up and also just believing in themselves, not really being too festered by those first 2 rounds and looking more coordinated when they have better buys. They kind of get up to some gimmicks on the lower buys of the pistols, but hey, Alliance Guardians, you take out the Sonic and now NRG Academy get long for free.
Still up in the business with a pace change from the side of NRG Academy, taking A space fast. They're giving up mid completely, just playing off that turret to make sure no one walks down for free. But look at this from Poseidon, taking initiative, taking Otis. He's already all the way on the flank through C.
I'm just surprised that Alliance Guardians are so front and center, and this is giving NRG Academy a pickoff. And speaking of pickoffs, C goes unchecked, and there's just this massive flank from Poseidon. It gets checked at the door, and that threat is gone, but the impact was felt.
And this is happening on both sides. Poseidon was the one to find that lurk onto A from attack that started Alliance's comeback. Now could be the same person to start this one all the way on the defensive side as well. We've got short control, have long, but the double up side by side with the potential of a sight smoke as well. Alliance has a really good setup here.
Poseidon may have just swung the round in their favor, at least made it salvageable, but in the corner with nowhere to go. When you corner a dog, they're supposed to bite back, and NRG Academy do not care. And it's slammed. At least Ren's 7 HP. Have a buddy by his side. First peek to Ren's. At least we'll get the info. It's good bait. Not expecting a second player to be in that corner. The smoke comes up and slammed. And decide to save.
Yeah, you're not pushing that Viper wall, but 10-6. You might have to go for it. Might go for a drop here from Heaven. If you drop smoke that as well, he might be unseen from the right side. Ooh, the protection from just the over smoke kind of seeping in from the defensive spawn. That's kind of crazy.
Paranoia, okay, senses where Shondex is, but not where that last player was. Everyone within the site and stepping up. Double digits for NRG Academy. Just winning these 2v2 duels, knowing that Alliance Guardians, they're cowering in corners. They're front and center at times, especially at A long. There's been a few first bloods going NRG Academy's way just from just swinging in and getting greeted just like that.
Yeah, you mentioned the eco as well. Every time Alliance is on lower buys, they do drastic things, Kiwi. This might be nails just getting boarded into the coffin. They're bad on eco again. Could be a tough time.
Really could be. I would have liked if slammed save there, but now it's a full save with Riker with the Guardian at least.
Yeah, we have some firepower on Riker, and he has been known to activate a few rounds here and there still. Same setup as Pistol. When they know there's aggression, NRG sit back.
Now, if you're NRG Academy, you also want to mark what's going on at C, because Poseidon should have not gotten away with full flank in the map and getting a double kill. And now this is a different round with pistols, but it's still NRG Academy are spreading themselves thin to try and assess what kind of risks Alliance Guardians are going to go for.
Yeah, that thinness is getting thick right now on the A site, trying to look and predict to see where a stack could be. To have that trip on top C, and it would have been taken out if there was alert there. Drastic play coming in. Atlas with the bandit is going to find one, but Ren takes him down with the outlaw.
At least I like the switch up of Alliance Guardians. The timing was cool to maybe get that surprise, but NRG Academy still have the better firepower at the end, and now an open sight. And Riker will be on his way to do some kind of damage, but the cutoff will be Shondex in B. But actually, they have just slipped past those defenses. They may still encounter each other. Ooh. And Riker at least got a gun upgrade.
Flawless as well, not taking any damage. I mean, slight 1v4. It's not the hardest, right? He just goes on flank, gets 2 more here, and then defuses the spike last second. That's the timeline, right? That's the script. Yeah.
Pros don't save, right? Oh, maybe they do sometimes. Well, finally, Riker does.
Yeah, Riker probably watched the Sen game, the Sen Breeze game from yesterday, where John went like 25-8. No, I think it's a smart idea to save here as well, but 11-6, you're kind of all in. Eco will be good next round too. They'll tap in, but I mean, cool play in A-Long, jumping in, trying to get a pick. Bandit got some value. I don't know myself. What do you think Alliance needs to do here on the defensive side to gain control specifically? Not to win, but just to gain control of a round.
They're changing things up. They're trying to have take fate into their own hands, like the double jump out at A long to maybe catch Caloric, which that Sonic was out. Maybe if you would have swung at as Caloric was trying to shoot the Sonic, you could have maybe got a first blood that way. Just any kind of first blood from Alliance Guardians would be great, but they are 1-5 on this half, so there's got to be a solution there.
Oh, I like exactly what you mentioned, right? Going for some type of set play to get an early pick is something they need to do. It looks like Alliance is playing reactive a lot to what NRG Academy is doing. This time, though, I see 4 people bolstered up on the A site. Riker going in, set stun, coming in, gets the position on 2 different players, scan late as well. This is a set play Lemon was talking about. They jump in, and they almost get 5.
Wait, Riker's the GOAT. You see that lock on the head, and they just ramp up. They're tired of NRG Academy, but Caloric will put the cape on his back. He's been sussed out. He's got the shorty, and he's got 1 target left. It's Poseidon, and he set up Alliance Guardians for success before, but now he has to show up better than ever. The only thing going for him, though, is that NRG Academy haven't planted yet.
Poseidon and Caloric both have to be cool as water. Try to rise past this one. Poseidon's just going all in, expecting the A hit to come in, but they're both playing different lanes. One going up long, the other deepening through short. I think Poseidon gets advantage because as soon as he hears that spike tap, it's his ball in his court.
And no one knows where anybody is, and with how delayed Caloric was, some exploration. Poseidon in short. Caloric, no idea, and Poseidon keeps Alliance Guardians kicking with that 2nd round win in the half. And, well, I guess exploring, looking for a weapon, and manages to grab the op, which is, I think, something Riker has liked in the past.
Yeah, looks like the Sync has a foot in the door. It's not totally in yet, but Alliance might just be taking this time to talk about what to do next. Again, you have to love Poseidon. He could just change his name to Position, the way he plays so well. Lurks coming in, 1v1 situations, what to do in the best way, the highest, most efficient plays. And so far, again, I mentioned it at the start of the game, when it comes to every other game Alliance has been playing, he's always on top of those boards. This set play, though, you called for 11. It happened. It was so good. Stun coming through, fast lane as well. End up with the Hunter's Fury, the supplemented 2, so everyone's kind of running around, melt guns in their hands. That was beautiful.
And Poseidon has had such a glow time, but ever since that was his wake-up call, and he's been a consistent top fragger for this team and a very consistent anchor in these off-season tournaments. But you got to show up in that first match, and Riker's like, well, I was able to do damage before doing just this. I'm gonna do it again. Stolly's throwing out an ult. They flush NRG Academy like rats right to the middle of the map, and they're gonna bunker up using the pit.
Famous thing we all know, rats can't swim, right? That's a fact. Did you get flushed away? Surely not. New York would have something to say about that. Riker, though, up in the business offense flank, the pit, the first problem to deal with, and Dimensional drift inside to show exactly who to hit.
Alice sets it up, so he's trying to be someone's up, and now there's a scuffle in mid. NRG Academy, well, the fortress comes down brick by brick. Alliance Guardians tried to take it down, but hesitated, and it's match point for NRG Academy.
That's just so surprising. I thought that Yoru ult would just reveal all. I thought we were in the right dimension there for the side of Alliance Guardians. Riker had everything set up as well. Pacing might have been a huge thing. Unfortunately, too, Giza was up in there. Such a phenomenal player when he's up for the task. Gets that pick inside Garage. Everybody falls on the side of Alliance after that. I mean, might just be a timing thing. Now on 12-7, Alliance back against the wall. NRG just need one more to call it home.
This plant goes there.
And this is NRG Academy's choice of map, so maybe Alliance Guardians will be able to bounce back confidence-wise coming up next.
They're spreading heat across the map as well right now, Lemon. Look at this. They were going B and A so many times, Garage sometimes, flipping it around for the very last moment of the match. Hit C. Let's go to a very cold Poseidon maybe, who might not have any util, might not have a gun, and take complete advantage of it.
NRG Academy, we're just warming up in that first half. Alliance Guardians kept it close They are on a pretty bad bye, but they still want to go out kicking and screaming. And they have kind of a buddy system going on. Alliance Guardians aren't going for the crazy hero play solo anymore. They need to support Riker, who's been their best player. He's inserted with a judge in short, and they're waiting for NRG Academy to put their pawns in position.
And this is a lot of info for NRG Academy as well. If no one's jump spotting, if no one's going for info, you might not see an outlaw, or there could be one on an off angle. If no one's jump spotting, you're thinking shotguns might be waiting in an off angle. So they're waiting for everyone to come first. Use this Hunter Tree to just flush out any of those shotgun spots. Everybody gets in for free.
Oh, and they're making this defense nervous. Shondex has the cutoff and the double kill. And one up around the corner. Slant gets a surprise and a much needed upgrade, but the numbers are looking bad. And the clock ticks for the win of NRG Academy. Clark knows the flank is a desperate option for Alliance Guardians, and that's all they have to exploit. Riker will do what could not be done. And the lockdown, no, Riker couldn't get it done either. Clark will stick to his position, stick to his guns. Speaking of that, Snarly doesn't have anything but a sheriff. And against 4 criminals, man, this felt like a crime. NRG Academy, 13-7 on their map pick.
I mean, it looks so good, and their maps keep coming through. They got experience on Split, experience on Bind, and experience showed right there. One of the most tenured roster with an absolute upgrade. You mentioned it too, Lemon. Shondex showing us coming through what it means to be a person in your first game on a set team already. Looked so comfortable in his role, and they look so comfy on both defense and attack of that map. What an awesome game.
Yeah, and with the map pool changing, we got Split, and that's Alliance Guardians' choice of map, which excited to see what kind of approach they have done. And just at least there is so much to appreciate of Alliance Guardians pivoting and actually putting up a challenge in that first fight or in that first half. But NRG Academy proved that the hours, the synergy, and just the way they're able to read the desperation of Alliance Guardians, they know they're up to no good. They're up to shenanigans, flanks, caloric, IGL, the leader that can kind of be put on an island, still able to mid-round with the rest of the team. There's so much communication on the NRG Academy side that there doesn't feel like any lapses were given.
Not at all. They were just absolutely tight-knit and knew exactly what to do every single time, even against ecos, even against some of the most drastic plays that Alliance was trying to throw their way. That being said, more maps on the way. We'll be right back after this. Stay tuned. So much action ready to go through.
fight together.
Last player standing.
Exactly what Core needs. Delivering as the anchor.
Spam early. Through the smoke and off we go. Envy trying to get his classic round this time though. But the stand and fight, he's down to 8. There's Alum. That's the Phantom. Brought up by the save.
And trouble without his rifle. Way out, but the spike can still be held with just enough time. And isn't by that bite act done. Early drop down, and Ange catches all of it from hell.
Going into the very first map of the series, we had high expectations for NRG Academy, but said, of course, not to count Alliance Guardians out. Pretty close up until the half, but once we had NRG on attack, that's where we really got to see the strength of this team come together. 13-7 to take down their map pick. Roy, going back on that, I mean, double pistols, at some point, it just looked like NRG Academy was a cut above.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, despite the result, though, I do feel like Alliance Guardians, this game was a little bit closer for them than it might have appeared, right? Like the double pistols going NRG's way. There was the one clutch as well for the Neon where he slid on the Viper diffusing. He pulled out the wrong weapon. That's just so unfortunate.
Yeah.
But it had like either the pistols went their way or that clutch went their way. Like look at the scoreline. Even with all of those going in the way of NRG Academy, it's still a 13-7. Like this could have been so much closer. But then you look at things like the first kills. It was very obvious that NRG was quite methodical. They're quite strategic. They're very precise with the way they're approaching their composition. And even though they didn't really reinvent the wheel, they still had like innovations and kind of creativity within the composition that we've seen for so long on this map.
And it's something that the casters were mentioning as well, how sometimes they had a really clear understanding of how they wanted to punish those individual plays that the side of Alliance Guardians were trying to make. And this is a team, again, that even though they keep that core that got promoted, it's a team that's still getting used to each other with the last two pieces. And there were some great signs of life as well. But it seems like NRG Academy, not only with that experience that they have on this map, but also with those little tools of winning the pistols, winning the clutches, and also knowing how to punish and take advantage of the situations. They had everything that they needed to close it out, especially going into that second half.
I will say, though, within this discovery phase of these teams, as it is early again, even if this defensive half for Alliance didn't quite go their way, I do want to say that a couple of the step-ups, Roy, like Riker was someone you called out early, and right away in that first map, I'm like, okay, we got to keep more of an eye on him, even if this first map wasn't going their way.
Yeah, he looked so good. Even slammed on the Omen looked fantastic. They even just like stats aside, they mechanically, the eye test, they cleared it with flying colors. And obviously we do want to see a step up, from Atlas, from Poseidon, and from Snarly as well. But even Atlas had moments in that match where he clutched the 1v2 for them. That was great from his end. And hey, I'm gonna chop it up to first match jitters, right? They're starting on a fresh board. They're kind of playing in an environment they're not very comfortable in. So I'm gonna give them some grace. I feel like despite all these things, it still was it could have been a lot closer than it looked. It could have been a lot closer than it was. But yeah, I mean, that's really all I can say about this.
I mean, it doesn't help when there's also a Sova on the opposing end of the field that's just doing the absolute most. I mean, Cloric is someone that we've gotten to watch within Challengers and Collegiate for a bit, Dan, and a really big step up on this first map.
Absolutely. This Soba was incredible, especially going into that first half. That was honestly back and forth. Going into the second half, we didn't know if NRG Academy were going to keep that advantage. But a lot of those rounds, a lot of those close situations, and even a lot of those openings that the team was getting and really needing to find was because of Cloric. That experience that he had playing before for Mayorvale was what made Mayorvale such a standout team going into challenges last year. And I'm really happy to see that he's continuing that performance and even stepping up a little bit more.
Yeah, the interesting thing with Cloric is we've been singing his praises for so long, and he continues to deliver. Like, bro has been such a consistent performer for this team. He's IGLing, he's leading. There are a lot of voices on this team, though, so I imagine his IGL tax is not quite as hefty as it might be on other teams, specifically with Ange, specifically with Renz, who have such a deep FPS tac background. So he does have a lot of help, but just the individual level that he's shown consistently on almost every iteration of every roster he's been on for so long makes this player, in my eyes, extremely underrated still.
I mean, there's reasons that we have eyes on NRG Academy to be starting off this split. But of course, that's just the first map in the series. There is going to be the opportunity for Alliance Guardians to respawn on their own map pick going on into the series. As said, Roy, this is something that we've gotten to see from them. We've gotten to see some strong victories. but time to see if NRG have the response.
Yeah, this is going to be a very interesting matchup, guys. I feel like the style for Alliance Guardians plays extremely well on split, right? Where there's so many avenues for people to, take 2v1s and so many places for people to lurk up, whether it's solo or with, with a buddy system. Like, there's just the way the map is flowing right now on the tier 1 level. I'm assuming it's going to seep into the tier 2 level as well. But I feel like in terms of style, I can see why this is an Alliance Guardian pick right here, because they're going to have flair. They're going to have opportunities to express themselves. And this is a great battleground. And if I remember correctly, correct me if I'm wrong, but Maryville University, aka NRG Academy now, they have had a bit of a shaky split before as well. So it's kind of a sort of, this rare moment where one team is very good on this map and the other team has looked shaky on paper. And this is probably the reason why Alliance Guardians have picked this.
I think, too, that even on that very first map, if Alliance Guardians, were a little bit outmatched, the fact that we did get to see a step up from someone like Riker, who I think is going to be key in the second map, is going to be big. As you said, the flair and the pizzazz that Alliance could have, I think a lot of that is going to be able to start from him, Dan. But I want to know then how you're kind of feeling, because again, this is our first impression of Alliance Guardians within the Challenger scene, not just within this promo relegation. Do we think they have enough to close out their map pick?
They could. And I feel like as we saw into that first half, there's a couple win conditions that I want to see, and especially with this new team and what they're going to be running. If they're going to be running this double duelist, in that last map that we just saw, Haven, they were struggling to find those openings. They were struggling to find that space, especially going into that second half. On this map of Split, that has become a problem for a lot of teams recently. So how is the adaptation going to be if they're going to play this double duelist once again with Atlas? What is it going to take for these players that maybe had a little bit of a slower start to wake up, to warm up, to be ready for this one, to try to push us to the map of bind? I think it's all going to be on the openings, trying to make sure that some of them go a lot more in the way of Alliance Guardians, because if not, I feel like NRG Academy, they just have their number.
All right, Roy, win conditions that you're looking for coming out from the underdog within the series to try and take it to bind.
I want to know what style NRG is playing before I can honestly formulate like a full-fledged opinion, right? Are they leaning into the double duelist? Are they leaning into the double controllers with double initiators? Like, what kind of meta are they looking for? Are they going more for the G2 style, or are they going more for the kind of like the double dually, sort of style that we're seeing? I feel like if it's the double dually thing that we're seeing, it's kind of a good matchup for Alliance Guardians. So my eyes are on exactly what Dan was talking about, is those openers. If they can clean those up, I feel like their ability to convert these late rounds have looked good, at least in the first map from what we saw. So, I mean, the plan is already laid out, right? Just clean up the openers, do what's comfortable, do what's worked for you, and just try to convert these rounds like you have been towards the later part of it. And of course, with a bit of a side dish of win one of the pistols, please.
All right, so we're looking for a pistol win. We're looking to win some openers, looking for a little bit of pizzazz. Let's head into the agents for these teams and figure out what exactly is going to be cooking up. We've talked a lot about kind of that style that we are already expecting coming out from Alliance with this double duelist, Riker picking up this Waylay. But you're saying that you couldn't really quite pinpoint the win condition until you saw NRG, Roy.
Yep, I'm liking this, guys. I actually like the odds for Alliance Guardians here. The Waylay Yoru into the Waylay Neon. Obviously, we saw what Renz did on the first map. He looked great on the Neon as well. Shondex, though, I think this is his duelist debut. Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think we've seen him play duelist, at least not recently. This is going to be very, very interesting. The firepower for Shondex looked great in that first map. I'm looking to see the way he looks on that duelist. And of course, like we said before, just to reiterate it, I want to see the way Alliance Guardians push and pull on this map and the way that they set up these duelists for success. Because you don't want to just send the Waylay in with dry util. You want to have the good setups for it. You want to make sure you're capitalizing off a lot of these things that Waylay can do on this map.
And once again, looking at Alliance Guardians, how they're going to find these openings with Riker and with Atlas on this double duelist that we've seen for now quite some time with the Waylay and the Yoru. And on top of that, how is the rest of the team going to be able to support it as they're going into site? This first attacking side of Split is the most important, not only for them to have some momentum going, but for them to figure out how they're going to be dealing with the chaos and the nightmare that can be happening on the other side.
With such an important attack half ahead of them, it's time to see if Alliance Guardians have woken up on that very first map and can deliver on their own map in the series. Split is ready, we're ready, and I certainly hope your casters are. Let's head back over to Shayo and Jen.
so much here. I mean, this is very interesting when it comes to agents and the story between these teams. Lemon, Neon Sky, two agents that kind of have like an oil and water chemistry sometimes. The girl's faster than the dog, man. Like, it's so tough to be able to initiate for a Neon, but then you have layers, right? Giza can get some space, Neon can come in afterwards, and we can't forget about the Atlas Riker Wombo combo combination. I mean, you have Neon or you have Waylay and Yoru entering for each other. Both these squads, both these comps look really, really good.
Yeah, and to bring up kind of Roy's point of just who is playing those duelists too, because if anyone has secondary duelist experience, it's actually Giza who's played secondary duelist Raze, which also could have fit well here. But Shondex has been on one today. He's been firing really well, so I don't mind him slotting in on the duelist, but playing the Waylay seems like something you need a lot of hours in to be able to execute well, because you could be that liability who double dashes in. But I believe in Shondex, man. He has leveled up since last season.
Yeah, you either spawn in as Timo on Waylay or you try it once as Nats, and we all know how that went at Champs. So there's many different brands of Waylay you can tap in with. Let's see what one Shondex is choosing today. In terms of where to go on the map, in terms of the onus as to who controls it, it is Alliance Guardians who get to choose where to fight first. So they're gonna go for some B control, always good to get that free orb, and now you can do whatever you want on the map. So have a minute 30 to play how you want to play.
A difference in those initiators to get that information. Snarly versus Giza, where Snarly has been, you know, a big vocal player, possibly the IGL for Alliance Guardians, and definitely paid that tax heavily. But now here's the hit. Alliance Guardians tempoing up the immediate recall. They're laying down some Snarly util. NRG Academy, though, aren't giving up this space despite that pressure. And now it's an exchange, and Alliance Guardians at least get mid, but not top heaven they were hoping for.
Look at Giza, already made all the way some positions and some pacing straight through A, up through sewers. And although might not have the position of staying in main or stopping this vents push coming in towards the top side, has clear info to get this B rotate coming in faster.
You got to expect, if you're NRG Academy, that there's always going to be a plan B for Alliance Guardians. There is a thicker strat book than you would expect. And even the analysts talked about just how impressed they were. And this could have, even map 1 could have been a closer game, but from something that was ramped up to now all quiet into A. This is looking a little too free, Shio.
Yeah, dangerous punctuation for Alliance Guardians here. There's question marks all across the board, hitting them on every single side. Sharps, where are people? What do we look at? And yeah, NRG, they have the answer. Coming in with Shondex with the first peek. Relurk back in from Giza. I mean, the walls are collapsing on all sides. This is a Saw movie of a retake from NRG.
And at least Slam was able to put up a wall, a smoke where those shots were coming from, but beginning to surround, to divide, to conquer is NRG Academy, who even still had leftover util to dog up, to get info. Now they have Heaven, and Slam is about to be sent just there. Let's go up against Ange, but there it is. Another pistol for NRG Academy.
NRG Academy want to play a game, and that game is winning pistol. It's a game that Alliance are having a tough time trying to win, and when you start on defense with this type of situation, with this much control even on the map, I know sometimes I overreact and lean into too much of the result of a pistol round, but it seems that NRG Academy are already dipping into some really dope macro pushes, some really dope selfish gains on this side of the map, and there's no one to really keep them in check on Haven. I'm hoping that Alliance keep them in check on this map too.
Hey, Alliance Guardians, despite losing those pistols before, they're able to win those anti-bonuses later on. So I don't know about NRG going up against the anti-eco there, because Renz has been usually solid on the Outlaw, but not going to be the one holding it this time. It's Shondex over at A, but it's just now looking at Ange and how he can hold this flood back, and now can cause the paranoia. He teleports out, the recall. Alliance Guardians pushing through without that duelist, and Renz gets 2. Ange with the wraparound. Snarly will keep 2 at bay. This is a good exchange despite that lower buy situation from Alliance Guardians.
Look at Arsenal like off that rope almost. Nothing to happen there though. Sneak in through CT, nothing to see. Shondex, last person, might just be a save here.
Yeah, the Bandits have been really scary. Alliance Guardians can't underestimate what they can do, and they steal away and deny that anti-eco from NRG Academy.
That's information off the pistol at first when they just went for that orb on that round, saw that no one was challenging it, put up a little one-way smoke to stop any deterrence from challenging again, and then push off of it after the fact as well. Really good scaling there from Alliance, and now they're turning up the pace against NRG Academy. An awkward economy situation for them as they have to pseudo save one round. That being said, if the pace just gets faster and faster on the side of Alliance, I feel like NRG might not be able to deal with it the way they're just widespread on this map.
I like that Snarly, though, had that big hero play. That double kill is already having a way better game now than he did in map 1. And it's Alliance Guardians that just need to not hesitate to flood in. They threw a bunch of util. They didn't let NRG Academy stabilize, and they need to continue doing just that. Now it's NRG Academy on a save. Alliance Guardians to kind of wait and see is there going to be any aggression from NRG Academy early, which not yet.
Yeah, a freeze to check the poise for the side of the defenders, and they are not folding suit, chilling where they are in every single position and kind of stacking over towards the A side. I don't know what this read is from, but it might be the right read. 1 minute for Alliance to change their thoughts, and there is a big thought bubble that pops up. It's Riker, who's moved all the way through B with an Outlaw, is backside, has that space and info, and now the rest of the team is gone. They almost ran into a 5-stack, but the gamble does not pay off for NRG Academy.
Just have to make sure no one's going to cut them off in mid. All good there. But if like maybe, yeah, Alliance Guardian's going to stick here, and because you're expecting that Vents rotation possibly from NRG Academy to open up some pathways on this retake. And NRG Academy may just want to go down with the ship, but here comes the army, and Riker at the front with the Outlaw already hunting season for him. Renz is the first victim. And the smoke and flames just to deny that sight line, and well, Alliance Guardians have all their bases covered.
I think every map should have like an Abyss type situation where you can just off to jump off. Because in this situation, when you're 5 retake and the map was silent, you don't even want to try going for that re. Yeah, every single person getting free orbs, money across the board, some moves on the side of Riker. What a well-played, patient round from Alliance Guardians. Really just letting Waylay work the map, and with the Outlaw, it's less risk. You have, you know, a guaranteed double op shot against an eco. And there were no set plays from the side of NRG on any side of the map too, so might not be able to get away with that again, but a really good option to start off with for Alliance Guardians. The question now, Lyman, is do they lean into that double duelist situation that they have going on, or they just keep things slow overall across the map?
At least NRG Academy should maybe work on an orb or setting up Giza to get those Seekers, which is quite early after how pivotal. I think he got like 3 kills in the pistol. Like he was a huge part of getting NRG Academy a solid foundation on split. And speaking of kind of that aggression towards Garage, he pointed out that NRG Academy were more passive there, and they're changing up their approach there.
Getting B main means you just control a lot of what can happen in terms of a split on that B side as well. You gain control of almost half the map. If you have someone up top inside Mail 2, which they do, it's Chloric, MVP of map 1, you now have control of like 60% of the map. The only place Alliance can go is this A side. NRG know it. They play it full retake, almost. Just a few people actually just sitting backside. They're electing to fight this one. Shondex up in the business.
Yeah, Riker almost had a good engagement, but decided to recall loud, trusted his teammates to take over, and they have. They lost Atlas, but you still got another duelist up your sleeve, and you have the spike down, still fighting for heaven control. Now it'll be up to Poseidon and Riker. Renz makes his way into the site with a judge, and Alliance Guardians just can't keep any space. The backstab from Chloric, another MVP move.
This just in, Chloric, son of Houdini, making moves around those walls. And after the fact, the quick defuse does not let these guys from Alliance even have a say on the side of the A site. That is just insane.
Do you like the Snarly ult pull in that 1v2 there? Because I'm more of like, I'm wanting the guaranteed round win, and with how powerful that ultimate is to shower B or something like that, I think they're going to miss that one.
I think Snarly's ultimate is also so good just to combo with Atlas and Riker as well at times, right? Like, you want to be able to just maybe double layer that ult with a Waylay one as well, with a convergence on one side. You can make dimensional drifts decloak, basically Bluetooth wireless, make no sound. I mean, it's tough to be able to lose that one, guaranteed, but they're pushing A again. They're about to get their first contact up inside ramp.
Giza can also heal up Shondex here in a second, so no harm, no foul. Alliance Guardians want more decisive control, and Chloric does it again. He's the final boss of heaven, and Alliance Guardians are left in the dust.
Chloric's second magic trick. I'm gonna make Alliance Guardians disappear. Want to see me do it again? Because he might the next round as well. There's no way this team goes A ramp again in this same slow pop-out way. What a well-timed Viper Molly as well from the side of Chloric. Just ends up letting that spray be that much easier for him. Why does he throw that Molotov? You can hear the ultimate voice line go off first. You can see nobody peeking you, no flash through the smoke. So much confidence from the side of Alliance, but one blind spot that Chloric was standing in the entire time. Pit is up now. Quick timeout call from the team as well, because yes, there are gaps being left inside this gameplay that should not be there when you're attacking A Heaven in this fashion.
No, they're like, oh, we saw Chloric last time in ropes. That's how we got triple killed. Let's all three of us look at ropes. And then Chloric did a bit of a switcheroo. But at least we're kind of knowing the goal of Alliance Guardians. Get a more stable Heaven control so you can plant. They're planting for Heaven. They're planting for that spot. And Alliance Guardians want a stronger post plant. But they also have Riker in this kind of bait and switch character. And there isn't a very, I don't know, confident bait and switch going on where the Alliance Guardians, where it looks like they're really dominating the space that Riker's setting them up for.
Absolutely. Like, Riker has a chance to be able to use that refract to get some information. Sometimes it's happening in A main, so it can't happen at ramp as well. Alliance can be biting off more than they can chew, but I'm liking where they're choosing to eat. They saw two people at the backside of A. They thought there'd just be a rotator on the side of events. Their game plan was good to start with. The execution is just what needs work. This time, the game plan, go for B main. That teleport's there from management. I'm not sure that he was even seen. And again, fighting for B main at the start for NRG. That's the name of the game. They have 3 agents to fight with on this side, and they're still looking good.
Alliance Guardians did get away with a Thrifty in that first map. They're very scary with the bandits. They can do a lot of damage. They need to be stacked, but NRG Academy do not care what weapon you have in your hand.
Switch up coming through again. They used to play backside. Now they're doubling up on ramp. He's used to be sleeping. Now he has 3 eyes just awakened. He knows exactly where to look, and he cannot miss. Giza with the 3K, almost making it 4.
Man, Atlas, I thought he had the surprise on Giza. Maybe I'm just coping. NRG Academy don't look flustered at all. That top control for A is so important, but Alliance Guardians, I honestly thought their best shot was flooding into B and destabilizing Ange, but it came down to a lot of hero play, so I'm wondering if they're going to prioritize B again.
Oh, you're right. That is their best shot, which is why NRG are spending so many resources at the start to control it. TP across. Get a stun as well from Renz if you want to be in the business. Sean Nix can be there at the start as well to throw a little bit of a hinder. Right now, again, you can see 2 people ready to go. Paranoia to cover up on B. But Lions have not changed anything. They're going even faster on A. If the car can't make it through the barrier, accelerate even more, pedal to the metal, and they're already taking control of that top A ramp.
It's a window to engage for Alliance Guardians who escape one danger, which is Renz with an op. Now that you crossed the road, you didn't get hit by the truck, you still have to deal with either Giza or Chloric. Chloric now has pitted up in mid, so he's got a safe base to play off of.
This is a horror movie, right? You can't take B main, you start over at A, you get super stopped. You try to go to mid, and a Viper Spit pops up, and it looks like they're trying to even challenge the pit. This is crazy. A crunch just coming through vents, so they will go for this pit. All eyes on, who is it? Oh yeah, the MVP of map 1.
And Slammed has ult. Like, I'm wondering if they would go do something crazy in Garage, but they're going to use the Yor ult to suss out where this pit is. Bring NRG Academy from the inside, and Chloric is perfectly fine. He's going to step up with the shorty and get the spike down. Are we serious? Chloric has plot armor.
Oh my god.
Reds has an up now in B. Slam could have done so much more, but he's by himself. This is a new player. Alliance Guardians, we're waiting for the pieces to be in place. And it's just a strike through all the pins if you're NRG Academy.
Started in A Heaven, had a chance for a crunch over at mid. They were at the beach, vacation style, Alliance Guardians at the start of this round. A tsunami of a pit came in afterwards, and a lifeguard Yoru could not even save this team. That ultimate was there. There was a chance to see exactly where Chloric was. It's hard to disrespect the Molly, the snake bite inside that Viper's pit too. I mean, genius plays from Chloric. That was a 1v4 getting ulted as well that he defended through. MVP of that first map for a reason. MVP of the series almost when it comes to holding down the map on this side. This is tough. If we could call a second timeout from Alliance, I might at this point, because if you can't win that round, Where do you go from here? Another A take. And look at NRG now. They've conditioned B main so much, they've stopped playing for it. There's more players to play on this A side now.
There's no op, it's just the ults, and hey, you give an opening for Alliance Guardians, and they'll maybe happily take those upgrades. They still could go through ramp, and there's a lurk here from Slam. You could teleport over, but just how much attention can he pull to this left side or create an opportunity? And he kind of hesitates, and it doesn't matter. There's a backstab from Chloric.
Chloric just knows too much. Chloric is everywhere. I just looked at my walls really quick. Chloric was in there too. I mean, he's up in mid. He can't be stopped. And although a spike does get planted from the side of Alliance, I'm not sure they're going to be able to hold it. It's going to take a miracle with Shondex online as well. Bandit does spot Hell. He goes right back with his teammate. Waylay, so good at playing pacing in such a different way.
Snarly's being trusted with a 1v2. Did get some info.
Oh, wow, really?
Shondex just disrespecting that. Oh, Snarly. Oh, he doesn't stand a chance. But Atlas rotated, wrapped all the way from the backside screens into heaven. And NRG Academy, they're always one step ahead.
Throwing an actual atomic bomb at a sleeping baby backside. That is not fair. That is actually not fair.
No more coughing baby?
No. I'm past the coughing one. That one I can never agree with. Sleeping baby versus atomic bomb, that is a sure for a win. Sleeping babies are nice and harmless, and that's exactly what Poseidon was, or I think Snarly was on backside. That's just tough. I mean, using this round to guarantee as well, you might be thinking, why would we use a convergence there? Why even rock the Waylay ult? We're like halfway through the half, right? We're like 8 rounds in. You can build another one up for an important time, and you're kind of also playing the mental game. You're guaranteeing 6. You're pushing forward towards the next number after that as well. I'm not going to say it. It's a chauffeur thing for NRG. You want to lock things in right now. You want to be feeling good. Take the wins as they go. Depends on the business, and the collapse through the wall actually ends up legging one of the players that's Snarly, losing half their HP.
Hey, information for Alliance Guardians to know. There's an up, and it's Renz again. And Chloric has been on an island here in the middle of the map with the judge. Double dash through, and Chloric is looking... Ooh, just slipped by their defenses. And now he could drop into ropes. Potentially not be overwhelmed. But Alliance Guardians have to address this. That Prowler alone will have Chloric hide away. And that's finally an opening. The desk wanted to see Alliance Guardians clean those up. Here's a chance.
This time, orb, clone, everything popping in.
Okay, oh, you just saw the shoulder of the Viper. Don't do it again.
Oh my God.
Welcome to Challengers, Alliance Guardians. What are we guarding, though? Definitely not our backs.
That is just so tough. The timing taken there from Giza is just absolutely insane. Every single person performing on this NRG roster is just getting 2 kills for their life. Someone kill this guy. Someone get into the server and find Chloric, man. What is this? Still alive, still not taken down. He can work down through mid. He can judge in through vents. He's gonna take a rabbit out of his Viper gas chamber next. Like, what is this, man? It's insane.
Slam's like, I want that up, but also I don't want anyone to use that up. Snarly, Nightfall. Does Slam want to push this through? Hey, at least it's to scare NRG Academy into submission. Maybe that's just what you need. It's Chloric lurks. Still.
No.
Oh my God. Alliance Guardians let NRG Academy make the move, and they're making moves. 1v1. It's Snarly. Gets owned.
One of the most flashy and crazy rounds we've seen so far. Vent's unstoppable with a 2K almost. After that, we see Giza popping off. Unfortunately, Slammed like fully all in, and the dealer asked him, do you want to take your chips back? You can drop the hell, buddy. It's okay. If you don't want to play the river, it's fine. He's like, no, I'm going all in. I don't care. And he stays up top, gets just picked apart from that ramp push. And then after that, a very nice Paranoia TP. This is just an insane timing from Giza. He still has Seekers, by the way, Levin. You were talking about we need to get Seekers online. They're such an important part of the game plan. They are, and these guys don't even need them. They're just sitting in corners.
I was gonna say, have we seen Seekers at all?
No, he's had it like the third round. Yeah, like
they're trolling.
7-2, and look at this bait and switch again. You can hear that teleport happen in the beginning, but Ange is using it to go back and condition he's in B main. It'll waste utility. Alliance still think he's in there though, and they've just fully opted for mid. Finally, Chloric goes down, but look at the damage that he does. Some pot shots on the Atlas, a kill onto Riker, and now Shondex is up in the business. They haven't dealt with him in this situation.
Riker's like, I got killed by a dude with a judge in vents. I'm gonna bring a Bucky to the party, and NRG Academy still took him down. Maybe a Convergence pass, that could have been a big win condition, but if they can get into a post-plane position, I believe in this Poseidon pit.
I do too. That thing is, though, you gotta hit sight. Levin, you gotta hit sight first, though. I believed with you for a nanosecond, you know? A very short amount of time. I like that you mentioned Convergent Path, though. I feel like they might have been relying on it so much on this round. Nice cleanup from Renz. Unfortunately, Riker goes down first. Roy was talking about this before the show started as well, but while everyone else has rifles, Waylay with a shotgun is also a full buy, especially when you have that ultimate coming in as well. So you never know.
There's been a util that's not connecting, and it's like the paranoia there from Slam didn't blind anyone. Snarly couldn't make their fight any more advantageous. They're trying to pressure mid more. There's a crossfire in vents and mail. And Alliance Guardians are getting 2 or 3 pieced, whether it's Giza or Chloric, somebody. Alliance Guardians, they trail by quite a bit. Pain could be over very soon. 2 rounds left in the half. Snarly will open things up. Double dash. No one checks the corner. Giza gets away with another multi-kill. But the odds are even. 3-3 apiece.
Quadrilateral gaming for NRG Academy. It's all about the corners. Another scam push from Shondex. He gets so much value. Yeah, they're behind you. Yeah, he's right behind me, isn't he? Type. Kill happening from Chloric round after round. A is an absolute massacre, but at the same time, they do switch it up inside the pit. Poseidon ends up getting a pick, and now it's just Chloric who's actually changing the position entirely and pushing spawn. They don't know.
And Ange had paranoia, and he just walks into the pit. So it's like, I love the confidence of NRG Academy. I look at the scoreline, and it makes sense. But Chloric's up to no good, and Atlas finishes the job. But it's been such a long win streak for NRG Academy. You at least want to end 8-4 if you're Alliance Guardians, but is that enough to kick morale into gear for Alliance? Or do you kind of feel toyed around with from NRG Academy?
The thing is, the number one thing I love about Alliance is they actually are picking the best avenues to push these sites. It is a bit of cheese that's getting them stopped along the way, right? Some of the corners, the one corner you might not check, the extra corner you have to clear, the extra amount of util you have to put down. When they have pit, when they have some other stuff available for them to be able to attack with, they are using it properly to get onto A. This time, have Dimensional Drift and use it to actually stop the conditioning inside B main, get towards the backside. Dimensional Drift plus Conversion Paths, you have the combo. So much stuff found around the map. Chlorine can't be stopped. It's insane for the side of NRG Academy. Their defense holds so strong.
This is barely winnable for Alliance Guardians after the investment. It's just gonna come down to the shots, and Atlas is heating up, starting with, you know, you had the Euro Convergent Pass. NRG Academy completely disengaged, but what's cool about NRG Academy is the confidence. They're not gonna just take that laying down. They just immediately fought that after 2 ults were invested their way, and then it just came down to the duels.
Yeah, it feels like they finally got a grip on the handlebars of what was the bicycle of the first half. The issue is, it was the end of the ride, Lemon, right? That was the last 2 rounds when they started to look really good, and that's when they had ultimates. Now, it's the other side. You're down 8-4. The most important thing here, pistol. You have to win this round.
Well, the stats don't lie about NRG Academy having a 100% win rate on these ones, so... but I think Alliance Guardians definitely needed those last 2 rounds for, well, the scoreline, but the morale, because there was just some silly mistakes in the fact that you're just outnumbering NRG Academy in these moments and you're still not able to win. That must be so frustrating. And checking these corners, catching Shondex before the dash, disrespectful. Now NRG Academy flounder, but they have a chance to escape.
Haphazardly coming in, not being the most careful, and that might be the cockiness coming in from the first half. 2 taps from Riker on all sides, by the way. Really good damage from him this round. Might be a chance for NRG to maybe just lock in a little bit more and approach things with a bit more caution coming into what should be the eco here. They are damaged up, but no way, Alliance. We're actually getting so greedy with it. Why? What?
Ange has been like AFK that first half in a not disrespectful way, and like no one's even come towards his site. He's getting left behind, and he 1v3s to swing the pistol back in NRG Academy's favor after Alliance Guardians had first blood. This is insane. Of course you're going to inspire the offense to come back to B, and the round feels gifted to you. But Atlas, he's ready to lock in. Nope, he's waiting for the next round. And with the ace that's denied, Poseidon at 22 HP. Low health though on the NRG Academy side, but Poseidon has to hurry up. He amps up, confirms one. The rest just have to play time. Poseidon doesn't have that ring around the rosy, about to get shot in the back as soon as he taps this spike. There it is, another NRG Academy pistol.
I mean, one they don't deserve, though. Let's just be honest. That's just crazy. The luck involved with the corner not clearing. I mean, at the same time, Ange was on point with those shots. That's insane. The one time we see Alliance have control, it's taken away from them. From another corner you don't clear. There's so many things you can say in hindsight. You have to maybe just send one person. Guys, just clear the corner, please. But it's crazy the patience that NRG has, even with mans down, even with some HP disadvantages, to hold the line and then land the shots too at such low HP. I mean, Ange finds even more towards mid after the fact. This guy's playing insane. Now, NRG, how do you approach?
And Roy talked about the first map jitters. I'm thinking it's the first match jitters for Alliance Guardians, because you should be trading a 3v1. There's really no excuse for that, surprise or not. At the very least, the second person needs to be doing something, and Renz is doing a whole lot. Opens up the B site. There's no one else home, but it's suspiciously quiet. What are Alliance Guardians up to?
This is really good timing from Poseidon. Actually pushes through his own orb to get past the dog, but at the same time, Trailblazer might not find the info. Shondex does, and Poseidon's timing's taken down.
Now waiting for a regroup. Cloric could be hearing the rotations over to A. Just being able to call out those numbers. Atlas looking for exits. Cloric sussing out where those players are rotating through. Just another day at the office for NRG Academy. But now that they're about to get to double digits, this is a much easier gap for them to work with.
Listen, if this is NRG's office, I want to talk to HR. There's some things happening in this game that should not be allowed. I mean, this is insane. Still, yeah, Atlas just going for a few exits here. Might just go down to the spike. Cloric might find him, actually. They do hear the steps. Snarly. Have to try to get this one. Yep, Bandit Gaming. Such a good gun at these ranges, and they'll just end up trimming their lives for better economy as well. Up 10 for NRG Academy, and they've been pushing this map in the most glorious and crazy ways.
I'm also just very impressed with NRG Academy. Split is a map we haven't seen in quite a while, and NRG Academy are, I guess, sort of off-rolling. We talked about Shondex not really being known for his duelist, and it's not that he's the waylay to watch right here. It's just that this team doesn't look uncomfortable to me, and they're almost, I wouldn't say trolling, but they're definitely playing this very confidently and trying to also play the mental game against Alliance Guardians.
Confidence, just ease, almost like it's just, you know, another game with a squad you love to play with. It's looking really good for the side of NRG Academy, both on attack and defense so far. This attacking side, though, yes, I do want to see a bit more out of Shondex, maybe a few set plays. Maybe that's not needed in how this match is going. They're just playing off the vibes.
Sense of security from NRG Academy. No, still respecting if there's a threat in male or events, there's always someone lurking around. NRG Academy address them one by one. We're up to a 4v4. Sky's the limit, but maybe the limit is here. Riker, that best player from Alliance Guardians, is going to hold on to the high ground.
That's all about just getting damage down for NRG Academy. This is a bonus. So they're starting this round with 2 ghosts. They were trying to get some gun upgrades. Now they have 2 phantoms, and things are looking good.
Atlas gets traded, and that's something that NRG Academy are very good at, but Riker rotates quickly. He's the tip of the spear, and NRG Academy just have Giza. But he's done so much this map, but leftover util, Haunt, dodges, Giza, just trying to deal with one thing at a time. Now out in the open, could slip past into the smoke. Soul's trying to bait the engagement from the 2 players in screens. Knows at least one is in heaven. But Giza, so 1 bullet could do him in, and the dash kind of crosses him up, and Alliance Guardians needed this.
Really good 3-man setup to just kind of hit that site, and the best thing about it too is that they played it so carefully so they can keep those guns. They definitely needed that round Lemon, and they're going to use this round to hopefully bolster up some more defensive positions. My question is, what happens to the other two players? Are you maybe specking into an outlaw here on one of them? Do you might go for a shotgun situation for Riker, give the rifle to someone else? There's definitely not enough money to go across the whole board. Follow-up to that too is, how do you even play this defensive side? NRG like to take B main a lot. They like to have that as ownership pretty much for the entire half. Alliance electing to maybe fight for A a bit more, have the Yoru be able to transfer all the way over to B, and then bolster that side for it to be a fast retake, or just be set up, ready to go, not letting NRG overheat.
It's important to mention that Alliance Guardians, Slammed, and Atlas are new. They didn't play with those players in the promo relegation tournament, and when you're playing a double duelist, you really got to be synced up on these bait and switches. And I think that last round was a moment of Atlas and Riker having some brilliance there, of really surprising NRG Academy. Sometimes you got to throw the strat book out the window and go for those plays.
And this time, Atlas and Riker will be the ones in the driver's seat for the retake. Spike planted, they are going to be the first ones going in.
On the high ground, Snarly gonna know one is below them, and okay, Shonix with a big double kill. NRG Academy, they will hold the line. The firing squad's in position, and Atlas gonna save.
Talked about the buddy system beforehand and how NRG was using it. That right there, if we're talking about buddy systems, was a rush hour peak. The peak of buddy systems we've ever seen in film, and the peak of buddy systems we saw with the side-by-side double swing onto Hell. Chloric picks up that last kill as well, and everything on NRG from retake to post-plant to even defense to offense is looking so good for this team. They're going to elect to go for B again. I asked the question for Alliance, what are they doing with this map? What is their style on defense? They're electing to have some bolstering or just some firepower shoved towards the A side. They're not looking at taking too much B space too much. NRG sees this. They'll elect to play the retake. They think they're stronger. They're kind of getting that spike towards B a lot more.
Yeah, NRG Academy are really good at exploiting the weaker sides of the map. And Alliance Guardians, after was it Slammed, or they weren't able to save that weapon. They only have one Hero Vandal and a Bucky, so could be potentially facing match point very soon unless Alliance Guardians get a thrifty out of their hat. But these distance battles are not going to be favoring the weapons that Alliance Guardians have.
Yeah, Atlas is kind of caught between a rock and a hard place here. Everyone kind of has to support Riker from where they're at, but Atlas can only really play Heaven. And one of the best parts about Yoru is being able to go around the map entirely. At penultimate match point almost, right? You want this Yoru to be dynamic. Locked into B Heaven, though, a bird trapped inside the cage. Alliance is not going to be able to fly. And with that, NRG move over to A and kind of take the fight towards the air. They're going to be breezy. They're going to be fast moving over to this A site. I don't think Alliance has any firepower to even retake this. They have to go for close angles all across the board, and you can see how far and wide some of those angles are on A. That Bucky might not be useful. The Bandits might not be a first shot headshot. This will be tough unless they get elbow control.
And Chloric wasn't sussed out by that Snarly util, so he has a big backstab opportunity if Chloric is summoned to the battle. But right now, Alliance Guardians can push through ramp. They got a flank. They're pushing into the 3 players within the site. NRG Academy are holding their own, but Chloric needs to put the nail in the coffin, and it's all up to him in a 1 versus 2. It's a good impact so far. There's the double swing and the double kill for Chloric.
Huge from the man from one of the worst positions the team could be. And I talked about not giving up elbow. They use Seekers. They use a little bit of paranoia and smokes to try to hold on to it. But no, Alliance come through strong. That being said, never doubt Chloric. Another MVP performance coming through, 20-9 right now. He gets that flank that Lemon was highlighting, is there at the final moment of the round, stops the dual peak. Look at the spray, so close to. If there was just a better rifle there in Atlas's hands, there might have been a big difference. This time there is. It's the operator.
Cover going out. And the dimensional drift. It's all or nothing for Alliance Guardians. NRG Academy going for the win, and Renz just tried to stabilize his aim and loses it. At least it's traded in NRG Academy. Now shaking up this B side. Already have a blind force, the drop down from Poseidon. Well, at least that reposition grants him a kill. He's able to fade back into the shadows and regroup with his team.
Cinematic entry with a from the shadows towards the back. Flash comes in. The Waylay makes you look at it. At the same time, Poseidon does not like watching movies. He likes shooting shots. Shondex turns that show off, though. Dodges convergence. This is insane. Close towards the side. Dimensional drift coming in. This man's around pillar and decloaks. Misses the quick scope, and this might be it.
All comes down to Snarly from 0 to hero, but in a pit. Now he's just firing through, force of movement, listen in, and who could just wrap around Snarly? This is an uphill battle, and he quickly locks on. What a shot onto Cloric. Silences the captain for good. Now 1v1 against the duelist, Shondex. Doesn't matter what role you put him on. He has proved why he's on this team. 13-5 and an NRG Academy win.
An absolute stomp of a win as well. Complete control on the defensive side of Split, taking B main, having the numbers available on side A as well. And then after that on offense, signifying where the weak spot is, sweeping the leg over and over again. They win that trophy of a match towards the end of the day. I mean, 13-5 is nuts, and it almost was a clear tier gap between the teams. I liked Alliance's approach, Kiwi, overall, but I feel like NRG had the win locked in at the start of the day.
I think that it started to be a mental battle in that map too, of just, you know, these multi-kills that just kept happening for Giza, for Cloric. That's so frustrating for Alliance Guardians, who I'm sure did very well in Premier. They promoted from that relegation tournament. They came in like they had something to prove, and they go up against a pretty tough team, to like a Maryville squad plus Shondex, and that was something they could not handle, just not able to trade out in those moments where, yeah, NRG Academy had some shenanigans up their sleeves too, and Alliance Guardians weren't ready.
Yeah, definitely, though, we can say that Shondex looks like an upgrade for NRG Academy, and I couldn't even see this team getting that much stronger. Alliance had really cool approaches. It's just execution that needs to be fixed, and we got a lot of Challengers games to go to be able to fix that, Kiwi.
Yeah, excited to hear from the desk very soon, because we're going to even have an interview. What a great first day of Challengers, y'all. Let's go say hi to Sierra.
Fight together.
Last player standing.
exactly what Core needs. Delivering us the anchor.
Odin's fan early. Through the smoke and off we go. Envy trying to get this classic round this time though. But the stand and fight, he's down to 8. There's Alum, that's the Phantom. Caught up by the save.
And trouble without his rifle. Way out, but the spike can still be held with just enough time. And isn't by that bite act done. Early drop down, and Ange catches all of it from hell.
Well, it seems like the expectations for NRG Academy were definitely high for a reason. Going into the second map, we highlighted that coming out from Alliance Guardians, unfortunately not quite there. NRGA looks so good, Dan. Gonna take the series 2-0 to be starting their challengers journey off right.
And I just want to say congratulations, everybody. We're undefeated on predictions. It is a big deal. It is a big deal because we don't know how long this is going to last, especially for the whole talent team to be undefeated. But I mean, it was kind of what we expected, to be honest. And it just comes from that experience that we talked about, from that Maryville roster from last year, from this NRG Academy that we're seeing this year. They were steps ahead in a few of the executes that they wanted to do, and a few of the plays that they wanted on the defense. They had a clear understanding of, once again, how they wanted to punish this attack side, that even though it seems like they came back in the last 2 rounds, in the last 2 clutches, there was no space for anything else.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely got to see some moments of brilliance, at least from the Alliance Guardian side. But for me, what was really impressive is just how well constructed NRG Academy looks, right? Like, we kind of expect long they've been together as a roster, but to see it and for them to look so good and for everyone to just look so incredibly comfortable within this very intricate, deep system that they've created over such a long time is really impressive. I'm very excited to see NRG Academy against some of the top teams in this league. It's going to be very fun. But like I said, I did see some moments of brilliance from Alliance Guardians. I'm actually excited to see them develop throughout the season once they get some more reps in, when, once they're all on the same page, and once kind of they sort of settle into the psychology of matches against higher some individual talent. I'm ready to see some more of it.
Especially too, when you're looking at the experience from both of these rosters, it is vastly different. So each of these series is going to be so pivotal for Alliance Guardian to really be able to show us what they got. I mean, Dan, something else we highlighted on the openers, they definitely did a lot better of a job, just unable to quite convert in that match.
Yeah, you get a little bit more, you get a few more chances, but that's, I mean, this is also a different point of concern that we have, right? When you are getting those openings, but they're not able to close out their runs, where you're not able to close out those advantages that they had in a few of those scenarios. And it's some of the things that it seems like teams are trying to figure out on this map of Split. But I think more than anything, it just comes from NRG Academy not only being really good as a team, as we got the chance to see, but also sometimes you just have a good day and every single one of those multi-kills is going your way. You're getting a 2K, you're getting a 3K. It just seems like every single one of those late rounds where Alliance Guardians had a chance, they're swinging together, they're trying to trade each other, and there's always one player from NRG Academy that just takes them down both.
Yeah, the micro that we got to see from NRG Academy here in the second map specifically was just so on point. It felt like Chloric could do no wrong. Giza had so many multi-kills as well. I mean, you literally have Michael Jordan and Kobe Bryant holding top ramp, right? Like, what are you going to do when you got Chloric and Giza both holding it down up there every single round? So it's just tough. And it felt like the strategy or the idea for Alliance Guardian was to abuse that explosiveness towards the A side, but they just couldn't get anything going. Chloric was just way too on point. Giza was just way too on point. Overall, the team was just playing so well together in those late rounds.
I mean, this is a team that definitely proved last year that they could compete, and showing up strong this year to try and make a further run than before. But we've talked so much about Chloric on the day, so I'm excited to finally get the opportunity to talk with him as we head to our post-match interview, chat a little bit more. Hello, congratulations on the win. Welcome back to Challengers as well, but under a new banner for the team. We got to talk about it. Maryville University, NRG Academy. How has that been?
It's been pretty amazing getting to rep the NRG banner. Obviously, with Dark Zero acquiring NRG, we were owned by Dark Zero last Challenger split, but we went by Maryville. But now, since NRG acquired us, we're NRG Academy, and it's been a pleasure.
I'm so glad to hear that. In terms of everything, has things changed behind the scenes for you guys, or how How has that been? Or is it still a little too early on to tell? We are just one day into the split.
The only thing that's really changed is we brought in a new player in Shondex, and he's not a very vocal player. He can shoot his gun phenomenally, but I've had to step up like my comms, where like I'm calming throughout the round 100% of the time. So
I mean, let's talk about your comms, because not only have you had to step it up, which I love to hear that insight, but you're also no IGL tax, no talking tax. You are popping off. So how are you balancing finding yourself needing to be in so much more of a vocal position, but also just clutching up?
I mean, I'm only in these clutch positions because my teammates are able to put me there. So without them, I don't think I'd be able to do it. That's all I gotta say.
I mean, definitely a team effort. And I want to go back to talking about Shondex on the team, because we had a lot of praise for Shondex. What we got to see from him before, we were definitely really excited. So I'd love to hear from you, besides just the gun prowess, what kind of role he gets to fill on the team, and why specifically Shondex?
We chose Shondex because we've been looking at him like throughout. Obviously, he was on Ambrosia. We saw him get second. We thought he was a phenomenal player. He came into our team and he's been fitting the roles that we need. We can flex him to like anything that we need, and he's been sliding in right good, really good.
I'm so glad to hear. Last but not least, I mean, from Maryville University in the same squad last year, we definitely got to see playoffs. We got to see a run, but I'd love to hear how you're approaching this year going ahead. Is it just a little bit of just get those reps in, or what's your mentality into this season?
My mentality is to go game by game, focus on what match is up next, and not really think about too much in the future. Just focus what is given to us.
Right here, right now. I love that. Clora, congratulations on the win, your own incredible performance, and best of luck going on forward. Thank you for chatting.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I mean, again, we were all right to be predicting NRG Academy on the desk. A fantastic performance to be kicking off the split. There's 2 Academy teams, though, within Challengers, and we'll have an opportunity to take a look at the second one, Evil Geniuses Academy, going up against Nightblood Gaming after the break. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to VALORANT Challengers North America. Our very first game on the day is done. It's going to be NRG Academy to take their very first win in a very dominant fashion, but an opportunity now to take a look at 2 more teams heading into the split. As we're, again, we are in the discovery phase of the split, getting reintroduced to these teams, and for some teams, introduced to for the first time.
Yeah, I love this phase here. I don't know about you, but I love like having an idea of how these teams are going to perform, and then seeing the reality of it, seeing how they develop over time, and how our opinions change on these players, on these teams, on how they're interpreting the game, how they're playing it, and just like seeing these future stars in the making. It's beautiful. I love it. That's what we do, and I'm ready for some more for this matchup here specifically.
Oh, 100%. Next up, Nightblood Gaming going up against Evil Geniuses Academy, our second Academy team that's going to be joining us for the year. But first, we got to talk about one of our returning teams in Nightblood Gaming, because this is a team we did get to see last year in Challengers, maybe not making the run that they would have liked, but we got to see some skill coming on out and a little bit of a switch up going into the split that I'm really excited about, because Dan, we get to be refamiliarized with a lot of these players that really had big step-ups on their own respective teams.
pretty much a completely different team that you're looking at right now with the changes. I have to say, I mean, this is a completely new team, yes, but the one team that, or the two players that I'm the most excited about are Munzi and Spaz, as we got the chance to see them when they were back in Shopify Rebellion Black, that actually today they get the chance to face their old teammate Pancakes on the other side. And I just feel like this is the players that we were talking about, the players that we were expecting even to ascend, the players that we were hyping up throughout the year. And even if that didn't really turn out for that roster, the way that all those pieces have gone to different teams makes these teams a lot more competitive and a lot more exciting to watch.
If you think about it, this team is sort of a merger between the old Nightblood Gaming and SRB, right? With Spaz and Monsi being on the same team, like you were saying, and then they picked up Practo from Burger Boys. This team is definitely very underrated. I'm just going to go ahead and say in the beginning of this split, okay? I feel like, one, you have a guy named Son of Car. His name is Carson. I mean, can't go wrong. That's amazing. I love that. And Fireball Ops, who's been extremely underrated despite him having such good stats for so long. People are sleeping on this guy. It's actually criminal how underrated and just slept on he is and he's been. And of course, Spaz and Monsi both had, you know, great performances despite their lack of results in Split 2 and Split 3. Their Split 1 looked phenomenal. And, you know, I think the Split 2, Split 3 kind of took that away. But if you recall back, there's so many good takeaways from that first split. We saw so many moments of brilliance for SRB. I'm excited to see what they've cooked up. I feel like they're under a different banner. They have a lot less pressure. They have a lot less eyes on them, and they can kind of cook it up at their own pace. They can kind of cook up their own style without worrying too much, without having any sort of expectations. And I feel like this will be their superpower here in this split.
And I love that we get to see these players coming from all these different teams. I mean, Fireball Ops 2 was on the original 2024 roster of the Nightblood Gaming, and we're really got to kind of eye up that, like, yeah, this could be a serious contender out here. So across the board, I think that there is a lot of talent here, and I love how you called it, a team that should not be underestimated. On the opposing end, though, welcome in Evil Geniuses Academy. Geniuses are here, and for the roster, you want to talk about returning faces and familiarity, Roy. That is stacked across the board.
Yeah, I mean, even if you hide the name, you can kind of put your hand cover the AXG Academy to our roster, and then you look at the players on this team. This is a powerhouse in VCL. Like, there's really just no other way to put it. They're bringing in the Zoomer and Stunna, and they have a great support system around him. Obviously, Mitch is one of the most experienced IGLs and players in this league. His FPS goes so far back, probably more than most people have even been able to use a keyboard. You got Jake, you got Zerona, you got Pancakes, who are very well-rounded players and extremely underrated as well. Very flexible, very fundamentally sound. I mean, there's really no glaring weaknesses when you look at this roster. I think my expectation is going to immediately be very, 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 very high. I'm expecting them to have great macro ideas, very good execution, and a level of, you know, how dynamic they can be with this level of experience. And this amount of vocal players on this team is pretty scary.
It is really cool, and we've seen a lot of these players in challengers and tier 1 as well. I feel like we've been talking about them for quite some time, so it feels like for this org that before had, you know, an A and a B team when the org was winning champs, now having an academy team that is actually allowing these players to play challengers is a great step towards some of the goals that these individual players want to accomplish. Jake, we've talked about a lot of the potential that he's had and a lot of the chances that he has to go back, and as well because of how good he looks in the controller. Mitch is my favorite Cloud9 hater. There's just so much about this team that I can't wait to see.
I'm really intrigued with how the team is going to come together, because that is something where, yeah, Roy, their talent is there, but it's not just about the talent. You have to see how everything kind of, all the pieces slot.
Yeah, and I think there's other thing for us to consider is, like, one, when you're such an experienced IGL like Mitch, you kind of need to evolve in your own ways, right? Like, you can't, the system that you had working for one team is not necessarily going to work with another team. And I think that's where, like, kind of being dynamic, kind of having a more flowy style of calling is going to help immensely. And I think when you consider the fact that their coach Faded is here as well, former tier 1 experience with Vitality, formerly with TSM as well, I think he's going to bring a lot of that sort of more flexibility and more sort of adaptability that this roster needs to kind of shine. And I think just the eye test is immediately passed with these players, right? Just the level of experience, the level of play. Again, the bar is just set so high. My expectations are incredibly high, and I think they will match it too.
And it just has to be said that Mitch is such an incredible player. Just last year, in a different world, he would have made it to champs. They had really close fights against NRG, the team that ended up lifting that trophy, and it was all because of his IGLing. And even if you go back to the year before, when he was part of Oxygen, that is to me, to this day, the best challengers team that we've ever had. Yes, they didn't ascend together, but you look at where all those pieces have gone in the last couple of years is just insane. And Mitch is one of them. So in a way, I'm glad that we get to see a little bit more of him playing here in challengers. And I feel like this is where his comfort zone is going to be, to kind of show once again how good he is as a caller.
I get that it's an academy team because there's the VCT team and then the academy team, but to have this level of residency on the team, it kind of feels like you can't call them an academy team, right? Like that's disrespecting just how much skill is here. But I'm really excited to see how it's all going to be coming together and start getting started with this series. Going into this though, map picks and bans, again, I'm really hoping that we get to see a 3-map series on the day. The first one was a little bit quick. And I'm also really excited we get Corrode. We have not necessarily gotten the most Corrode historically here in Challengers. And picked up by Evil Geniuses, Dan, I think is especially exciting.
This is super interesting. Kind of completely different to the first 2 maps that we saw in the opening series. Corrode is one of those big question marks that I still want to find out for these new teams, especially how they're figuring out their play style, how much you're willing to invest playing around that waylay that we've seen the tier 1 teams do in this past week. It's a great way to start, and it just means that they've been cooking something, and I love when teams are cooking in Corrode, so I can't wait.
For me, the weird thing though is that yes, this is EG's map pick, but you're looking at the kind of the recent performances for NBG on this map, and they're actually 6-1 on this map. Like they look really good on Corrode. So it's really not. I think EG's just picking to their own flavor. Like they're not really even considering Nightblood Gaming in this recipe whatsoever. But yeah, I mean, 6-1 in tier 3 tournaments. Obviously, that's not like the biggest indicator of everything, but it clearly shows that they're very well repped on it. It's one of their most played maps actually in recent history, at least since the beginning of December. They look really good, and Nightblood Gaming's not taking any time off, guys. They've been full throttle in tier 3. They've been playing nonstop. They've been on the grind. They're really trying to get the reps in before the split begins. Like it's very obvious that they're taking this season very seriously. And I feel like you can't. I don't know how to feel about it. I feel like the first map's a little bit weird, to be honest, but we'll see what happens. Abyss obviously being the kind of the map that's leading into this very explosive style. I think it's going to definitely suit Nightblood Gaming with the amount of mechanical power that they have. It's going to be very interesting to see how EG responds to that. And kind of, I think these first 2 maps are a good litmus test for the kind of the dynamic and flexibility that we're kind of looking for in EG, and how well they can match some of these teams in terms of firepower as well as strategy.
Well, when we're in the discovery phase of this split, to hear that we're going to get a lot of information from the get-go, I love to hear it. Both of these teams, though, again, to really discover these rosters, it was a tough one then for the predictions on how I wanted to go, because do I look at how the team is? Do I look at the players? There's so much unknown quantity with how this is going to go. In the end, though, I had to go with my gut, which I feel like kind of goes against a lot of what we've talked about on this beginning desk. But are you, Dan? Are you with me here? Getting the predictions?
I don't even know, but you're already making excuses. So
I'm just not an excuse.
Okay, we're
all of
us
on
the same page.
Wait, unanimous. Wait, this is like a desk versus caster situation we got going on here. That's really interesting.
Can I
justify?
Gets fired.
Yes, we get to steal their pay, or they get to steal ours. Let's go. I'm down. But I think for me, I mean, I can only speak for myself, guys. But the reason why I picked Nightblood Gaming, I feel like they've gotten a lot of reps together. I feel like there's going to be a lot of internal synergy. You're mixing a lot of these, flashy players as well as with dynamic players. I think the experience that Monsy's gained on SRB along with Spaz is going to help so much within this roster. And I feel like the underratedness that's been brewing with this roster is going to come to fruition this split. And I feel like they're going to show a very high level, in combination with the fact that EG is such a fresh roster. They haven't really had a crazy amount of time to get reps in and kind of grind away. So I feel like there could be some jitters here in this first match. That's why I picked Nightblood Gaming.
I do really like this EG team, but the reason why I'm going with Nightblood as well is because, like Roy is saying, you have that synergy of Muncie and Spaz. We're playing in Shopify Rebellion Black early in the year, early last year, when they were so incredibly dominant. So you have that again, but just alone Monsi, I find as one of the best initiators that we've had, if not the best initiator that we have right now in the league. So I'm excited to see a little bit more of him. I feel like he's able to set everybody else up for success. But on top of that, this team, what they have is a lot of players that can have individual moments. And you think about Son of Car and how much everybody talks about him because of that reason. I just talked about Spaz and Muncie as well. Even Fireball Opsa has been so underrated, as you mentioned before, Roy. So in any moment, and when you are underestimating them the most, that's when they can start popping off a bit more.
I mean, for myself, I stared at the EG roster. I'm like, man, this looks so good. But I just had a gut feeling that today was just not it. I don't know, just the vibes, guys. But we'll have to find out as the first map is almost ready and our agents certainly are. Again, something that should be well-versed for both of these teams. EG's pick, but something strong for Nightblood. Getting into agents though, Dan, impressions.
Well, like Roy was mentioning, for Nightblood, we had already seen this map of Corrode, and Son of Car is going to keep playing on this Waylay. I believe everything remains the same for the most part with this double controller with the Viper and the Omen. But for the side of NRG Academy, I do really want to see the Chamber. I feel like some people are for the Chamber of this map, some people are against it, some people have started to pivot compared to what we saw at the beginning of it in.
Yeah, and I feel like I'm not a big fan of Sentis on this map, but if there is a Senti that teams should run, it should be Chamber. I feel like there's a lot of plays that he can do, but I'm looking on the other side for Nightblood Gaming, and I'm seeing KO. I can only imagine that if there's good execution coming out from Nightblood Gaming, there's going to be not much room for the Chamber to pop off. Like, he's going to have to be very intelligent. They lose numbers early on, how they're going to adjust, how they're going to fill the gaps that usually Sentinels do. And I'm looking to see how NRG Academy is going to manage against his KO utility, because it could be very problematic for them if they're obvious with their hits, if their timings kind of told or very easily read. That KO util could be a huge problem for them.
I mean, the confidence of EG to pick into this map and the reps that NBG have. I cannot wait to see which way this is going to go. Let's head into the map. It's time for Corrode with your casters. Back over to Saro and Lemon Kiwi.
Let's go. I'm Sorrow now. I'm tapping into a complete different identity change. I'm going to switch up how I cast in the first match. We'll cast it different this time. Lemon, I'm really interested in looking at this map of Corrode with these comps. I mean, I haven't seen something similar to this in Tier 1 yet. Usually, there's always a Waylay. Usually, it's double duelist. What do you like the most looking at both these teams when it comes to these compositions?
I feel like we have to defend our jobs here just over the EG squad. I mean, what can you not love about first the composition and also the IGLing? I mean, you have Mitch IGLing. Jake, he's also very vocal. He can contribute to that mid-rounding. Pancakes is a former IGL as well. You could trust him to be solo on that Chamber, and he's been fragging out of his mind in other seasons. I think the EG players individually have so much to prove, whether it's from being into VCT, now back into Challengers, or even people like Jake who were on that YFP roster that on paper looks so good. They were so stacked, but didn't kind of get to the results that they were supposed to get.
Yeah, I like what you're saying in terms of like hyping all these players up individually, right? Because that's what the desk was saying as well. It's all about how their star power is going to come through onto this team, you know, from SAD, from C9, Shopify Rebellion, Moistek Shopify, from, you know, Dynamo as well for Stunna. Like, you're getting the crack zoomer, you're getting the experience individually versus what Roy was pointing out, the experience so far in the offseason for Nightblood, right? They've been grinding. I'm with you, though. Let's defend our jobs. Let's defend our friends. I think the individuals win this time. We'll see how things go. The most interesting thing about this game will be Pancakes and his POV. Can he hold the world up like Atlas? And he was playing in the last match. Don't get it confused. But this Chamber can be the biggest difference maker in this match. And already he's going to be ignored for the first chance of it. He's not going to find the most action on the map. It'll be the B side that has more of a bolstering. They actually use a bit of a fake, get off, go back towards the A side. Still, answers from Nightblood. One player link, one player staring down the smoke. Lots of util to work with. The dart does get supplemented by the flash, and they're tapping in.
Just the big flood from EG getting in, getting that final kill onto Spaz too. Now they can sit up and get a safe plan. And imagine Monsi will want to wait for backup. And this was good info off the rip from Practo with the knife. I know Roy's been excited to see more KO and just how underrated that agent has been. Now with that flash in hand, Practo wants to set up the team for success, but it's an early peak and an early win for Stunna. So he backs away, knows reinforcements are there. Now EG just have to wait this out. Practo gets spotted, caught off guard, and Stunna just wins all his duels, and Monsty just gets overwhelmed.
It's like everyone's kind of tied with a tether together. You know, Stunna's right next to his teammates being able to swing elbow side. We have Mitch towards the backside putting support there for Zerona as well. Everybody already on pistol, playing as a team, playing together. And by the way we broke it down, Lemon, these were the individuals, right? These are the guys with less team experience. These are the guys who should be playing less like a team. So it's looking good for NRG Academy.
Yeah, I just think this is such a well-rounded roster when looking at EG, because you have a really good coach who, by the way, yes, was an EMEA VCT, but also brought TSM to Ascension, so he knows challengers very well. They have star power, clutch potential, structured IGLing, but they also need to deliver in that match.
Yeah, they also not just know the entire, you know, situation really well and challengers, they know the meta kind of well as well. Stunna coming in with that flash, supplemented by the dart. You have that knife coming in as well on the other side a little bit later, but things are being layered on the side of EG to the point where you can't break the util without looking at a flash. It's really cool entry stuff on the pistol. They'll continue to do it here. Stunna just has a pistol, so might be the one to go in first and see what information there is. They're actually leaving Pancakes in mid with this Outlaw to cut off any rotates. It's an A-stack, though, for the side of NBG. They're gambling this one, and I'm not sure if EG can figure it out.
Oh, the drone did just get shot down there from Zerona, so he does not want that smoke, and the race is on for NBG, and they've proven the offseason how strong their fundamentals are of winning some of these offseason tournaments, so definitely a lot of love for Nightblood Gaming. This match is a complete toss-up, and now it's about execution. And EG, well, they get the plant down, so half the job is done.
Coming in straight towards the backside of main. They can use this Viper wall to kind of creep up and block these sight angles. Pancakes will try to stand in front of it so he makes sure he's not blocked off as they come through. I'm wondering if they just end up doing it without even putting the wall up. It won't even matter at this point. He will be the first point of contact here. This might just be full exit gameplay too from the side of Nightblood. They might just want to do some util damage. It's very important for Pancakes to live in this round and keep this Outlaw for the bonus.
And even the 2 rifles as well for EG, so they're looking very decisive on their pushes, and Stunna will get away with 1 for the road, and always building up towards the ults is fine, and that's why you want to farm these kills, and Pancakes is proving why he's on the chamber and why he can be trusted. Be by himself, although he got some help at the end, but hey, bonus for EG, still looking good.
The scope not going to be picked up because both Mitch and I believe JK at that point had rifles, so you're not going to be trading those away for an Outlaw in terms of how the economy looks and how expensive they are. Kind of tragic. Best pick to get there then is for Pancakes, but at the same time, he didn't leave with nothing, right? 3 orbs up in the business, getting that chamber up online to a force is going to be very fun to control mid. Really good to have angles post plant as well. KO can end up turning that off this time. Pace change from EG. They're speeding things up towards the B side.
No knife yet from Practo. It's delayed too as soon as they saw that fade util come through. So both know of each other's presence. It may be a difference of numbers though, and that's the information that at least Practo has, and he's usually pinged 1 or 2. But after the hit happened on the other side of the map, you're still not confident of what the plan is for EG.
Yeah, to understand KO on this map defensively, his knife ends up scanning you and lasting for 7 seconds. That's about the same time as a slow. That's the same time as like a Vise wall that ends up coming in as well. So you can see that KO kind of has a sentinel asterisk put on his entire archetype as well. They're going to re-clear main real quick. Stunna is going to get shot down through a wall. Don't need a KO knife for that, but you can see the gap that KO makes, you can then overtake with it. You can use your second initiator to kind of scope out or maybe just walk forward with an Odin sometimes and get more. Son of Car activates and he's finally stopped by Pancakes, who gets taken down on the side. I mean, it's getting kind of messy here between both these teams.
Yeah, Kane's not here, but in our thoughts always. I like these forward positions though from NBG. Like, they're already just their presence on the map, catching EG on these rotations, surprising them, and this will be the first rifle round for NBG. But Jake is someone that I've wanted to see so much more of from these previous YFP rosters, and definitely has that clutch, that veteranship, and moments like this is not gonna make him stutter too much.
Look at the confidence from the side from NBG as well, right? They end up giving up B main in the beginning, but they have the courage and the utility to end up re-clearing it as well. Getting that Odin to have an advantageous fight at someone who's trying to peek like Stunna was. And they might have to disrupt things towards B side, maybe send 2 to hold the situation there. But NBG getting proactive in the system. Now we stop back towards the A side for NRG Academy. Things are looking good. They were getting a little bit of a split there. Ultimate's kind of getting up from all sides as well. They're huge on this map. Wele, I think, I don't know, over Yoru, I feel like Wele gets a better sauce on the ultimate side. The convergence is huge, I think, in the site.
Let's play.
Excited about all the hype behind Son of Car 2 was that only member from the original NBG squad that qualified through Premier. And look at the glow up, how he's blossoming. And my bad for cursing him, but at least EG will benefit from that loss and set up on A. And Spaz is actually going to hold this corner and not fully disengage or wait for any help. He has a paranoia. He hopes to be independent and now will be in a safe spot to be with the team.
Have elbow control. No one at link. Flank trip not taken up. Best possible situation for EG on this post plan.
Well, nice flash from Practo. Could be nice, but EG know how to keep their distance and play anti-flash in those situations just like that. Mitch does not falter. Double swing and collide just like that. Mitch looking good as always, even when he stopped by the VCT arena to watch some games. He's been inspired, and EG are looking good early.
He's got the NRG buff for this one. It's looking good. But still, from both sides over here, what I'm looking at, hopefully for the side of NBG, are a few changes. You have to understand the rules that Evil Geniuses are playing with here, right? Stunna, Mitch, and Zerona will all push their utility, the bulk of it, from that main side. NBG's looking at the main. You will be blinded. You will be and you will be at a disadvantage type of situation. What you want to do, sit behind elbow, sit on site. Let them use their util early so they don't have it to clear you on the second stage of that site take. That needs to be a bit of an adjustment if they're holding A, but they're still kind of staring right at that main. I mean, you could also fight it. Could go Osboss dash paranoia mode, but everyone knows that play now. So, you know, it's hard to do. They're kind of sitting back, expecting it. Smoke was disrespected last time. I wonder what the approach is here for NBG.
Or possibly that Odin through the left side of the map, and Mitch knows there's still someone pretty at forward towards B. EG don't want to completely give up the left side of the map, but he may have just want to give up this whole round. How do you get caught by that?
You know the rules. You have to play by the rules. If you're going to take these mains as EG, you have to invest utility. They tried to think that maybe they conditioned NBG to walk back. They were kind of following what I was saying. And NBG ended up doing the complete opposite, catching them and calling them out. Nice 3K from Son of Car this round, but an absolute disaster from EG, a very good call, and a double down from NBG that ends up getting them completely bountiful in that round.
Yeah, if it works, do it again. NBG with these, again, forward positions, awaiting the EG approach, and no one reacts in time. Just the smoke is dropped at the perfect time here, and team was ready. And now we have ourselves a game as EG only lead by 1 now.
They're assuming, yeah, EG are going to take that same space at A main again. They're realizing convergence is there. It's much easier to deal with on that A main side. And they'll immediately use some utility to disrespect the smoke and ultimate even to get that elbow control. And they're pushing Spaz way back onto the site. Middle is going to be kind of explored with that 0 point. At the same time, everybody's kind of pushing on A. So many ultimates confirmed on this round from the side of EG.
So much information from Mitch too. Nightfall towards the left, you have the Prowler towards the right, but Spaz is gonna be lurking. Usually he waits for the team, but he's gonna go for a hero play. Oh, Mitch just living in his head rent-free. Surely Jake is able to trade this, catches a teleport. Spaz gets away with that. Now NBG will join his side. The convergent pass gets the advantage to NBG, but EG got a lot of bullets in the chamber. Super Sub-Zeroni has been summoned to the battle. NBG equal numbers, but not together. Wait a minute. Okay, Jake, that's what we wanted to see out of EG. They're back at the top.
Looking so good. I mean, it looked dire in that situation. It looked a little bit troublesome for EG there when you still had Spaz inside that elbow control and Mitch going down towards that hero play, but at the same time, things were kind of taking over. Everybody got on the site. That Odin had more bullets on the side of EG. They were good. Look at this from Zerona. Dipping as well, kind of look silly from Monty's POV. He's just shooting at the wall saying, boss, you told me to spray. I had to put the pressure down. Where was the rest of my team? It's tough, but EG ended up winning up the 50-50, and now ultimates are going to be back online for them. Very important round for them to win too, because they invested so much. No B main push. They're actually ending up popping through it almost. The flash should come in here. They might just confirm this one.
Oh, and a late night from Practo did ping a lot of EG. We're just gonna have to scrap this out. Practo, flash out, fireball Practo. Everyone converge onto EG. They just greeted them with open arms, and that was a tight hug. And Pancakes was left on the other side of the map with an op, and you would think he would want to save it.
Yeah, kind of maybe just looking for some rotational picks from mid, but right there, I mentioned that KO knife beforehand. It just interrupted everything on the side of EG. No flashes allowed, no teleport back allowed, no more smokes to be put down. And then you kind of just bolster that again with Practo's ultimate coming in. Null command, not letting you do anything. Acting a smoke, it's not there. You get picked. I love the positioning from Practo too. Backside, fireball, in art, crossfires, set up all around. NBG know exactly what they're doing on B. The question is, can the same be said for their A defense? If EG walk forward and they shoot a lot, they use a lot of util, it could spell disaster for NBG.
Practo is such a unique player to have on your team. He has very unique picks, whether it's the KO on Corrode, Teho on Bind, Viper on Haven. It's a style that could be weird to play around, but there's a reason why he's on this roster. And I hope I didn't curse him again, but that KO knife, this KO in general, is proving to be so good for them on B.
And I have to just get odd with timings for EG if you're asking, okay, how do you deal with KO? A lot of the times, he might give away info, but he's not going to stop your rifle from being put out. If there's a chance for Pancakes to just kind of, contact up with an operator, could stop KO, who, after the knife, has to start peeking to gain more information. You could also just wait for the knife and do something really, really fast as long as Practo does not have his ultimate. And this time they're going to be, they understand that ult's not there. I'm wondering if they wait out the knife, too, in the beginning. It's a mind game for Practo here. When do you use it? Do you want the info early? So wait for the util. Here's that Prowler come.
Case of how they exchange. For weaponry, Son of Kara the op in the picture too is not going to help things. EG are hitting their heads against a wall.
It's a tough fall for now, but like a trade is not the worst thing for this team on attack. Still have their trip behind them as well. Start to push it now. Contact up as well too. TP's gonna show that there is somebody on this portion of the site. Jake has made it all the way up, but does lose the fight to Practo, who's holding things down.
Man, someone address this. Okay, Zerona does 2v2 Spaz against Pancakes. Oh, and the injuries, the teleport. That was so clean, Spaz.
They're using that verticality from Omen very well. Looks like even when Practo falls, it's like a little, what are those called? Those Russian dolls where like you take one down and then the other one pops in. NBG doing a really good job at supplementing every position that's available on the defensive side. Timeout from EG this time. They have to kind of rethink their approach to this one. I still think their A hit is so good. They had some good things from like the pistol to the bonus. At the start of the game, they were really just dumping a lot of their util while NBG was trying to disrespect them on those mains. You might have to play like a CNET style avoid the player situation here, which is avoid the KO. If your game plan is to use that Yoru, get in and force these sites, stay away from the guy who can stop that, right?
Yeah, EG, I think it's just been the post plants on A that have been tough. They've been cracked. It's just that you have the smokes that are kind of splitting them up, making it hard to have the team fights together. And then on B, you're worried about this Practo knife. I think that last round showed potential of how EG can still overwhelm the util and the players and the crossfires. May take some ults to do it, which coming up, EG do have the Hunter's Fury.
Either want to see more util dumped into either of these sites, or maybe we look at Pancakes and what positions he's taken on the map. He has a very good idea of how mid's been going down. If anyone's been rotating through link, his ears have been open the entire time. A rabbit in the forest might not be strong as one man in general, right? Just facing 4 people on the server, but he can hear a lot. He can identify the pattern, see where the footprints are, and then go the right way. This time looks like, yeah, they are going to follow the patterns Pancakes had identified, but they're going to run into Son of Car. Uncharacteristic miss there from him. That could have been disastrous for EG.
Dorona took a little bit of damage, and Son of Car isn't even going to reposition. Monsi also, the Odin, who's usually at B, has swapped up to A, expecting something different out of EG after that timeout, which has been to slow it down and try to split into A potentially and wait out some of these smokes from NBG, which has sometimes caught EG off guard with Son of Car getting multi-kills and stuff like that.
Spaz ready at elbow. He also has some support from his teammate Monsi. Smoke comes in as well, does get people closer, but they have the best possible situations here. Monsi, though, it's caught moving, and now it's all up to Spaz.
Just no information in mid, so NBG get completely caught off guard and now have to disengage and retake 3v5. And the EG split from mid works out. How does the post plant go? Oh, Mitch has the Ode. Stole that away from Monsi, I think.
Crossfire's going to be fine. This is going to be a save situation. Sometimes it takes so long to rotate over. Son of Car having the op as well just might be tough to actually have a say inside the retake. And for EG, yeah, we talked about it. Pancakes was looking through, lurking in mid, understanding timings. They found one through the middle of the map. They've realized no one's really playing dedicated link, and NBG is not doing enough to really walk down mid and stop anyone from taking that A-link side. Unfortunately, Monsi does get picked apart from Yard, moving the site. I like the switch up where Spaz went to elbow and Monsi was in Yard as well. It's really hard to make it through link, especially if you have an Odin close by. But I don't know, maybe Monsi found like a cool deal on like more Odins in later rounds. He wanted to just check what was inside the A-side shop. I don't know what was going on there with that rotate call, but the silence from EG, the lack of information, right? Because you have to have your Odin out all the time. You can't really take your util out. I think that kind of played into their cards really well. You'll hear and see NBG adapt to that. They'll get more active now, swapping over Monsi towards top mid, and you have Son of Car playing inside link.
And Mitch now has the Odin stolen away from Monsi, as we mentioned, but that means that now the sides of swapped. You can now spam through the Viper wall, and you can just force NBG to cower, but Fracto still has the knife, waiting for that moment. There's the Prowler. It's NBG. Haven't shown anything yet. Flash double swing and really testing the waters against that Odin.
They have the line now, so Mitch needs some help to kind of diffuse the situation. Here comes the drone with a spray after the fact. You have to respect this drone because you can't stay on the angle. You will get shot down. Pancakes gets found, but so much more of an emphasis for mid on EG. You have someone to trade there. The map's opened up. NBG cannot hold the line they have. Look at them. They're spread apart. They're chaotic. Stunna gets another one. Pay attention to Spaz now.
Remaining.
Our feed is down, so we'll update you on what's going on very soon, but this has been a pretty fun and close game.
Hello, everybody. So I have a little good news and a lot of bad news. The good news, my cat is here and he is very cute. Bad news is he is gone, and followed up with, unfortunately, the servers are down. We're pending a fix, but please hang in there. Thank you for your patience, and we'll see you back here soon.
so much, everyone, for your patience. According to the rules, the players kept playing without us, but hey, 11-6 for EG. Shio, our predictions, they're looking good. Rigged.
They side, I guess, over and over again, but they're on defense now. Things have swapped up. Look at the ultimates on the side of NBG. We got Son of Car with the convergence. Spaz can also just teleport past it as well, or time it so he's not going to get hit as he arrives. Fireball Ops also has the pit if they do hit the site. It's looking like they're just chilling for now, ending A with a split. But from the side of EG, they're actually exploring this A main and have a chance to stop things before they happen.
The defense doesn't have a Viper wall to just sit behind, spam through with an Odin, so not as much protection in B, but maybe firepower is all you need. It is an exchange, though, but it does call the attention of EG towards mid, which Stunna will be at the helm. And see, he still has a dimensional drift whenever they want to get this information.
Exactly, and that's going to be huge. No Nightfall available from Mitch, but they traded out for no pit from Fireball. So some firepower from both teams getting nerfed down towards the end of this round. But as you know, Lemon, as that clock ticks down, the defensive side gets a little bit stronger. They have the pressure over the attackers, and now the pressure is just a bit too much. The attackers starting to move in on the site. Smokes drop over at link, convergence tapping in, diverge, or just dimensional drift. It's going to dodge everything for now. And while that spike gets planted, EG get ready for the retake.
You would have liked to have that dimensional drift for the retake, but hey, at least you know what this setup is. But Omen v Omen in main, this could be important for Jake, but gets caught. And Spaz will keep the flank at bay. Smokes off the elbow, which is going to delay Zerona from, or sorry, Pancakes from getting involved. Zerona will be subtracted from the equation too. An important round for NBG to get decisively to get back into this game. Now, it looks like just a save too. Or, well, he's got so much money. Pancakes, just go for it, I believe. But no one's going to be here. So exit frags, running out of time. Put down Son of Car, and we'll see NBG the first round after a tech pause go their way.
Not going to be match point quite just yet. Fracto getting that null command online as well. Should have a lot of firepower moving into one of these sites. It just looks like the ultimates are flashing absolutely green for the side of NBG. Can just push it over to maybe 8, and then with the eco pass all the way over to 9. If you pay attention to the money that's on the side of EG, this is kind of an all-in round. Things have to go well here, and really well. The more guns they lose, the harder the next buy will be, even with a win. So you really have to lock in here. Yeah, Pancakes, Stunna, no money. We're all in with an operator. Jake might be able to rebuy, but this is going to be a very important round to try to close things out for EG. An amazing combination from Fireball. That's huge. Monsi there with a shock dart as well. We start off in main. They know that EG's moving up. They get silenced.
You know you're cooked when you're starting to die to lineups, though. But hey, there's one of these teams that are up to 11. But NBG through the... Well, on our little commercial break, I've definitely studied up on the EG positions. Not having your chamber on defense is gonna hurt. Also, Pancakes has 21 kills, just to point out the work he's done in the meantime. Immediately refract out. Hunter's Fury to absorb the space. And now the red carpet is down. The flank, though, Stunna against the Odin. Wins it against Monsi. Here's the pinch, though, from EG. It's still getting into position. And NBG got a bunker down. They'll do so with the smoke. Spaz will keep the front watch. And no pit, so Stunna is doing work.
That's just insane from Stunna. Has a flash to get back in as well. 2v3 having control. DP's in the pocket and finds the first.
Oh, and the Prowler caught Son of Car in the corner too. And Spaz and Practo gotta work together. Still a flash and a knife. And Mitch, just with the op, not something that's easy to scrap with. This clearly knows where that one player is on the high ground. And the drive-by, and not the clip Mitch was hoping for. Will get away with the op.
NBG playing with EG's minds. It's crazy. Beautiful fake TP from Spaz up top as well. 8-11. I talked about the eco. They get to save a bit of it with that operator, but they have to be careful with where they place it inside the next round. NBG doing a really good job at executing on their attack side. The thing is, it comes at a huge cost. 4 ultimates in that round. Son of Car putting his body on the line. EG now resetting the tempo with a timeout. They have Nightfall. They have ults coming up first next. They have a chance to close this game out.
And if I'm trusting VLR, that was a pretty insane win streak that EG went on when they continued without us. Because when we left off, it was what, like 4-5 in favor of EG, and then we come back and they're up to 11, almost match point. But now that we're watching all of this crumbling under the pressure, question mark, because NBG are catching up now.
And just to update you fully and dive into that a bit more, they just ended up winning a lot more of their attack side after the fact. EG looks like they might have maybe even gone towards A. Lemon and I were talking. That looked like the best option for them. Past that, winning pistol on defense as well is huge. Win the bonus from the pistol, you're up really good. Now NBG are on the streak back. They've won the last 3 rounds, so we tuned in at 6-11. They've been winning since 5-11, which is huge. The patterns that I see so far is that NBG very good at executes. EG spread across the map are having tough trouble at, you know, maybe getting a buddy system going or finding util to play around in those duels. You saw the lineup, right? Like NBG are kind of finding the patterns as to how EG are ranked up. This time though, the line of scrimmage is so far back. Look at how much, or how NBG are playing way back in their spawn, relying on son of Car to get the first pick. Past that, everything is slow. Playing off the drone, take a little bit of mid space, leave the mains to the defensive team.
We were kind of talking during the break too of how do you address a defensive op or a sniper in general, and it wasn't even the op in mid. It was NBG bringing their own sniper. It is an outlaw, still got that first blood, opened up mid. Now they can split into B, and NBG can have their smoke set up, dashing in just to see if anyone's nearby. And EG will have to retake with what, a judge and op. It's not the best weapons ever for that.
Mitch might like play just for 1 kill maybe as people are leaving sight. Might not be too much value in saving a judge. He finds a rifle. He's chilling. Might just be a 3-man save. One thing you don't want to give NBG right now are ultimate orbs. They're so far away on some of their players. Practo doesn't have it. Spaz doesn't have it at all. Monsi, like what, 5-6 away? You want to keep these initiators away from their ultimates. It's one of the ways NBG can just close out this game. EG though, look at theirs real quick, Lemon. Halfway through a 2-to-4, 2 away for Zerona. They already have Nightfall, and Stunna is so close to another drift again.
Clearly, Pancakes has been having a dominant performance on the chamber, which definitely known for his Sentinels in the previous seasons, and to be dropping 20 kills, I just wish we got to see it, but now we're here.
Real quick though, Practo doesn't have money from what I know. I think he just died over with 350. Yeah, and he ended up going down to this spike, so I'm not sure what type of mistake that is, but that's definitely going to affect the economy for the team. I know Monsi has a lot in the bank, but Practo's not exactly rich. That's a bit of a blunder right there.
EG are still going to have that op, but it was Pancakes didn't really sit in mid with it. First, he showed face at A. Now he's going to be looking at mid again, splitting off towards B, but the smokes sometimes hard to fully seal off mid. You can sometimes find an angle around it, which EG is and NBG have tried to exploit before. So it's a deadly game of chess for sure.
Here.
Start working on that A line though, even if they can't find the op. Very nice just entry onside the main side again. Practo, the re-clear from staying inside spawn, flash, double swing the peak. It's looking good from NBG. The big thing too is EG need to try to find some value, some information on these sides of the map with some of the people that don't have guns. Zerona and Jakey could not buy this time. That's why they were pushing out towards B main to try to see if they could see anything. I mean, you lose a sheriff, you lose a bandit, that's okay. Stunna, Mitch, and Pancakes are still up with the firepower, ready for this final round. But again, a lot of those weapons are on that A side. They're up in mid, and these guys on NBG, they're focusing on B.
With Pancakes, he was left inserted to maybe do something with the Zerona bait, but this hasn't seen anyone cross over. That has to be an immediate hit, and now kind of stuck in this trap. Son of Car is gonna need some help, and oh my god, the spike is dropped. Spaghetti's on the floor. Practo locks in, good crouch and good firepower. EG only have 1 left on the site to keep this alive, and Stun is alive and well. Practo trades. And there's still a chance to plant, and Mitch is too far away to prevent it. And a Pit. Does he invest the Nightfall, though?
What is this? Pit in a 2v1 against the Fade that has Nightfall. This might spell disaster for the side of NBG. This is possible now. You can see sightlines. This might be because they don't know where Mitch is, and he enters a bit, kind of. Might hear 2 shots, has the distraction, but it's not enough. NBG making that much closer than it needed to be.
Kind of risky to, like you said, be both players of NBG to be stacked together. And Mitch had the decision of whether to invest the Nightfall and clutching that 1v2, but decides not to, and it almost was winnable. And honestly, this map is almost winnable for NBG, considering they were down like 8-11 at some point, 6-11 at some point, and they're making the comeback.
Gotta make sure it's clean when you're going through that, you know, resistance comeback situation, though, because Practo dropping a gun here and there, you losing a lot of people as you move up. You need this economy to try crazy things, take risks, take trades. This time up through mid, a bit louder, with a bit more pressure, and an Odin is a great answer to it. Doesn't matter, spray coming in from NBG, Zerona, Mitch are down.
The kickback from NBG when they're getting spammed, and they're still, of course, survived that, by the way. And NBG don't even have to look at a site. They're being gifted around. EG trying to kick up the aggression, because these rounds have been too quiet, and EG got too antsy.
They're broke. It's not working for them right now. Whatever strat they're coming up with, whether it's a main take, it's getting shock, you know, snake bit. If they're trying to go for a B take, they're getting pop flashed on, even if they have eco. Now they're on an absolutely broken economy. They have to basically skip around. NBG will be on map point unless EG do something miraculous.
Well, EG have 3 ults and almost 4 for Pancakes, and he's obviously got almost a kill every round, or a kill every round, so. But on a save, how much do you want to invest ults? And it's not like EG are gamble stacking together. Well, they're converging into mid, though, and I don't know if you want to go up against the NBG spam when EG lost to this last round with better weapons.
That's tough. You don't expect them to do the same thing twice. They're actually using ultimates in this round to maybe make things equal. Do actually end up getting a seize on the mid-bottom left side as well. Re-clears, they know they come through B, so they make them waste the util and actually end up rendezvousing out. This is smart from EG. They're using less weapons, but more of their brain in this round comparatively to what we've seen before. So a very nice comeback. The tempo's on their side. 2-man advantage, and Son of Car has no HP.
A shot from Mitch too, and he gets an upgraded Vandal. Love that setup from Zerona with the Hunter's Fury. Even if you tag Stunna, you got so much more out of that.
They have to win this round, though. They just, you know, force that Hunter's Fury. You have Nightfall to force here as well. You have a few rifles. It's all about match point. Smoke will fall. First shot there. Stunna does not find it.
Monty's got a team main. Recon, they don't care about that. And okay, Monty gets an exchange. He's going in with the spike. Spaz doesn't have a paranoia, and now the round's been fumbled. And EG get not only weapon upgrades, but a round back in their favor, a thrifty to get them to match point.
I asked for a miracle, and EG ends up walking on water. That eco translated with just 1 ultimate into an amazing round win. Pressure down middle, a perfect seize to capitalize on with the 3rd shot of that Fury as well. That was amazing from EG. The big thing too, it was done on a budget. Buy 1 round, maybe get the next one free. Still have Dimensional Drift, still have Tour de Force, getting closer to another ult on the side, but might be discounts on NBG side as well. I believe Null Command is online. Convergence is coming through soon too. Yeah, just 1 kill off. This is going to be a banger round to see who can win this map. EG trying to push it forward. NBG trying to play for overtime.
All right, getting so much attention in mid, but NBG want a quick pivot into A. They're already droning up, using the Viper Wall to their advantage. He got the Null Command thrown into the mix from Practo.
Combinations are here though. After this Null Command's down, Stunna and Mitch. The Shadow Dimension is about to get activated. Yoru can decloak with no one knowing where he is. And no Practo's close by as well. There goes the drift. The shadows will come by soon.
Practo is not in a tradable position. Does he avoid the Nightfall? He could get a good cutoff on EG. No! But we watch Monty hold the line. And Practo is still behind EG. This could be what swings the round. Zerona caught between a rock and a hard place. Completely split from Pancakes. And NBG will tie it up.
Straight to the Shadow Realm instead for EG. We're going into the darkness of overtime. 12-12. That decloak milliseconds away from what could have been a double spray. It could have been done just slightly more carefully from the side of Stunna, from the side of EG, but NBG just have such a good 3-point hold, elbow, and then a double up on Yard as well. This time we swap things over. EG on attack. And we were watching this one a little bit, right, before we kind of canceled it, Lemon. What ended up happening is EG had such a good A main take. B was very rough for them. They're running into that KO knife a lot. What were we talking about in terms of how EG should do things here?
It's kind of, yeah, how to address not only that, but also the Viper Wall from Fireball, which kind of makes the approach to be so awkward because you don't know what's on the other side. Prakto was very delayed with his knives, and Monsi buys Odin's, which he's going to bring that into the fray again, but not being beside Fireball this time. It's going to be a swap up from NBG to pinch in the mid.
Mid and A were the solution for EG before, and this time they go and kind of bet it all on not red, not black, but green. They're going for the one-time B pick that might just work. They're going to be, what, 5 scanned by the knife? So much information for NBG.
They got to race over and wait. This is going to be a pivot again. And Son of Car, the wall is down. It's a target-rich environment, and EG know better. You got to look both ways before you cross the road. Is Mitch going to want to throw something just the jump spot? Not going to waste util here. They know they still got to clear A with something.
NBG, I need another adaptation situation here for you. You need to do the next step. The B 4-man hold, it's looking nice for the re-clear, but you don't hear anything happening. Op also not in distance with Son of Car to be able to hear any util be thrown in. Son of Car has to get at least one before he gets out. The rotation is going to be 26 seconds long between these sites. If EG get this flawless, which they don't, it might be such a big leg up. How much more can Son of Car find?
He's not stepping completely back. He's greeting EG, but being as quiet as he can. EG should be trying to press this solo player, but they're just worried about the elbow that has been opened up. The smoke is gone. EG getting ready.
This is huge for NBG. They actually start to rotate early, so they're here fast. Not that much time for EG to kind of delay before this retake happens.
Knife in, EG stepping away, trying to get out of the grasp of the util of NBG, and here they come. Swing first from Car, and the shock, or the recon delays, and it messes up the whole push, and Pancakes delivers just that. Pain to NBG, but still a double up, 2 versus 2, and wait, Fireball swings. That's an important win against Serona, because Jake is low. He just has to protect the spike, and it's been tapped, it's being diffused, and Fireball clutches.
So many rounds in a row from 5-11 all the way to 13-12. They had one eco that they kind of fumbled with, but they still make it to the end zone in overtime. They need to get that conversion, though. They need to get the second one locked down again, and this was the troubling side for EG. This is where they were actually struggling to just close out the match. They might have won pistol and the bonus, but when it came to the rifle rounds against the Ultimate Economy, NBG was kind of clearing them on this side. So EG definitely needs some adaptation, have a timeout to talk to their coach. This is going to be a tough one.
Just throwing out that recon, I like the idea of try to get the enemy to look at the recon, to shoot it, and then that would be your timing to swing, but it almost gave them even more of a heads up, and there wasn't the immediate swing with the recon, so gave a big chance for NBG to swing the fight in their favor.
Lots being said in this one as well. The person they're talking to right now is going to be Faded, I believe, as this team is going to try to lock in to see what they can do. Faded, lots of experience with Vitality, lots of experience with TSM as well in, I believe, 2024. It could have been an earlier year, but one of the things I did notice with Faded on Vitality is that when they were back against the wall, it might not have been overtime. There were really good adjustments in gaps that were made. This wasn't a guy who made the team win more. It was a coach that was really good at making sure the team didn't lose too fast and too far. So when it comes to a round like this, a strat that's needed inside this overtime, a fix of the defensive entire posture, Faded is the one who can do the job.
Just assuming of how this defense went for EG, because we missed a lot of it, it's 2 players dropping 25 kills, Stunna and Pancakes, and that's all you need from a chamber to be doing is to pop out, surprise, and teleport recall out, just like you're seeing Son of Car do with that information in mid.
I think this round by round. Other smoke mid kind of just nerfs Pancakes completely and stops the information being gathered from the side of EG. Will he take the risk with the super? peek over the wall. The flash is so good and the shot is even nicer.
You know, Pancakes has been doing that every single round when we're at 20 plus rounds and 20 plus kills. He's as dependable as ever as a Sentinel. And we don't see him on Chamber every day, but I want to see him more on it, that's for sure. And EG had this prepped.
Big mistake here as well. I don't think they ended up taking down the trip with that bounce shot towards the B side. So you can actually lean more people over to A. You see Pancakes leaving. You can pay attention to Link now, just like we see Zerona doing on B site. And now the A site gets bolstered up so much faster. Yoru can back off instead of TP up. That TP is still traveling towards A. There are going to be numbers on this site now, and NBG might be in trouble.
Spaz has the paranoia. Does not connect to much. Pancakes keeping them humble, but now they won't be able to escape. EG has reinforcements. Stunna won't have a flash or something to help, and now the EG are split from each other with the smoke.
Look at this absolute just claw formation grasp happening on site. Link already there, elbow in control, insta TP into back site. NBG are in trouble, but Monsi lets him breathe.
Oh, Pancakes was caught looking at the minimap or something. Monsi crossed in front, and Monsi gets crossed up after all. And the util caught in hand. NBG quicker to the trigger, and Spaz delivers the comeback win to NBG.
I do not believe NBG finds a way out of that situation in quicksand, and they just climb out. Upper body strength is huge, and you can see them use it with the rifles too. Dome to dome, they end up winning through seizes, through an absolute clasp on that site, to an instant rotation on a site that shouldn't be possible. That A site is so hard to defend when every single lane is active. That is huge from NBG. What an absolute comeback from 5-11, I believe, all the way to OT and a win.
After, dropping a 4-8 half, NBG were also giving up the pistol, a win streak to EG, and then clocked it at the end. I wish we got to see all of that map, but we're going to see how this series concludes, because that was EG's map pick. And you saw how it drilled their setups. They had a plan, but Abyss is coming up, and that's NBG's choice. And what do you think, Shio?
I mean, Abyss is somewhat of a map that plays similar to Corrode, where, you can facet a site, but mid is a big thing. Like, duelists like Yoru and Waylay also end up running that map. So NBG, if they like the pulse of as to how Corrode was going, Abyss might go the exact same way. EG, though, did some right things, right? Like, they were up all the way close to match point. They had the lead earlier on. All they have to do is work on closing the map out and making sure pressure doesn't get to their heads. These are very experienced players that we talked about, Lemon. They have what it takes to win a map.
And we have what it takes to send us into a map too, so don't go anywhere, folks. Abyss is on the way.
Enemy
fight together.
Last player standing.
Exactly what Core needs. Delivering as the anchor.
Spam early. Through the smoke and off we go. NB trying to get his class round this time though. But the stand and fight, he's down to 8. There's Alum. That's the Phantom. Brought up by the save.
And trouble without his rifle. Way out, but the spike can still be held with just enough time. And isn't by that bite act done. Early drop down, and Ange catches all of it from hell.
Prode is the first map in the series picked up by Evil Geniuses Academies. We highlighted that it was a strong map for Nightblood Gaming, that it could be close, and even if it didn't look like it at the halfway mark, Nightblood to make that run back, take it to O-Team, and then the win. A match so good, Roy, that the cat has to come and say hello as well. But I mean, that's our first OT, and Nightblood to take the map away.
Listen, honestly, I don't blame him for coming to watch this. That was a pretty insane first map. Second, I'd like to make a bit of a confession. I almost lost hope. I'm not gonna lie. I actually almost lost hope for a little bit. And when they got thrifty towards the end, I thought, oh my God, it's the fake comeback. It's all coming together. They're about to flop. And then, oh my God, it was beautiful. I mean, they did it. They did the full comeback. That's insane on the first day of broadcast too. Like, that's just crazy.
And we missed a couple of those rounds, and it's just Nightblood. They just wanted to make sure that we were seeing that comeback. I mean, it was insane, and I really liked that they were playing around the attack side as well. One of the early combinations that we got the chance to see with the snake bite and the shock dart that gets an opening, and it's just those little things that show the practice that the team has had in the last couple of weeks. And on top of that, having an understanding that in a lot of those rounds for NRG Academy, they were forced into playing these retakes, even if they were trying to have a forward position, whether it was with the operator or with a little bit of util. Once you have to play for that retake, it became so difficult, and Nightblood, we're just punishing that over and over again.
And I think the one thing that's becoming very clear, and we kind of talked about before we headed into this match, is the fact that everyone on this team can kind of do some crazy stuff, right? Like, it doesn't really feel like there's any weaknesses on the NBG. And even when Monty wasn't like performing, you know, good, quote unquote, statistically speaking, he was still calling extremely well on that attack side. And that's really the value of this team, is that the mechanics are sharp, the eye test is being passed, and on the terms of the micro, the macro, it honestly all looked pretty solid for NBG.
I mean, going into this, they have put in so much work in these third-party tournaments to make sure that they were ready, and you got to see that as well with the first kill, 17-9, Roy. That is pretty stark.
That's a diff. I mean, I don't know how else to put it. That's just strictly a differential. I mean, 17-9 is insane. But yeah, like Dan was saying before, right? The fine details were there. They had the ideas of the openers. They had a very good idea of how to shut down the Chamber. And even with those ideas, Chamber was like still put up an insane number of stats. That was Pancakes, by the way. He did so well, despite them having ideas of what they wanted to do, how to shut down a lot of that value. And they were doing it. They were finding all their opening kills. And even with Stunna also popping off, the fact that there's such a large discrepancy in the first kill, first death is honestly a little bit shocking.
Yeah, 17 first kills. Even when teams are dominating, when it's a one-sided map that we get the chance to see, 17, it tells you something else. And that this is what Nightblood were doing. Everybody in this team ended up either positive, or even when it came down to the first kills, everybody was having a little bit of impact. And it started going into that first half, but it was especially into that comeback, 5 rounds in a row where I think it was 1 or 2 they get taken down, but every single other time it was Son of Car. It was Fast who ended up going 4-0 in openings. It was Fireball Ops as well that ended up getting 4 openings as well. Just so many different pieces. And it's what we mentioned before, Roy, as well, that what this team has is individuals that can pop off and can have performances like this, and that is how they win.
Yeah, and the other thing for us to kind of recall back to 2025 is, you know, I know SRB did win the first split. They kind of went quiet, split 2, split 3. But I feel like those like last 2 splits kind of took away a lot of the attention from this player, right? Like, there was a reason why Spaz got called up to SRB to begin with. Like, he was so good, he was so fundamentally sound, and now we're seeing him kind of be in this environment, very stress-free, very expectation-free. He kind of is able to express himself the way that he wants to, and we saw so many of those ideas flourishing in the way that NBG was approaching like some of the defensive rounds, where they had plays of getting behind smokes, brawling behind them. Like, they're so mechanically sound. Spaz is mechanically sound. It just looked so good from top down for NBG here in this first half.
to be able to put together this game as they did and to so graciously save the comeback until we got to tune in, I think was really, really nice. Especially too, again, that was Evil Genius's map pick heading into the next map of the series. Theoretically, it only gets easier from here, right? We're going to be going to Abyss. They picked it up, and we highlighted Spaz. Last time they played on Abyss, not in Challengers, of course, Spaz has had a phenomenal performance over on the Astra. This is something that's a little bit of a known quantity. And Roy, what we've known from them is this has been pretty strong. Can they 2-0 this?
It's very much possible. I'm not going to jinx it, okay? The first map, that could have gone either way. The second map, this is their pick. It's going to be very interesting. They looked solid on it. Again, I'm not quite 100% sure what composition they're going to choose because I thought they're going to be running something on a corrode. They pulled out something completely differently. We have seen them play the double duelist, Yoru Wele. If that comes out, it's going to be sick, especially with how good they're feeling about it all right now. But I do want to remind us that Abyss is kind of, with the recent footage, at least in VCT, the map's been playing a little bit, kind of differently, right? Where it's very, I won't say different, but it's kind of same, where like it's very slow, but very explodey at the same time. Like teams are just execute simulator on B, execute simulator on A over and over pretty much. So I feel like they're in a pretty good spot to do that. They're going to be starting on the defensive side though. So they have to defend against EG doing that first against them. It's going to be a hard first half for sure. But if they can come out on top in that first half, or they can make it kind of good, that second half should be quite comfortable for NBG.
Like Roy is saying, this has been a pretty interesting map to watch recently, see what the teams have been cooking, because before we used to have a lot of that mid presence that it seems like we don't really see as much anymore, going for the extremities, going for the side hits over and over again. But I feel like with the players that we have right now, they can go for a little bit of a different approach depending on how this composition is going to look like. We talked about the Waylay before, but there's other teams that are playing the Jet as well. There's other teams that are experimenting a little bit, even continuing to play the Cypher. So there's so many different things that you can do here, and it's up to a little bit of the comfort of everybody, which is what you want to see in this opening. We always talk about who's picking what map, but when you're going to the first series, sometimes there's a map that is you're really good at in scrims, you play in the officials, and it's not the same. So we just have to see what they've been preparing.
I mean, with this possibility of Nightblood Gaming switching up the composition, let's head to the agent select and find out. As well, the fact that Evil Genius's Academy, again, a little bit more secretive. We haven't quite seen what they're cooking up. Going into this, I'm pretty sure this is what we've gotten to see before from the side of Nightblood. EG, though, we're going to see a return, Roy, of the Chamber that Pancakes did a really strong performance of in map number 1.
Yeah, it looked so good. He must be feeling himself coming to this second map. Obviously, the first map being kind of, slipped through their hands must hurt a little bit, but I feel like mechanically, confidently, they're feeling quite nice. But for NBG side, I love the double controllers here, guys. I love the Omen Astra. I feel like it provides a ton of value, a lot of flexibility with where they want to allocate smokes, how they want to slow the rounds down. And there's not a ton of pressure on Spaz or Fireball to kind of maintain their lives because they can take the risk. And even if they die, there's still a layer of utility that they have for the executes, for the defense, for the retakes. There's a ton to work off of. So my eyes are on that. And for EG Academy, they need to be able to plow successfully here on this first half, or it could be tough on the second.
I completely agree. I really love seeing the Astra because of all the possibilities that you have for this post plan for Nightblood, and even for the side of EG Academy. Yes, you have a little bit of the same, but it's just this Astra plus the Omen that is going to give you a lot more space that you need to, especially when you're going against Pancakes on this chamber. You want to get as much space as possible, and if they're going to be contesting mid, that is going to be one of the key pieces for it.
Down 1 in the series, it's time to see what the Evil Geniuses can do up against this double smokes as it's time to head into Abyss. Hope you're ready, guys. Let's head back over to Caster, Shayo, and Lemon Kiwi.
All right, let's head it up. And for EG, hopefully, second time is the charm when it comes to their attack side, hopefully locking things down and taking away. I'm liking the way, Lemon, the way the desk actually broke down the stakes for EG. This comp does need to work on the attack side. The execute potential here for Double Initiator is very high. You have one drone, you have the scan from KO as well to help Waylay get onto the site. That being said, on defense, Yes, lots of retakes, lots of things like that, but it might be tough to do as much as NBG can.
I'm also excited about the Astras, but specifically who is on Astra. Spaz has had a lot of experience on Astra, which definitely opens up those map pool options, hence why NBG have probably chosen this map. And so much so, like, he's a believer in Astra even on Bind. Like, that's how much he likes Astra. And he's been such an impactful player, especially on this team. He dropped 25 kills, 4 first bloods on Corrode. And he's a top fragger. I like that he's warmed up. And his role on this map to shut down these entries for EG is going to be pretty important.
It's time to start things off strong. Instant knife over towards A main and maybe just cancel some aggression from the side of NBG. Do catch a few and then just supplement it with a drone afterwards. You can see Waylay right under that. They focus on the drone, can't focus on Stunna. Stunna gets some space in trouble. Refract back. That's perfect macro from EG.
Information given there, you've spotted 2 on the site, but not the 3rd on the windows. They're going to try and take their chances at crossing through mid and hitting the B site. And NBG drone up, know that EG have disappeared from that A path. So maybe Mitch wants to call everyone back over as that IGL that we may be able to fake towards A as well.
It's like a double fake almost. They're kind of saying, yeah, we started A, want to end B. They pull 3 towards A, hear nothing. Get pulled back over towards the B side. Now we're going back to A. If there was a Rosie, they'd be ringing around it. It's kind of crazy right now. Tapped back in, half sight for free, 1 person left up top, and it's a bonus cherry as well. Jakey finds Fireball Ops, 1 smoker down.
And Jake is an incredibly clutch player. I remember that from his time on YFP, how he can take those 1v1 trusted solo. What a flash, what an entry. Everyone drops, but the knife does dwindle the options of NBG, but the bullets still hurt. And Jake is catching up to the party. Injuries on the NBG side, and the visual distraction not enough. What a retake from NBG.
What was that retake from NBG? More so the question for me. Was that like a, what, 3 to 4 minute hinder coming in from the side of the Waylay? I mean, that was nuts from Son of Car. And then, yeah, the knife comes in too from either side. That's just insane. I would think that without Omen there, with everyone kind of just completely suppressed as well, things would look fine for the side of EG, but they just lose the straight up man-to-man gunfight. 4v4, NBG at the door. They don't knock. They just take the spike and defuse.
Of force here from EG, buying up stingers and even an outlaw. Now that they know there's been too steady at A, EG haven't really triggered the traps of Spaz, who has 1 smoke, another star if he wanted to grab well and set up a double swing from him and Monsi, but EG are taking it slow.
Force on both sides still, as we mentioned, and this is going to be tough. Outlaw going to be huge from both sides. Full armored Outlaw too, so it's gonna have a chance to actually ring through. Everyone's kind of conscious about the fact that, yeah, the scope could be active on both teams. This time, no fakes. Freeze time is there. We end up dashing into a flash to kind of distract. Refract will go back, and yeah, for just a moment, Spaz is safe.
That was huge. EG could have gotten first blood, and the defense holds. Son of Car and Spaz, just 2, enough to take down 3 of EG and really screw up this round. I like that Jake is trying to be aggressive, but someone also has to plant the spike, and Stunna is going to take that moment, but who's going to be watching window? This is risky for EG. Just trying to minimize that danger, planting forward. This has to be a battle that's won by Jake. And he's going to try and get ahead of this after hearing the util use. What a paranoia from Fireball Ops! And they pinch from all sides. It's an anti-eco for NBG.
NBG are online. Connection looking great when it comes to how they're playing off each other, how they're actually entering onto these sites. The utility is perfect. The counter play as well is just there. If you think you have a gap to be able to fill, they will 4-man swing it. If they think that they have the patience to just wait for you to plant, wait for the knife, cancel out if there's a possibility of bridge, double swing it with paranoia. It's looking nice for NBG, and it's looking dire for EG. Remember, that was a force, and now they've got no money. 3-0, ready to go up on the board. Another bonus chance for NBG after. This could be NBG going 4 up before Abyss even begins, and it's on the defense side. Abyss starts with A for a reason. It's an attack-sided map. You can go up 9-3 on average sometimes. And to start off 4-0 on defense for NBG, against, again, we mentioned it before. I know I'm a lot. The attack comp that EG needs to win by, they're down by 4 to start things off. I'm getting excited for NBG.
Yeah.
I printed NBG, right? We both printed NBG. We didn't say EG.
I did convince you to come to the EG side. I was solo, so I'll take fault in converting to the wrong side. I thought I was gonna brainiac out of my mind there, but EG should be having a way cleaner 5v2 personally, you know, on A. But it's just the space given from Spaz and Monsi to kind of know how they were outnumbered. But the double dash, the refract, and man, the Bucky to the dome of Practo. Now they found the weaker site. What does NBG have to say? And it's the stun and the refract now from Son of Car to reposition.
I always believed in EG. I never had a doubt, actually. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, right.
Such a good approach from them. Echoing, so we're just gonna rely on the stun of dash. It breaks a crossfire, it breaks a crosshair, and after that, everybody comes in. Spaz, though, starting up the cleanup. And now low HP for the side of Zerona. I mean, it might just be two players, but their rifles look so much better than those of EG. Doesn't matter. Zerona is so accurate with that Sheriff. Spaz in a 1v2.
Spaz's composure is next level, from coming through a link to also have the smoke to block off the duo from each other, to taking over. But it's a thrifty in the end for EG to close it out and to get back on that high horse, because like you said, it was looking dire. There was only 2 players on EG that had kills before that round, so glad to see they had to pull out a miracle from their hat to get that done.
That was very basic too, but I like the committal to it, right? Stunna, very simple. Let us smoke bloom, get in the smoke, double dash out. And one crosshair is broken. Everybody walks in after the fact. Things look simple, but committed from EG. And that's what you want on this attack side when it comes to Abyss. You want all 5 people on the same page, especially if you're hitting the same side. This time, it'll be a 2-3 split. 3 people detected, though, in terms of DA's side. So we might just swap over to B really fast on the side of NBG.
Yeah, you just wish that it wasn't Spaz that was 7-1, because Cosmic Divide isn't like something you're gonna go crazy over, but...
Well, I would actually say for this map, Cosmic Divide can just completely break the way people play retakes. Like, if EG wants to play in main, play behind pillar, like, you can just stop that. If they want to play certainly kind of on site with a swing, you can stop that with Spaz. And I feel like EG might be thinking about that. You're right, though. In this portion of the round, it's not that powerful.
Especially if yeah, I'll believe it if the ult is good on B, which EG obviously got their first round win over at that side. But it's the mind games, and now pushing through mid could be fruitful for them, but Stun is already 5 HP. Don't expect him to be getting his miles in.
I think they might be playing exactly how you were kind of identifying off of. It might just be because of the Astra ult. They want to find a pick. They want to make the site beneficial for them, because even with an Astra ult, and there's a pick on the Son of Car, you end up making a Sheriff a Vandal. You end up just closing all these gaps so much closer to be able to play with. Mitch can read minds and see through smokes and do illegal things, and we're fine with that.
How did he just pick off Spaz while he's in the smoke? And that's...
While he's running.
Well, I guess having ears is important, but he well, they got the sight. That's most important. And then NBG won't be getting away with a thrifty, but there is stun at 5 HP. There is some damage done on EG.
I like that little move from Mitch right there to be able to actually get himself scanned. So then NBG are slower to move forward, not knowing if he's absolutely close range on that knife. That was kind of special. Practo and this whole team going so good with Sheriffs.
Hey, I think it's more just going to come down to EG playing their lives and around the spike. But you also have to exit this site eventually, and Zerona, we want to keep eyes on that high ground. Monsi is not in an escapable position, but he's okay to die to the spike. Practo wants some exits. He'll be denied that. Does EG fully escape? They should. That's a solid round to come back in.
Lots of bounties to gain for EG as well. Moving on to this attack side, one of the best things you can have in this game are ultimates, and you can see how many they've built so far. Sana can easily grab that A orb to get his. Mitch, Zerona, and Jakey have 3 of the most impactful ultimates you can find on the side of Abyss. Now the question is, can NBG read that they're going for stunners? Will EG even try to attempt to fight for an orb? One thing that NBG could do here is what they did on Corrode. You remember that snake bite shock dart play? They can really set up something for these orbs to cancel EG moving forward. A site is where that orb is free. They move over to B, where it's a bit tougher to get it sometimes.
Be right back.
And they're going to rely on the ults and the drone that they have. Eating the tank a bit. Okay, can't TP back, can't dash off. That's the KO effect.
That's the counter too of EG, and Now it's Jake's Cosmic Divide, sealing and can seal in the window. Mitch has an army coming towards him. Oh, he could be just going behind the Cosmic Divide now, just later does so right before he was about to get flanked.
Ponzi gets found as well. Jakey has a lock-in on the clamp towards flank, and somehow Mitch has lived. His movement's just so good. Knife available from Practo on site, though. Question is, when will he use it? Would he even go for a 2v5? The answer, absolutely not.
Because Jake plays his life, like, this flank is so worried about being double flanked. Like, Jake could just come up behind and backstab them. That NBG is weighing the risks and the pros, the cons, and it's not. They're gonna decide to just save.
Yeah, and I love the fact that these guys had ults early, and they just cashed all of them in. Oh, what is that? What is it, Mr. Valorant? They only use 2 ults? They still have 2 for the next round? They have convergence, and they're finding the kills towards the end, and NBG can't save. Oh, what else, Mr. Valorant? Oh, it's looking bad for NBG. Yeah, it might be. Look at their eco. They got nothing. This is about to be up 4-2.
I'm gonna feel better about my EG prediction when it gets to 13 rounds, or as in, like, once they win, because being up 11-4 and losing is detrimental to the viewer's mental. And also, I'm hoping not EG's mental, but they have so much experience on that team and players that have gone through thick and thin. So this is nothing, but I'm sure the comeback does suck.
I feel like Abyss is one of those, like, momentum-based maps where, like, once you start to win, it's a bit harder to really lose, especially if, like, your IGL is making the right calls. Like, Mitch right now is really doing a good job at calling where the weak points of NBG are. Now, NBG is going to switch things up, maybe not for this round because it's an eco, but for the next one, you can see some of their ultimates right now coming in. Practo has that retake. Monsi will have the Hunter's Fury as well. The defense does get to have, like, one round to kind of have a say to swing momentum back towards their way. But look at the time Mitch has right now to kind of understand how NBG will switch things up. Look at the tools Mitch has at his disposal. Every single person with amazing economy, plus ults coming through in the way. Pancakes is about to be activated, which is going to be nuts. It's going to be really good.
EG, I think, are figuring out that B is looking like the weaker site, but also taking the time in the early rounds slowly and seeing if they can exploit mid, which would definitely help wrapping it to be a lot easier.
I need NBG to stop getting a bit baited by some of these earlier takes. Freeze time from EG right now as they want to let NBG simmer, but they're not going to switch too much up. One smoke used to gain some space and double drones exchanged from both teams on the side of B main. Astra found, which might make them lean towards B because that's usually an agent that, you know, might end up where the spike is. But the big thing with Astra is the lurks are also so good. You can be global with those smokes on the map.
And the fact that Spaz has ult too, I don't know how much you want to mess with that, or at least maybe try to take that win condition away. There's a double walk-up though from NBG. Son of Car has Convergent Pass, so this could be a good fight on their terms if they know where to go.
The info here on the eco is just so nice. And taking this fight, Mitch might be surprised. 2 ghosts in front of him. He's got the firepower and is going to take down 1. Monsi gets the rifle as the rest of the team hits B. Or A. No, it is B. Let's go.
30 seconds left.
You have 50-50 there. I'll also have to be aware that Monsi could be flanking, and that's why you have Jake watching out for that. He's been on flank watch, though, and the way he plays his life, too, he's not going to have an ego to challenge a 1v4. He's going to rather play time, go for no kills, and just be a problem at the back of NBG's mind. Oh, there's the flank not working out for Monsi, and hey, Jake even had backup, so it's NBG that have to just play this from front to back, and could be 6 feet under. Like that flash drop down, 2 players flash, and you needed to kind of hit that first headshot, or but still, you got 1 kill with a bunch of sheriffs. Not bad.
Get something on the board. Fractal's got their ultimate up now, though, and this is where this round will define how this half goes. Either we're going up towards 8-4, EG side's even 9-3. Honestly, I feel like that might be the average for teams in the lead on side Abyss from what I've seen just from an eye test over time on different regions. NBG, though, can easily climb this back. We can end with a 6-6. It's still very important to get attack rounds for EG here. I think NBG needs to keep them at 6 or lower, though, if they want the best chances to win this game. question is, what do you do before the ultimates end up coming through?
Offensive op from Pancakes.
Yeah.
Son of Car with an op too. Just no peaks from the defense in mid, so it's EG take advantage.
Got Son of Car all the way on B. Not seeing much yet. And usually there's a drone that comes through. He has help taking down. Vent is going to be an angle, and mid is something that EG's never explored. They find that space top mid, have a chance to go collapse on A, but there's two guys there from NBG. Going to be Spaz and Monsi holding things down.
Ooh, someone's close. We don't like that. Monsi just knows already. Back away from the util. Monsi does gets hindered a little and still manages to get the spike down. EG in trouble on how to even recover this. Their only chance is Stunna, who has the ultimate wrap going around A. I don't think NBG know about him. So this round rides on Stunna, or I guess Jake, who, well, is just gonna get that double kill.
I have the spike.
Time is a factor though, and yes, we do have position with Stunna.
30 seconds left.
Can he make it on the site? No dash. Hinder available. They don't have A main control either, so this is a risk for Stunna planting, but it should be good for now. Immediate stoppage. Practo takes him down. 18 seconds on the clock. Molly available too. This is dire circumstances for Jakey here.
Yeah, just individuals that couldn't regroup in time, and EG at least have the spike and try to plant. No drop down for Practo. Paranoia is gonna enable that and secure that.
Jakey tries to fight his demons through the shadows, but it's not enough. He gets sent all the way away. And NBG get up in the business now. I can still see ults available for both sides. I'm impressed in the fact that NBG just kept that kind of positional, right? They just played rifle to rifle, buddy to buddy in vents, and got the picks and the trades. I'm surprised that EG doesn't use their ultimates this early in the half to try to take a site, just to try to win a round. Now it's a wasted round again. If Stunna gets kills, if Mitch gets kills, you're not building up to other ults. You're kind of trapped in this moment right now. So they need to find an execute here, but they're still looking at mid. Mid, it's a risky place where you could get picked apart again. I see Monsi in the business. You can see people coming back up and ult. It's huge.
And NBG are just not peeking and not giving EG anything to work off of. No fights, no nothing. That's why EG ran out of pretty much time last round. Now NBG leaving mid open on purpose. Look at this crossfire already created from Monsi and Fireball Ops.
Yeah, I was going to talk about the conversion paths really quickly. It doesn't hit anyone or anything. You can just dodge it on two different sides. I'm not sure what this approach is from EG, but it's completely diffused by NBG.
It's walking into a trap, double swing. Even Son of Car used convergent paths and onto EG's B main push. And then Son of Car helped with mid, and now B is completely open. And with Jake still alive, you're going to have smokes up. So it's doable. It's just going to be difficult for EG. They pull it off because they still have Mitch with the Hunter's Fury for post plant.
Have to be a miracle from one of these players here, and already everyone's coming in. Flash is available. Hinder with the flash coming in is crazy. What a combination. Jakey finds a trade, but it's not going to be enough. I mean, clean from NBG. That was beautiful.
Yeah, I didn't want to risk playing the Hunter's Fury. If Spaz was still up, they could have smoked him off from the side and then going back in. I mean, Hunter's Fury could only delay for so long when 5 people are retaking. So I respect EG's choice to just try to fight it out, stack together, and play anti-flash as best as they could, trade off. But hey, that makes for a good game for us, and that momentum shifting now for NBG's side.
Yeah, but interesting decision to get Stunna up mid to use conversion pads. I don't really see any point in top mid where conversion pads, it's anything good that you can actually work off of. If you look at A, you did back in spawn. You did back in heaven. You look at B, just like we saw, you did back in link. You did back in spawn again. So I just want to see something from the team that has a double initiator. Just initiate one of the sites, right? Like you're able to knife close, drone up again, tag someone, conversion pads them. We're trying to overcomplicate things on EG, and it's cool. NBG giving up mid, making them, confident. That might just be a downfall for them overall. If they feel like they can take space, they're going to take it. You don't always have to, but they are. And now they're in trouble. They've used that Waylay ult. Zerona's a little bit further away from his null command. And then Lemon, look at the side of NBG. They are blinking like it's time to cross the street. Like it's white lights everywhere, man. Nuts. 4 ultimates to use.
You'd be looking like a Christmas tree on that NBG side. We are lighting up. Maybe EG just have to invest not as many warm bodies into mid. Like, I'm okay with sending 1, But NBG are leaving that open, I think, on purpose. And they, like you've pointed out many times, EG are walking into that trap, and it's not fruitless. Like they're still, EG are still getting kills from those battles. It's just not netting them big round wins.
Exactly.
NBG, whoa, aggressive off the rip.
And this is great information as well. Like you mentioned, the aggression off the rip. They get so much just sightlines into B main, see nobody there, realize they have that Astra ult, they've got 100 Fury ready to go, so they can disrespect A. This is huge, and I can't believe that Spaz gets 2.
I thought Spaz would have gotten more help. If you're purposely funneling EG into Spaz or into NBG's defense on A, I thought you would have helped out more, but EG's still gonna do what they can, but they're getting picked apart from all sides. Now the smoke goes, the window goes unsmoked, and Practo can watch this get planted or react at any moment.
Enemy remaining. Spike down.
Reaction slightly inhuman. He picks up one, and Pancakes left alive in what seems to be a crumbling skyscraper of what EG had. A round lead now being lost to NBG.
I'd like to see EG, you know, send someone to climb that window. I feel like there's so much commitment towards the back of the site. Pancakes now waiting for that re-peek, and what's really cool about NBG's defense is they don't really give you anything to work with. Left. You're walking into their sightlines.
They're playing this retake just super well, and they've got the agents for it, right? KO is able to suppress everybody. Waylay is able to get that first sight line in, can hinder the whole team, can jump in after the fact. Right here, they're playing very careful with Pancakes. This is an important round not to lose anybody because you can build your economy. Pancakes wants to do some damage. He does get one up. There's a long ways to go, though. Stopped by Fireball Ops, and you can see the money totals, right? Spaz might be broke, but the rest of the team from 2K, some of them will have 4 in the bank now. That turns into 6 the next round. I mean, they're aiming to maybe make this an 8-4 for their side of the half.
Win streak being built from NBG, and I like that they don't give any gaps. Like the awareness of Fireball, okay, my teammates are covering right. You don't have window control anymore. You saw that they didn't climb up. You got to be jumping on top of that mid-platform. Spaz is almost getting 3 here. It should be inhumane. I would have liked if he had a duo here because it felt very intentional for the defense to push up through B, be aggressive, and you're funneling the attack into A, but you only have Spaz by himself to handle all of that. Now he's got, now Mounty is here. Thank God.
Generally, it's crazy they did it alone, but sometimes Astra can make those plays happen. A trap play coming in, recalled smoke, pull after the fact, and yes, they'll take an ult to trade him. But again, NBG with a really nice opener.
Spaz wants to keep himself alive for that retake with the Cosmic Divide, also because he's suppressed and got nowhere to go. NBG taking that top window. EG have time to work with, so I'm glad that they're gonna re-clear elsewhere, but NBG may be noticing this.
Oh no, I know Pancakes has gone up here and he does not have the sense to turn around, somehow gets Practo. There's some weird things going on in every play I'm watching so far on the map, but NBG seem to be ahead of it. This is the first round I see that, although they've had a little bit of a retake on the side of A main, EG kind of look to be in a better position overall. They have an embedded Mitch inside top mid who's kind of controlling the information for the rest of EG. They get B for free. The one caveat is Fireball Ops. Can he sneak by Mitch and find a pick before Mitch clears B?
Even Mitch just saying, I don't hear anything. They could be on the flank. That has to be something addressed. And now Mitch could try and turn onto Fireball. And Mitch is trusted as that captain at IGL to be that deep into mid. And that's what I wanted to see more of from EG is, yeah, the mid prioritization is good. Just don't need to send the whole squad there. And EG get back on their high horse.
Literally, really good analysis of what EG needs to do correctly, which is take that space, freeze, jump back. I like that, Lemon. And past that, we like what we saw in that round because that was exactly it. They took over the gap that NBG had and they used it against them. They're not falling into that trap anymore. The thing is, there's just 2 rounds left. They had so much control. I'm hoping they don't tilt, just like they did on Corrode when they started losing a little bit more, and they get to stack these wins over time again. They got to figure things out. It took a bit of a timeout too, as well. On 5-5, a few ultimates on both sides of the board. The match is kind of reset now for the side of EG and NBG. Question is, what do they do next? And you talked about it a lot. They love going B.
Ooh, I'm loving this op from... Nope.
What?
I don't love it anymore. Cosmic Divide now activated. EG are loving this site. The Fireball be on the high ground to maybe provide some support with the paranoia, but hey, this cosmic divide just divides the two so that NBG could maybe react on the other side. Now it's their own cosmic divide. Moxie will get jump scared by Stunna. Here's the drop, and Mitch is quick as lightning. And EG, now they get out of cover. They're ready to dance, and Mitch gets away with a 3K.
Mitch is the thorn inside NBG's side right now, a splinter that's already dug under the skin, and you can't get out. You know where he is. You're gnawing at it. You're trying to find the problem and solve it, but he's just too good with the rifle. Sitting under sight, playing the most basic spot, but playing it very efficiently. Already up to Hunter's Fury again. We just saw him use it 2 rounds ago to just get a trade out. 13-6 for him. He is kind of heralding his team forward to be in the lead 6-5 against NBG.
NBG have gotten a lot more success towards B, or at least faking A and ending B. Checking if there's any aggression from NBG off the rip. They've showed more of that towards B, but the knife is always good to be better safe than sorry.
Ooh, and check this out. What EG's been doing this entire half is faking this A take, going all the way back to B. They might be doing the same thing, but I thought I had a feeling they might just commit to that A side as well. This is the first time we don't see NBG actually disrespecting them on main. They're playing respectfully. They're playing with a little bit of nuance for the post plant maybe. Everybody on NBG is just holding their sight. They're not breaking the rules of what you can do on defense. They're not breaking the line of scrimmage all the way on the mains. And as a result, EG, they're also waiting. The clock's ticking down. As we get towards that 40-second timer, NBG starts to get into that lead. At 45, they need to make some moves, take a little bit of match space. Lots of information gained from Pancakes. And now we move over to the B side. This is very similar to what they had before. A big B fake, a double fake almost into A. But look at the read. Look at the way that Monsi's moving, already making it closer to heaven and getting ready to stop this fake coming into the A site.
And Mitch managed to grab another orb, which means he got both orbs and now a Hunter's Fear for that post plant. But he speaks so aggressive, but it's paying off. Son of card trades. So no Hunter's Fury for the last round of this half.
I need to take space.
Oh, the timing of this smoke and the drop down, the panic from Jake. Tries to restabilize, and now this is just a little crazy. It's a little too crazy for me. 6-6.5.
One of the most efficient rounds EG had under their playbook, which is where you start A, show the B pressure, end at A. Worked for them twice in this half. They sent ults with it this time, but NBG had a perfect read. Monsi stays where he needs to be. Everybody stays locked down and secure, and even get some picks on that B side. EG got solved on their attack half, and as the desk mentioned it, this will be a much harder half for them to play with their composition. Double initiator, you're going to be able to have a lot of information. You're going to be able to have a lot of room to play mid in the map, but when it comes to actually holding these sites, it might be that much tougher without even a second smoke, without somebody playing super hard Sentinel. I know Pancakes is there, but there's no Vise Wall, there's no Cypher Trips. It'll be tough.
NBG took the first pistol. EG had both pistols last map. So this is going to be an important tone setter going into the second half.
Oh, they're going straight for mid. It's getting crazy with this one.
So recon 2 for Monsi. Didn't see that one coming. EG stepping up to the plate, swinging for the fences. Someone's got to fight back. And NBG still has some fight in them. Monsi, IGL in the picture. Put one down. They posture to see, are EG hungry for more?
They're kind of taking a play out of NBG's book from defense. I like the fact that NBG would like establish some rules like, hey, we're going to play backside. We're going to play backside B and A, but then disrespect them, right? You just saw the random peaks from Spaz on A main, and you were wondering, how is that even allowed? How's that possible? This time, EG, there's like a certain rule set for defense that you want to play around. They disrespect it. They just walk down mid. 4-man, look for a spray, look for something and find it. That's huge. And now, in a 2v4, it's going to be tough for the rest of NBG to find a site.
NBG were just hoping to hold the sideline. Someone was going to re-peek, and EG were going to get antsy after they're up by so many kills, but NBG won't be gifted any advantages.
30 seconds
now
left.
Towards B. Oh, here in that trap. EG, now the cards are revealed. Smoke is down. Someone has to watch the high ground. Zerona has a flash. Mitch has everything in his arsenal. DG all flooding in.
Last
And
player
it's the
standing.
recon shot, perfectly timed swing from EG. And it's Spaz doing what he can, but it's EG with the pistol.
Really good for momentum for them, and it seems like they are the ones kind of in the cerebral lead of how to approach a round against NBG. That being said, Son of Car, a force to be reckoned with once that rifle gets online. Wele has so much on her back to be able to do for the team on attack, and they've got some really good tools to work with as well. Double initiator with KO and Sova. You can drone up the main first, knife it if you want. Wele will always have some form of assistance getting to that site and even having util for the sites. So I'm excited to see their A takes and how that looks. Pancakes will be over there on the B side, stopping any fast pushes. Chamber, one of the better agents to deal with Wele, but when you get knifed, it's tough. You can't really teleport away. That should be something he's kind of, you know, keeping in mind of. This time though, on the eco, you want to stick towards A. Better sight lines for eco guns. You can shorty people more reliably as well if you want to greed into heaven or back sight. I wonder how much they use to get Son of Car in a good spot.
EG can ignore mid. First, there's smoke. Secondly, Serona threw out his knife in mid after NBG wanted mid so bad last round. And that's a good ping. A good moment for Jake. He runs out of bullets, but he's got more up his sleeve. Finally, Son of Car silences him for good. But it's NBG lands at the slaughter because Stunna has a perfect insert at the corner. Spaz is just trying to bait for Son of Car. And it's going to be all she wrote. Here's the push. And EG are the bosses of this anti-eco.
A game about breaking the rules. You're expecting people to play in certain positions on site, especially when you got shorties, especially when you have classics and bandits. But Jakey says, nah, I want to play in the smoke. I want to risk it all. I want to break the rules. And he's in there breaking them over and over again. No punishments until the fourth person comes in. And honestly, at that point, Levin, if you're getting like 3 or 4 and somebody kills you, is that a punishment or a reward where you get to just stretch a little bit, happy about what you did? I mean, look at this. If I'm dying after getting 3 breaking the rules like this, I'm smiling. That's not a punishment. That's me getting to just watch my team just win the round based off what I did. I mean, amazing for Jake.
Great set play too. And Sonic too from Mitch that like got that ping, and BG just caught off guard. No, Spaz 10 HP in a dream. We'll have to hold back, and that's all he has to do is keep Stunna at bay and let the rest of his team work.
A lot harder for Spaz to lurk and find value in deeper angles here, so he's going to be kind of nerfed to where he is in portion of just moving around the map. Can't really cross that B main threshold. Even with a smoke, it'll be tough if someone's playing on cliff. Meanwhile, the rest of NBG choose to look at the rest of the map. You want to look over at A site. Easier having a read. This is ending A. Already 2 people back site. They're going to wait to see if this is the right call. Oh, yeah. Unfortunately, might not be.
Where Fireball is too, they're going to be ready to wrap towards B. What I'm interested in is what's Stunna's move going to be? Is he going to get a perfectly timed jump out? Going to get flanked? He's going to watch that sail by, and he's going to take care of the backline. Someone react. Practo, what a shot! And Pancakes added to this equation too. An exchange, and Pancakes lives on. A new threat looms in the minds of NBG, and they only have 2 people to address it against the 4 on the retake. And these Stingers, these Spectres, are going to hurt at closer range too. This could still be a good battle, and Practo gets ahead of the game and catches Pancakes off guard too. Practo gets away with way too much murder, in my opinion. Monty has 1 job left to protect the spike, and he will not cower. Here's Zerona, and he still clutches it out. Zerona gets EG on top.
NBG going to be losing that one down. EG is going to be expensive on their side, but things are still going to be looking good. They started things off, won that bonus basically all the way down, and have the money to rebuy up. NBG might be the team that's on an eco for this round. They have some semblance of a buy from Practo maybe, and they got the spike down, so a Stinger could be the case. So one thing I love inside that map is the approach for NBG to maybe fake A little bit. NB as a team, they overheated to find some kills to get equal numbers on the board, but EG are just looking too good on the triggers right now, right? Like that sheriff shot towards the end from Jake was really nice to finish off from Zerona. They're looking lethal for the moment, and it's a very similar situation from Corrode, the last map. You win the pistol on the second half, you win the anti-eco, and then you win the bonus.
NBG left an important gap on that jump spot at B, so that's just something they have to look out for. And look how they've committed 2 players to look at what could Stunna be doing, because he's been a very aggressive player in terms of how he's playing the Waylay. Obviously, what we got to see from him in that really nice 4K he got before we disconnected in map 1. Stunna has so much potential, and he's showing it.
Unfortunately, Stunna's like, actually, fortunately for him as well, he gets to have all this space because of the pancakes effect that's happening on the map right now. NBG are aware there's an outlaw in the business, so look at the space they can have. Nothing B main, barely anything in mid, and no one's even touching A. That drone might not see the outlaw all the way in heaven. It's smoked off for now. One person scanned, but the other one gets to walk through. Is that Practo? Bottom mid, just moving all the way up. He is, and he finds the drop down on a 1 player, but there's a trade that happens in the way. A nice round from EG, maybe just losing 1 leg in the race, but a 4v2 should be an easy retake.
And no punish from NBG when they hit Stunna with all this util, concussed him, and he managed to dash out in front of NBG, which would have been a nice leg up in this conversation, but that's all NBG would have had to work with. Practo kind of took a big risk going in mid by himself. Now Monsi can watch above, and EG make it just that easy and that quick.
Yeah, Monsi trying to play whack-a-mole with heads, but it's the mole that gets whacked, unfortunately. At those boxes, 10-6. And listen, I could just be writing this game off. We could be writing this game off, Jen, easily right now, right? But we saw what happened on Corrode. Up, what was it, 11-4, I think, doing the math for EG, and they crumble. This is attack side Abyss. It takes 1 round with ultimates to get the momentum back on your side. And a timeout from NBG, they're locking in to try to make things happen.
Maybe it's just EG needing to tell themselves not to let go on the gas. When you're stomping, stomp hard or bury them and put cement on top. And it's EG just knowing, okay, we were up. We know we're the better team. This is NBG's choice of map. They haven't won a single offensive round yet. So EG, just keep the retake game because that's what's working.
And this being NBG's choice of map, I'm actually noticing some cool things that they're doing that EG didn't do as much on their half. It's one of those, it's some of those mid embeds. It took like EG a long time to just leave someone mid and then have them have an effect later in the round. NBG started doing that at the very beginning of the game, which is pretty cool. I would have loved to see a better pistol from them on the attack side. I like the way EG just kind of rolled out with 4 in mid. Kind of a baller strategy. But NBG past that have been very good at executing the map a little bit more. EG were very good at playing around it, you know, the mental game of do we fake A, go B, go back to A. NBG's executes have been really good. EG's kind of been ratting in the execute. So you mentioned the cliff take as well. That kind of hurt NBG. They've got to be a bit more careful, but I like the way they're approaching this B site. Just have more people living towards the end of it. Clean up some of these trades. The approach is good, but again, it's execution that needs to be worked on.
Even the spike behind, going back to square one. And BG just is going to be an important round. Or EG are just going to get to the red zone.
Son of Car is ready for nothing because EG will not disrespect this line. He's got to move up first, and Pancakes is watching. And remember, the Outlaw, it evolves into an op. It learns I can one-shot you in the body. It's a very cool move. But it's not going to find much. It is weak to flashes. Tight matchups for you if you like to, I guess, play Pokemon and play Valorant at the same time.
Know all about that. And Pancakes also fired his op preemptively, so it's information for NBG to work with. Not wanting that smoke. Grabbing orbs, that's what they want. And Monsi with the Hunter's Fury, that's going to be great for the post plant.
Is getting to that spot might be difficult now. Moments ago, Mitch just used a drone in mid, got so much info, and now has walked out through vents and knows a lot. That trip on A hasn't been yet. They smoke on A just in case. But as soon as they hear one thing happening on B, look at these positions. One person CT, one person coming in from Link pretty soon, 2 people flanking, and Mitch has the mega long flank. I don't think Monsi sees this coming, and you talked about it, Jen. It's all about that Hunter's Fury. It might get diffused right here. He has an idea about Mitch, but he doesn't fully check.
Oh, Mitch is going to pair up with Jake. The flank 2 versus 2. This could be what defines the round. Now the flank gets checked, and Mitch and Jake win that. This is trouble for NBG. The post-play win condition of that Hunter's Fury is gone. The only thing is that Mitch is at 11 HP, so you still got to I don't know if you could really pull off this round. You save with all that money, I guess.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. They trade the Hunter's Fury win condition for we have Son of Car signed to NBG win condition. So he ends up getting in heaven, getting the 2K. It's going to look great for them there. And they actually get to save the Hunter's Fury for another time. You can see the ultimates now building up. They use Practos to get onto the site, but they have Spaz now for, you know, just a B wall if they want to make one again. They've got the conversions if they want to take over A immediately. And they also have Monsi to just supplement things to force EG to flank, or else the spike is not on a 45-second timer, it's on a 35-second timer for a defuse, because that lightning will strike if you try to defuse too late. I mean, NBG have what it takes to kind of even this out to 10-10, but from EG's side, look at their ults. Stunna, conversion pads for an early aggression if he wants to take it. Jakey, a wall 2 for retake. There's answers on both sides right now. Whoever wins the first ult round should just end up taking momentum in this game.
And a cool addition, speaking of Monsi, is he paired the drone with Son of Car dashing in, so it wasn't just all this util on Son of Car. They could at least get vision, even tag someone if needed. So NBG are perfecting that B push, but what they need to work on is A, and the conversion path is lined up for that top window. Cosmic Divide, actually, to seal that off. So they're going to send Son of Car to, I guess, infiltrate within the site, and he does not get rewarded. Jake is his next level anchor, the final boss of this site. He gets an ace in front of all our eyes. This is a nightmare incarnate.
Jake from backside, I've got questions about that conversion pads. For some reason, they end up putting the lid on the bottle, but then checking the bottle as well. They blocked off heaven and then conversion path it, but never dash into it. There's no reason to slow the people behind the wall if the site's still open. There were a lot of smokes to work with on site, but Jakey just has a chance, a much better chance. I mean, he could have been slowed to take off every single head in his sight lines, and he does on back site, stops the jump up. I love the fact that he goes towards bridge as well and gets so many more. That was mechanically amazing from Jakey, and I'm wondering if NBG even comes back to this site. I talked about ult economy real quick, Jen. They use so money for that one. They've got nothing on Son of Car, nothing on Practo, and nothing on Spaz now.
I think he let the Zoomers zoom. And I think I like Son of Car. If he has an idea and you let him get loose, if he dies, then you wall it off, you know?
Yeah, this read as well. I mean, they're letting this B take just happen on the side of EG. They're focused on A and mid. They're just relying on that trip to be able to see whatever it needs. You can see how many people are ready to fast retake here. Waylay Dash comes in and that B take starts all over again for NBG.
Yeah, because EG were droning out through mid because they don't have vision on it. They did not see this A push coming, so NBG are set up. How do they deal with the back of the site? That's been the biggest hurdle, and they got some hoops to jump through. Fireball successful with that convergent path thrown in, and Stunna has to get active, but it's just barely a round that they can scrape by. Stunna 1v2, one with the Sheriff. He's been pinged, and Practo gets a 4K.
I've got a question for you, Lemon. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay, what would you say is another word for something very strong inside, like, say, a game? What would you call it? Like, oh my God, that's so...
Poggers.
Inside a game, like OP, another word for OP. Like, what's a...
Oh, I was gonna say poggers, but I'm... Yeah, let's not.
Would you say broken?
Yeah.
Broken is a word? Okay,
Yeah.
what's the opposite of very, very strong as well?
Dog.
Oh, yeah, and dog and weak. Yeah, I would agree. If you look at the economy of NBG right now, we are teetering on broke. We are teetering on it being weak and completely, as you said, your words, dog. If they continue to have these rounds with limited success, you have to be careful if you're this team. That being said, on the side of EG as well, it might not be as bad, it might not be as broke, but they have a chance to end up just winning this game. Their ult economy is the opposite of broke. It's very strong. One away from Mitch and Zerona. If they end up getting some of the picks before these rounds start off in the retake, it changes the way things work. Mitch can also cheat the smoke right here, maybe even go for the orb to have that ultimate. But it all lands on time, yeah.
EG are still trading rounds. They're just 2 away. You just need to close out. What did we talk about with Corrode? Well, step 1, stop Son of Car. And then NBG, well, they try to absorb the space and step into the shoes of Son of Car after he refracted. And Zerona No null command. NBG with the side, but through this link side, Stunna surprises, but NBG are still stable.
Pancakes, though, big equalizer. 3v2, very doable compared to the 4. And now both teammates side by side. Fireball Ops might have too much heat to work with here. A jiggle is not that much of a threat to an operator. Still, that spawn side position from Practo could be the solution here. He doesn't need it. He doesn't need help. I'm talking about Practo. I forgot about Fireball. That's crazy right now.
I'm understanding the hype about Fireball for sure. He is that sentinel that can flex to literally anything that you need from that Blue Otter squad. A good team, but that one that just couldn't make playoffs. There's always been potential about this Fireball guy. And what's funny enough is that last time he made playoffs was with Nightblood Gaming 2 years ago when they finished 3rd. So you've known Fireball has been able to do it, and he goes for it, pulls it off for NBG. This could be a comeback opportunity yet again. EG got to lock in.
Knife denied, information gained, but not too much of it because they could have seen there's 5 or 4 down bottom. That knife might have scanned the KO as well inside main. This time freedom, immediate vent break, and yeah, EG know about this happening over here. Judging the business as well. Stunna is there, surprised and broken down. Son of Car is just too good. Practo finds another as well.
I don't mind EG, you know, they don't want to get pinched, so let's, okay, that's a lot of damage for Mitch. I thought it would have just been a 1-to-1, but Mitch is doing so much. Holy, so savable. You thought Jakey and Mitch were cooked, and let them cook. And all this distraction leaves Zerona with an opening. Fireball. Can he do it again, though? 1 versus 2, knowing one's at the top window, but not where Pancakes is.
You might have a read that like the other person's coming flank. That smoke behind him on Zerona might scream that, yeah, I'm pushing CT. Pancakes has that line. They know exactly where Fireball is. With 30 seconds, no ultimate. Fireball might have time to go B. He will be heard here from Zerona if he starts to run. He doesn't run. 22 seconds. He's locked into this A-take.
The moment this spike gets planted, Zerona could retaliate. Now with the smoke.
10 seconds left.
TP.
Spike planted.
Okay, and not the immediate peek. You want the double swing. You want the guaranteed win. How guaranteed is it? His name is Fireball after all. EG, they gotta put out this fire. He clutches. Come on.
Nah. There's actually no way. I was about to say, okay, fake TP in the smoke as it fades. You're about to cause some questions. You just see Zerona looking right at him. Oh, this is about to be free. Presses A, hits the shot. That's insane from NBG. And I'm getting some remnants of Corrode now. Some remnants of that choke. I mean, you get some rounds, you get up to 11. It's hard to climb to 12. This is tough. Even after a performance like that from Mitch, the double judging and grabbing the rifle, quick flick, taken apart on a jump peek by Fireball Ops. Who is this guy? How can he clutch like this, man? It's insane.
He's the EG op. That's all. That's all that matters, man. And that shot, just seeing the tip of Pancakes' head, so nasty. And now you're real worried. This is 3 rounds strung up in a row for NBG. EG feeling the pressure. Yeah.
If you look at the eco, right? We're talking about broke, and this is EG somehow hit it first, even though NBG was closer. The cost of some of these previous rounds when NBG gets so many picks is that you lose some money rebuying over and over again. Ults, though, looking good for EG to close this one out, and Mitch has elevated inside this game. Another moment where he tips the scales to EG's favor.
With the Marshall. So that works out, and NBG still spreading themselves thin. Look at where Fireball is. He is amped up. Let me go ruin some lives real quick. And he's just so quiet. He's hearing all this stomping and can't hear anymore.
Mitch knows. You can't make the Mitch play on Mitch. Are you kidding me, man? There's no way. This guy was playing with so many different timings and so many different rounds. Practo, though, has found another one. And the knife doesn't matter. He lets one pass. How many? How many? Can he stop the ultimate? No way! Disaster!
I Wiping up Fireball, he also gave that Vandal to EG. And they're doing work with it.
That's huge! No way!
Reverse.
Yeah! Oh my god, when it comes to having an eco situation, Practo levels everything up, doesn't let the third shot of the Fury come through, but after that, EG escalate on site, elevate their entire shot and peak potential. I mean, it's huge from them to win that round. That's how they get to 12th off an eco when Practo gets a 3K?
Wow, the patience here, just Jake being unlucky, Mitch just there. Like, Practo is really impressing me today. From that Burger Boys squad that got relegated to blossoming into the GOAT of the round. Now, EG, the finish line is in sight, at least for this map. You can't drop it now.
Scan there, one taken. Yeah. I mean, this is bad, though, and this is one of the weaknesses of the side of EG when you don't have double smokes on this map as much. And you're relying on JK to disrespect the rules and challenge A main. There's nothing holding NBG back from taking things down. Mitch now also taking half his HP pool away. Zerona has timing and needs to find some value from this spot. Monty takes him down. What? Not even a pre-fire. What a guess inside the smoke. What a spray.
Cosmic Divide thrown in from NBG. Wish they got the punish on Mitch, but they know he's damaged. Stunna in the tip of the spear. He has to be a warrior today, and Pancakes finishes off with the zoomer. Couldn't. But hey, teamwork is what makes the dream work. 2 versus 2. Now just Monty and Pancakes shows up when it matters the most. EG send us to map 3.
I'd have lost that first one, but just locked it down when it came to just man-to-man firepower inside Abyss. Some good things seen from NBG too, but congrats to NRG Academy for that map to win. When it came to the X factor, Mitch had it. When it came to the flank factor, JQ was there. And when it came to the team factor, there was a diff for the side of EG. Ultimates look good, takes look good, and the whole team is looking more confident coming into map 3.
Absolutely. And what a series we've been treated with for our first day of Challenger Stage 1 2026. 2 extremely talented teams. I know the desk, you and I are still fighting for our jobs with these EG predictions that I've converted you towards. But hey, there's one map that will divide these 2 teams, and it's split. So we'll find out what happens after this. Nice.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. You did. One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
together, fight together.
Last player standing.
Exactly what Core needs. Delivering us the anchor.
Spam early. Through the smoke and off we go. Envy trying to get this classic round this time though. But the stand and fight, he's down to 8. There's Alum, that's the Phantom. Brought up by the save
and trouble without his right way out, but the spike can still be held with just enough time. And isn't by that bite act done. Early drop down and Ange catches all of it from hell.
There's going to be Nightblood Gaming with the momentum heading into map 2 of the series. Their own map pick as we headed into Abyss. But Evil Geniuses Academy weren't ready to roll over and die quite yet. Instead, going to be taking the map. A very wild experience of an Abyss, guys. I mean, Roy, I was really excited to see how this one would play out. We got to see a lot from both these teams.
Yeah, and wild is certainly one of the adjectives I would use to describe that. The other one is what the heck just happened. It was absolutely brawly. It was scrappy. It was fun, though. I will say, I had a great time watching that. I never knew how rounds were going to end. I didn't know who was going to clutch, who was going to get the 3K. It was madness. But besides, in between the madnesses, there was actually a lot of moments of like great teamwork, great micro coming out from both of these teams. We got to see a lot of it. But ultimately, there was an opportunity for Nightblood Gaming to have closed this out, right? They got thrifty towards the end, and even the last gun round that they lost, they were in a good position to close it out. And it felt like it kind of slipped through their hands right towards the end.
The way that we had to predict who was going to win each round is who has the number disadvantage, they're going to win the round. Like every single round into the second half, it felt like it was that way. We're looking at Nightblood, they're up. There is a 5v3. Oh, they're definitely going to win. Immediately, somehow, they all get shot down. It was a really fun map to watch, but it was really messy. What was cool is that you saw the immediate rotations, the immediate trades that were coming from both of the teams, but EG just had a little bit more of an advantage at the end. And I feel like one of the rounds that let them do that is when Nightblood were going for a little bit more of those fast hits towards that ace side that Jake was holding over and over again with this Astra. And even though you always had a player kind of right next to him, the fact that he was holding these constantly and even getting an ace in one of them allowed them to stay alive and finally close it out.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of the interesting thing with this second map, right? Is we got to see different players stepping up here. Like we got to see the Practical step up, we got to see the Jake step up. Kind of they're a little bit, I don't want to say they were absent in the first half, they were both playing, it was fine, but it was like we really got to see them pop off in the second map. It was kind of good. It was kind of a good reminder that there's a ton of talent in the server. Like we said before, coming into this, there's anyone could step up, anyone could be the hero for either of these rosters. But I mean, yeah, just look at the raw stats, guys. 15 first kills, differential coming into the favor of EG here in the second map. I mean, ultimately, it's Mitch, the IGL, right? Dan, I think you were the one that brought up how much of a killer he is in the IGL role. Like, bro is not a slouch. Like, this guy will put up numbers in the calling. It's always interesting because whenever you forget it, he always reminds us with one map pop-off. He's like, yeah, I can, you know, Pop-Off can come whenever he needs to. And there he is, Mitch and Jake coming off strong in the second map.
He was really impressive, and the rest of the squad as well. Again, when things were going wrong, when Nightblood seemed to get an advantage, even when EG had pretty much no economy to work in the last couple of rounds, you have players like Mitch stepping up, whether it was the calling, being right time, right place to get a little bit of presence towards mid as well, or with some of the kills that we saw from Jake, for example. You look at the opening kills that these players were getting, you see 5-0 from Jake. You see 3-0 from Pancakes. It's just really dominant in that area. It was just the late rounds where things were going back and forth.
I mean, something we highlighted about Evil Geniuses Academy at the top of the day was the amount of talent on this team that can really come on through. And I feel like, Dan, we got to see a lot of that really come to light. Again, Jake and Mitch, you know of what they've been able to accomplish in the past. And Mitch just not even missing a beat with the calling either. It's just so well played.
It's so good, especially for the agents that they were playing in this map too. You're getting a little bit of info through Mitch to get those swings and to be able to play a little bit of those retake, and even helping out Jake when Nightblood was going for that A side hit. So it's a team that is working well together. Is two players as well that had so much impact, and players that we were hyping up because of that experience that they have in the past, and that experience in a series that is so close like this one, in an opening where you want everything to go right. That is when you need it the most, and that is when it shows the most.
Yeah, I think the crazy part is like usually the solo controller Astros aren't really getting that much stats on this map, right? Because they kind of need to live. They kind of need to survive in the post plants. But I feel like JQ's playstyle just isn't really that. Like he's getting active. He's dropping his util, playing on sites. He's forcing, Nightblood Gaming to chump check him, and he's kind of winning it. It feels like a lot in these post plant scenarios. And on the other hand, you have Mitch, right, in the sort of very supportive. You're kind of like a ward in the jungle towards top middle, where like you're always like, oh, they threw a smoke. Okay, time for me to drone. Like these are not power positions by any capacity, right? Like you're not being set up on lines. You're not the one that like trying to trade out on sites. Like you're the one trying to flood through smokes. And like it's such a not only boring role, but it's so like it's not inspiring. It's not fun. It's not exciting. And the fact that they're both in these sort of like roles and popping off is honestly just crazy to me.
And it's a pop-off they can hopefully continue on into the third map of the series. As now we have one more to figure out who is going to be winning off their first week of challengers. Split is where it's going to be happening. And this is going to be interesting because obviously Nightblood Gaming have played a lot of third-party tournaments. So we kind of had a little bit more of a known quantity, but now this is not something we've seen from them, Roy. And of course, for Evil Geniuses Academy, we don't know what they're going to play at all, at least in terms of results.
Yeah, we have no, exactly. We have no idea what meta they're going to adhere to. And honestly, it's been a while for Nightblood Gaming themselves. They haven't really played it this month. It's been a while. So they could, I mean, they've shown us, they've made changes on the 2 maps that they have played. So anything could really happen on these 2 maps. I feel like it's really just going to come down to what preferences, like whether they're leaning into more G2 style, where you have the double initiators, double controllers, or you're leaning more into the double duelists. Like it's really up for grabs in terms of how they want to approach it. I honestly would not be surprised to see EG Academy pull out the sort of like the G2 style, where they have the double initiators with breach. Like they have so much supportive players and so many like good players that can pop off in those roles, and then you give utility to the duelist. Stunna's been, he looked pretty solid on the duelist overall. I feel like this could be the map where they try to set him up,
especially too for a series that's been exceptionally close. I mean, again, Dan, overtime to be starting off our very first map, and then Abyss, double digits for both the teams. So what are expectations heading into a split between these two?
Honestly, I hope it's just as chaotic as the last map. That was so fun to watch. It was just insane. So, and honestly, I think it's going to be that way, looking at how close it has been, the 14-12 and that 13-10, going into this map of split as well. It really depends on how strong that attacking side is going to be starting, and also just going onto what Roy was saying a little bit, what the compositions look like, because these are one of the few teams that we've seen so far that are not really opting for the double duelists in a few other maps. So you can expect a lot more support, a lot more double controller, double initiator. That has worked for them in the past.
I'm still hoping we get that chaos you're talking of, though, even if it's maybe not in the agent select, which is ready, by the way. So let's head on over to that. Figure out what exactly we're seeing style-wise coming out from 2 of these teams. And going into it, all right, we get a Raze a piece here, Roy. A bunch of other little fun stuff. Yeah, Raze v. Raze.
I can't even remember the last match that had a Raze on this map, let alone 2 of them. This is pretty fun. Again, I'm not surprised to see EG Academy pull out the breach. It makes sense. They have the supportive players that can find value in those roles. Now they want the extra utility. The Raze v Raze is going to be interesting. The only thing that is very glaringly obvious to me, guys, is the fact that there's so much defensive utility for EG Academy with the Seize nade, with the breach stun nades, and NBG does not really have a duelist that can easily bypass them if the timing is not correct. So there's going to be a ton of timing things that are going to come down into NBG's hands, but starting on that defensive side, the Killjoy, the extra mollies, the extra defensive layers for the NBG side is going to make things a little bit easier for them, a little bit more comfy. So my eyes are on to see how EG Academy is going to disrupt that.
It's a Killjoy that we also don't see very often. So we have some compositions that are, from back in the day, and even then people are opting for something else. But this Killjoy here can be really viable for Nightblood early on. They're going to depend on these defensive rounds, because as they're going for the side hits into the second half, there is a lot to work with for the side of EG Academy. The one thing that I want to see more of is, it was very chaotic in the last couple seconds of the rounds for Abyss, but here I want to see both Son of Car and Stunna running it down, going double satchel into side, going for those fights early on.
I mean, with the double Raze, surely we're going to get some chaos going into this third map. I cannot wait to see how this one's going to conclude between Nightblood Gaming and Evil Geniuses Academy. Who's going to be starting off challengers with a win? Let's get to it with your casters. Back over to Lemon Kiwi and Shayo.
Let's go. Map 3. Chaos gets a third round. This is crazy. That last one, yeah, the way that was breaking it down. Genuinely, you had no idea, Kiwi, if things were going to go the way of the one
I did
or the way of
predict
the three on the
EG
site.
Academy because of that star power, that clutch power. It just takes a while to kick in. It needs to simmer a bit more. Better late than never. Now we're in map 3. This is the big decider. And the initiators are something to take note of. And I know Breach has fallen out of favor for a lot of teams in terms of how you're kind of easily, I guess, able to play out of it. But the sites on Split are very small, so I'm thinking the Breach could still have value here.
Yeah, the double omen Breach of lane stuff you can do where you paranoia, like, you know, be heaven and then stun right behind it on rafters is huge. There's a lot of control you can have, and you can send a dash duelist as well, like Raze, and so, into some of the best spots on the map to kind of re-clear things. But you want to be really careful here if you are NBG. That Breach and Raze can really just over-utilify you on this entire map. You have to give the proper space and retake it. I talked about Util. They've got some firepower too. 2 picks for EG to start the round.
Yeah, it was kind of interesting to have Mitch be solo in B Garage as like that main caller, but EG have a lot of vocal players and they're still able to get the train rolling all the way to a plan, but they don't have a heaven control. So this Raptors, that ramp wrap is gonna be a problem. EG are turtling up, trying to stay in safety as much as they can, but they really are running out of util. They don't have anything at all to work with. Pancakes just expended the last one, but Stunna is just better with the bandit. Monty trades. Spaz at 1 HP can try to bait, and nothing can stop Monty, it seems. Zerona and Pancakes have to be the answer, the solution for this EG pistol, and they can just play time. They can just slow it down. Monty's the one that has to answer, and he's just given up, and Zerona will confirm it.
Yeah, he tried to turn that 1v2 into maybe I can get 2 free orbs before this entire spike blows up, but unfortunately, not able to find anything there. And already you can see that, you know, although EG didn't have the space over there as much to be able to play with, there weren't as many tools on the side of NBG to retake, to get on the site. And some of these rifle rounds, if EG does not take enough space, does not have heaven, as you were talking about, Lemon, it might be that much more difficult for them to end up winning these rounds. Winning pistol, though, is huge. I feel like EG's been doing more of it overall so far that we've seen in this tournament. So it's nice, a really good opener for them. They've got pistol down, which is something that a lot of teams end up missing and fixing later. And in this round, they've got just a freeze on the map again, very similar to Abyss and Corrode. Wait to see if NBG get activated and then execute a site.
A killjoy on this map, so you have the turret front of A, and you can just kind of react to what that turret sees and have Monty just focus on ramps. Nothing off of the bird. EG just, I think, Prowler up into ramps, but deciding to just play it through main and see if ignoring ramps again will help or favor EG. They're set up for yet another plan.
Up in ramps, the bandit is a bit more dangerous. Could have one person forcing a Bucky or a Shorty and coming through to vents to maybe this angle next to Monty. You might not want to be there as an attacker. It's better to just kind of play on site. You'll notice a lot of people peeking up into heaven, though, and peeking in a ramp to take this fight up. I like this position from Jakey with support from Zerona all the way up in main. If they try to go ramp here, they should be clasped down. Send enough people, though, and they might find a few kills.
NBG have the bases loaded, and we're kind of waiting to see NBG do anything, but I think they'd rather just go down with the spike and not give any ult orbs over to EG. So now back-to-back successful hits on A.
We go from what was like crazy mode, even on the pistols, crazy mode on Abyss, to the most calm, patient, like, yeah, we're gonna go down 5 men to spike on Split. Night and day.
Playing the long game, I guess. A bit of a snoozer of a round, but hey, what's working for EG is the immediate hit on A, and then not addressing the high ground, but deciding to just leave a trap behind them, as you pointed out. So now we'll get to see NBG's actual answer to this, besides giving up.
Need to have the killjoy on the right side to where they think Raze is going to go. And Stunna, so far, has had perfect positions and entry util into getting onto positions in sight. Ooh, B Heaven, you can stun this from such a nice angle. Practo passes escape. Sunna's already up there.
And that fault line was just like an inch away from actually hitting Practo, and he just I still would have probably dropped down, but you know, Stunna was on duty, and we wanted to see even more first bloods out of him, because I think a lot of the first bloods from EG came from initiators last time. But whatever gets you a win, whatever gets you into map 3, Zorona walks into the Son of Car's sight line, shuts that down. High ground control for EG. Now they still have to drop down into A, so the angle's covered for NBG, but 2 against 4. EG jump out into the open. Son of Car stabilizes and puts down the red carpet of blood, but Pancakes is firing away with the Sheriff in a smoke. Talk about retaliation.
I'm closing my eyes for the rest of the round. There's no way. We have Spike with 50 seconds. We send our duelist in to maybe just get a random plant, I guess, and then after that we've got Pancakes just popping off inside the smoke to make this doable for the team. 2 rifles on the side of EG, and it's up to NBG to make the first move.
Got Pancakes in a corner. There's the jump, and
oh god,
easy for Pancakes. And oh, like you have to try to delay and just hit one angle at a time, and Jakey can pop out of the smoke and trade when needed. What? It's an ace for Pancakes.
The most question mark ace I've seen in my life. Starts off in a smoke. That's a double Sheriff shot with just 3 bullets. Picks the rifle up. Wins a random 2-way angle. Your teammate gets spammed through a smoke and you clutch up the round? Insane from Pancakes. And around 3, Rolling Thunder ready to capitalize on it even more. Son of Car, I thought we saw him opening and closing that round. It was an open shot case, but Pancakes says, nah, I've got a Sheriff with your names on it and your gun with more names of your teammates on the bullet casings. It's huge. And now they're ready for a B take with what seems to be one of the strongest ultimates in the game.
And I've just known Pancakes for being such a defensive player, Sentinels, and really so much Cypher last season that Breach is pretty low on the list of agents I expected him to play. And to pull off one of the few aces that we've had today, incredible stuff. Spaz, though, in trouble. Fireball ready for the cutoff as EG enters, but it's not a full commit, and now that door's been shut by a Spaz smoke. EG just gonna cut all noise after that. See if they can explore, but it is a re-clear and it is time gone now, less than a minute. But that's why you have Mitch in the picture. No Prowler though left after that. Just waiting for a Rolling Thunder call. But will this land on Fireball at all? I think Spaz could be cooked here. He does have shelter. It's how much backup is he gonna get once that Rolling Thunder does come in? Oh, Spaz wants to teleport. And of course the KJ Molly. EG are just denied again and again.
This is what they need to do. If they give up that space, that's where it gets troublesome. That flash may be blocked by the smoke. He doesn't get hit by it, but it's not gonna be enough. EG have the util needed to push that site. And though they did such a good job and that teleport looks so cool, it's just not enough. No kill on Pancakes either, but he's dropped down to 1 HP. Both teammates have no HP, Jen.
Still gonna take 2 bullets, and Son of Car, he's got them split right now. And that's the potential he has to work with. But if he drops, then I think it's tradable. And this is scary. Zorona confirms it. EG on a win streak.
There's a chance there, a chance for Son of Car to do the impossible. Not gonna happen this time. Oh, okay. I was about to say, are you guys gonna bring out the op? It might be time, and that'll change the language of NBG entirely when it comes to their approach on split. Once you get an operator online on the defensive side, your A take changes up drastically. That being said, that Viper on the offensive side of EG gets that much more important. Your wall needs to go up at the most perfect times. You are going to see Son of Car on this angle. Question is, how much does he gain?
Yeah, I think if you still don't get a sideline, you fall back into screens, and they're gonna have to drop and plant A somehow, some way. But how many bodies are going to be left to help Son of Car in those moments? Well, guess what? He's still got first blood. Well, the ult whiffs. Doesn't matter. The up doesn't. It is dropped. EG are the ones that are flawless right now, so the ball is in NBG's court, and the Seekers guide them to where EG are. Monsi knows he's surrounded. Has to just hold his own and buy time. The smoke covers his tracks, and he's in trouble, and help is not coming fast enough for NBG.
One down.
Caught on the jump up by Mitch, but his other two teammates, Jakey and Pancakes, doing such a good job at segmenting that fight behind the smoke. Fireball Ops understands where the location is on the map, but he's not going to be able to find any sprays past that. Spaz moves in, past the elbow, two-way street for him, and he checks both ways, still gets hit by some vehicles of shots from the side of Jakey. He's doing so good at just picking this round apart. It's now all just up to Fireball.
Oh, what a fault line, too. Now Fireball just trying to bait them out of cover, and okay, locks in, locks on. Pancakes, you know where this last one is, and now it's just a game of chicken and cat and mouse a little bit at the end of the day, and it's enough time wasted from Pancakes to secure another round for EG.
Fireball's able to pick that one up just a little bit in terms of a kill, but EG are the ones that are just approaching this in such a tactical way to be able to win. 5-0 up, a timeout from NBG for now. The thing that the NBG is doing really well, and we saw it in the round prior to this one, Jen, the whole Molotov with the Viper Molly on top of each other, right? Snake ball, or the Snake Bite and the Nanoswarm, stopped that entire push. We had a really good TP forward from Spaz as well, but there's so much util on the side of EG. You can stop the first wave. What do you have left for the second one? When you get a Nanoswarm and a Snake Bite on top of each other, you're kind of locking too much down at once. It's kind of tough.
I guess I wish Son of Car was in screens and in a safer position with that op, because even if you just get the one kill or none at all, just the threat of an op, I think would have really changed the way that EG would be approaching A. And Son of Car, yeah, was good for that one kill. That's great, but wasn't able to reposition anywhere safer, because the one thing you want to do to address the op is pressure them or not engage them at all. And EG knew to not cower away from Son of Car. And it's 5 in a row for EG. And now with a Nightfall win condition ahead.
They'll try for it. Nightfall's going to be huge to be able to take over his sights. And then after that, you can see where else they're building up to, right? If Zorona ends up planting that spike, yeah, Viper's Pit to kind of latch in after that. Insta smoke towards A as well. Prowler comes in, a very good predictive way to start the round from the side of NBG. What can they do to stop this Nightfall from coming in? How can they play? You have to hold on to B Heaven. You have to hold on to A Heaven as well. You have to force them to kind of use the Nightfall early, maybe not directly for the site, but on the way there. Tank it, move back, and then retake. This round will be really hard if, first of all, EG finds the first blood, and then second of all, NBG does not stop the Nightfall, especially with the weapons that they have. This Bucky, yeah, cheap, but very strong inside mail.
Good reads from NBG. Look at every path is about to be cut off from EG. But it's the weapons that do all the talking, and Mitch gets first blood. Maybe that Boombot should have done it. Okay, it eventually finds its way in there. Okay.
They're listening. They're listening.
Hey, that's great. 2 first kills from EG. And look, there's nothing left for NBG to respond to. EG have faded into the shadows.
I love the freezes that EG just cuts through on every single map. They'll find some space. They'll get some advantages. A little freeze for a little while. The question is, how long is little? 25 seconds left. Have to make it on towards the spike. And there are so many. Yeah, never mind. I had a narrative going with it, but let's just ignore it. EG are just that guy right now. 6-0. Jen, they fixed their mistakes, it looks like. This is kind of nuts.
That little 1v2 from Stunna just took damage too. That was a good clutch, because that wraparound could have surprised EG. But not dropping a single player. You're on a 5+ win streak. You keep all the weapons, and you didn't have to use any ultimates. We eating good if you're an EG fan.
Really good. The thing is, this is the team that we saw during the day that was kind of like losing a lot of their leads, right? True. So you want to be careful and make sure that, yeah, they end up keeping up the 6-0. Again, Split's one of the maps where it might be a lot easier to play defense. At the same time, NBG's comp is kind of screaming that they might have some better chances on attack. I honestly just can't see it, though. That KJ should be stopping a lot more than what's coming in. On defense, Sky's really good at re-clearing stuff as well. They don't have the same oomph as like EG at executing a site. They do have double smokes, though. You're going to be able to control the map a little bit from the offense, but right now, need to see at least, what, 3-4 rounds on NBG's board?
Absolutely. Like the fact that you have the double controller and a sentinel is a very defensive comp from NBG, and the delays have been great. We talked about, you know, shutting down the Rolling Thunder at this very B site and having so many good mollies, KJ mollies. And you could only delay but not fully stop EG because they're okay to wait things out. They're patient. They have to do so yet again. Be patient.
Face your fear!
Try for it. This is what we're talking about. Or take that level beforehand. Stunner, not like this. I guarantee it doesn't matter, and he still finds the kill. Yep, there it is.
Just a zoning ult, as we call it.
Yeah.
And you got to pit deep into the site. High ground's an issue. Okay. Now hide and go seek. But NBG, could be a fun time of just playing around the perimeter. They're gonna have the boom bot lead the way around the pit, so Son of Car has to infiltrate though with an op. Oh, it almost responded. I don't know if I like that pre-fire from Jake. I guess well, if Spaz walks in front of it, that works. And Son of Car will trade. Fireball 1v3, and the pit stays up, and so does EG.
That round kind of reminds me of like when you're just trying to explain a dream, you know? Hard to explain. Really hard to explain. I remembered it though, and some crazy things were happening, right? We had like one of my, what is it called, paralysis demons. What was that? Was like Jakey on Rafter, just randomly jumping off. Like, what is that guy doing up there? Stunna hitting himself, still finding the first blood in the entry. I mean, crazy round from EG, but honestly, in the series, what else could you expect? These guys just do it wild. They do it crazy, and we talked about it in the beginning. Although NBG have the right tools at the start of every round, EG have some crazy firepower in every single player. Simple. Okay.
Good prowler from Mitch too to identify where Monsi was. It's an important fight win at ramp. And EG clean it up like that. I mean, after we had an OT map 1 to like a 13-10 or something, almost come back from NBG map 2. This is a weird start to map 3, I would say.
Slightly weird, slightly side graded in terms of the stakes that we saw in the other maps. But NBG have been that comeback team. The one thing about comeback teams, right, we see them internationally as well. I think Giants was under them inside EU sometimes. In NA, MIBR had some really good comebacks as well. I think in the history of VCL, we've seen some really good comebacks. It's hard to do it 3 maps in a row, right? We had a chance for NBG to make a comeback last round. It was less effective than what we saw in Corrode. This time, it's hard for them to even get a round on the board. It's very tough to be consistently under that level of pressure of being rounds down, trying to countercall, trying to be in the business. This is funny from EG, man. They're playing with their food now. Come on. Is it a knife? Is that what we're going for? Yes, stun up. It might be. Do they have time?
Oh my God, the whole squad.
It's bullying, man.
The whole squad emoting, man. All right, well, Rolling Thunder up next. What we did like about NBG is their ability to delay the follow-up behind the Rolling Thunder, which last time we saw that was at B, which would be the best site for it unless EG want to drum up some other plan, but it's NBG that need another plan right now. It's their second time out of the half.
The one thing that's different, though, is that Fireball Ops does have that lockdown, which is also very effective on B from spawn, so there might be a chance for them to counter the Rolling Thunder. I don't think EG care, though. They might just get in there. We saw what we were doing, or we saw what they were doing on Corrode when they were like, what, 9 rounds up? Jen, they were just doing whatever they wanted to do. They were going through mid. They were doing literally illegal things 24/7. It was kind of nuts.
At least we don't have this like save simulator with the lost streak. You're able to just keep buying up and keep trying new things. And eventually something's going to stick. Something's going to hit. And it could be around that lockdown, as you said, unless Spaz is going to go for something crazy with the ult. But I don't imagine to see that from a defense omen too much.
Yeah, we saw some cool tech from him on backside B, though. Although it is 8-0, NBG are still putting up slight fights coming into things, but it's almost like EG are splitting these rounds down into 2 rounds into 1. NBG might win that first round in the terms of the util war, but EG are winning the firepower war, the X Factor situations as well, and some of their clutches over NBG. Right here, disrespecting the wall, good positioning from Son of Car. You want to get ahead of the stun. You want to get ahead of the paranoia and the dash that comes in. They gain a main control, but EG using that freeze again. They're letting them have it and choosing to maybe NB here.
No, EG are still lurking too after shooting down the dog from Monsi. So do you leave Son of Car inserted there? Do you just fall back into a safer spot like up the ramp? Eventually NBG will settle back down.
Bacto's forced to use this molly here. It just kind of stops the insane barricades NBG can put up, but at 59 seconds to stop a mid take and trade it for a scan, it might be worth it. Caught out though, and doesn't put it down before the orb comes down. So, I mean, a little bit of greediness there from the side of NBG, and I'm not sure they can afford that when you're being down 8-0.
Hey, the Boombot exchange and the nade from the Raze allows you to grab the spike yet again. And EG have known that mid has been exploitable because Practo, I don't think, has a kill yet. Doesn't have a kill yet. So there's been weaknesses around the map that EG can identify, and this is still winnable for EG, but less manpower than usual.
Yeah, one of the weaknesses for EG, or I guess NBG, might have been Monsi up in this position, maybe trying to gauge what the weather was like. I don't know what was going on there on his screen. But the rest of EG comes in. You mentioned the fireball double there. Yeah, potential for the flank. Pancakes, 1 HP, Rolling Thunder available. Oh my God! What is this game? What a shot from Pancakes. 1 HP, lockdown in your face, and you just hit him with an ADS swing. I mean, that kill should be worth the rest of the rounds. Wrap it up. It's time to wrap it up.
I have my hands on my head right now. I know we're not on camera, but you see me, and that's all I gotta say. Pancakes does it again. 13 HP, by the way. Like, coughing in his direction would have been enough. I respect the lockdown.
Coughing, right? Like
these days, yeah.
Coughing child from backside takes down.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
You're really scared of those, yeah.
I am. Scale them properly. They're dangerous. Spaz, 1 smoke, no orbs available too. They're gonna get greedy with it and go for a trade. Not bad from the side of NBG, and they double down on it too. So big value from Spaz. Usually trades are good for the attacking team. Jakey evens it out, and Pancakes follows through with the kill. Paranoia not gonna work in close range, and we get close and personal with Pancakes. Get the plant down too, Rolling Thunder, make it 10-0. EG mixing this one really well.
NBG have been trying to reinforce mid, which has been an issue for them, and having Spaz, but once they get overwhelmed, they're in positions where they can't escape. Like, Spaz is the teleport.
Exactly.
Yeah, he shoots back. That's cool, but that was still incredibly awkward. Now you got a showstopper. Son of Car.
Please tell me you find something.
Absolutely not.
That is sad. Unfortunate, and that might have been an ult to maybe put a round on the board. We will actually infuse Rolling Thunder into this round. Aftershock available as well. Monsi has to get in a position to defend this site. It's a slow work coming back, though, on that upper side. Oh my God, EG are electric, and they can't be stopped.
The power of a breach on post plant. Aftershock, fault line, Rolling Thunder, so much in the mix. And I don't think I've seen a 12-0 half in challengers, at least not during my lifespan. So this would be quite insane. Not gonna jinx it quite yet.
You want it to end in the 12-0?
It's like the mental thing. It's not even just execution. Like the showstopper with no info bothered me a little. I'm gonna think about that late at night. Maybe he will too.
You have to try something, yeah. I mean, the last time I got 13-0 in placements, so, you know, I have some experience with this stuff. I know that's ranked, but it's tough. Speaking of getting owed, looks like NBG are finally getting some type of reward for their mid setup. A pick on A again as well. I think last time Son of Car was the one to pick it up. So the A take not going the best for EG, and a lot of those Seekers also taken out.
I don't even know how much that really tells you besides, yeah, the one in Suo.
Oh, God. What the Faye doing? She's just guarding the Prowler over, hitting the Nene. She just dies on the angle. It's kind of tough.
Yeah, Mitch was just waving. Off. Well, NBG will get to punish. That's what we're waiting to see, is when is EG going to let off the gas a little bit, and when is NBG going to accelerate? Because you just still need to lock in and just punish the silliness that EG are going to come up with.
It might not be over. There's still an EG player alive. And it's a silly 1v4 situation. What do you think? Odds?
He's aced before, and...
It's a double stun.
Ah, with a turret. Ew.
They're so scared to peek. It's all good. Finally, one round on the board from NBG, and things sometimes start from small places. 1 to 10. Yeah, the difference is huge. NBG right now have at least a spec on the board. A 2-10 would be much better, because if you do go down pistol, you can almost double force sometimes and things are fine. But you want to at least close that gap by one more round. Operator there for Son of Car. Pit there for mid from Practo, but we've seen that EG have very good answers to that. So I'd like to see that pit maybe B main or maybe even A main. We'll see. If it's mid, it might not be the best.
Nightfall engaged, just that middle pit for Practo with the judge. So you can trust him, but you can always trust Monty as well. The spraying and praying away through the wall, and EG, they have an answer. They picked up the phone. They're teleporting and they're getting in Monty's face, who still goes unharmed. And it's EG that are looking harmed. They've walked into a trap. They thought they could handle business, and they're getting the business. NBG hoping to get a 2-10 half out of was a pretty dire start to the game.
Here that Viper's Pit drops the runner knows that we kind of moved away from mid. There's no chance that Practo would move into B heaven, so he has to be A heaven. Understands the self angle actually exists. The question is, how does he take it? The easiest answer, the best one, is not a peek. He chooses the wrong decision. Could have maybe pre-fired through the wall or something, but that would require some ESP. So we're big chilling. Man is not psychic. 10-2 for the half for EG.
But that was a, you have double controller Sentinel. We brought this up. You wished you had more rounds there, but ending on a 2-round win and having Son of Car, who's at least stayed as consistent as he can with the team sort of falling apart. I like that at least in his duels, he's winning them more often than not. So we look towards Son of Car to be that spark plug for NBG to basically overcome Mount Everest of a deficit here.
It'll be a long climb. Are you familiar with mountain climbing at all?
I dabble.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I have no reference for it. I was just genuinely
okay. We're just getting to know each other.
Anyway, it's 10-2. Got to find some things to do here. NBG need to get the momentum started. This pistol is just so important. Bandit in the mix as well. Zerona is not going to be able to find the first one. EG is still online and active. 3 people in mid. What a read.
And I swear Monty threw a flash in the beginning of that fight and it just didn't go off. Or EG looked so unaffected. I mean, they won the engagement. They have all 5 still alive. And NBG are trying to re-clear, finish off these kills, and can't even find them. At least they got space.
Just a little bit. The space has to just move perfectly. No chip damage, free kills. And yeah, no shot back there from EG just yet. Numbers though already on site. Omen owning pillar. Jakey is in such a good spot. These 3 players from NBG are kind of trapped in heaven. What do you do next?
Just wait to see when NBG are gonna drop. But this wraparound from Practo, he could have a cutoff on rotations coming into A.
30 seconds left.
He's kind of respecting that. He doesn't want to feed either. Just gonna help the team go in because NBG are at a man disadvantage, and yeah, they just walk into EG greeting them.
Oh my god, flawless pistol off a 10-2. That greeting you're talking about, Jen, is a harsh one. An absolute harsh one. You don't want that type of hello when you're down 8 rounds. Now to 9, and a force-up has to be here from NBG. Playing for OT for 10 rounds in a row is kind of crazy, so let's just see if we can equalize it off an eco. And maybe EG got cocky, end up just buying up again and forcing into it, who knows? But the win con is still possible for NBG here. I have a little bit of hope, even though EG are playing super, super well.
Just got to finish out strong. It is just the first match. There's a lot to build off of here, including maybe just banning Split going forward, because this was floated, which usually means you don't mind playing it, but I think NBG would mind a lot. But EG have just shown how structured they are. A judge and Ven, doesn't matter how structured you are, you're pretty much guaranteed a kill if anyone gets close. So many smokes to travel through. Son of Kara feels all the need to carry his team to something. He gets punished for it.
Yeah, it was really funny from his POV. Just kind of bonks his head on the top and then gets immediately shotgunned down. Right after I told these guys they might have a bit of a chance. Mitch is here with the judge as well. And they're on half armor, so this thing hits like a truck. There's no chance. And now dropping down to just 3 players. Limited weapons, some sheriffs in the fray. Spaz has to be the one to maybe have the highest firepower in some form of position. Zorona cheats onto site. This position could mean everything.
Still have to get the spike over there, 38 seconds, so this could just be coming down to time. Oh no, they're choosing B. They see the Viper wall. They think it's going to be an A hold with one of the harder sentinels on the map, you know, Smoke Sentinel in Viper. They're going straight into the other 2 players. They're falling for EG's trap. Pancakes could just be shot in the back here, and you kind of really need him when he has full util, and now he doesn't have to worry about that anymore. Here's the drop down. Pancakes is waiting for his moment to strike. Gets the spike down. 8 seconds left. It's do or tie for Fireball.
I got the spike.
And it's just over. Not the twirl, bro. Not the twirl.
Pancakes is hitting 360s with it. He's not going to find any physical damage, but he'll find a lot of mental damage in that one towards the side of NBG. They are literally, it's the definition of doing tricks on it while they're just winning this game. This is crazy for the side of EG. And this is off a team that got completely usurped, comebacked on in terms of that very first map, right? Corrode, NBG looks so much more stoic, EG making a lot of mistakes. The main thing I'm noticing in this game specifically is that EG is not making any of those mistakes anymore. This team is locking it down. They are committing to every single push. They are giving Stunna all the support he needs to take these aggressive angles. And as a result, they have one of the biggest leads we've seen of the day, even in this one right here. Nice Houdini mode for Zorona. Will he get re-cleared is the question. Dog comes in. And now he's super found out.
I think the Molly revealed them. Yeah, I think he could have had a good cutoff if he just waited for the rest to walk by. And EG got a lot of rounds to chew on before worrying or anything like that. I think it's NBG that needs something to build off of. And with these stingers, now trying to fight someone in heaven's a little tricky, but everyone shoots, it works out. Son of Kara with 3. That is someone you can keep believing and investing into if you're NBG. But yeah, long road ahead.
It's a little bit just round by round. 9 more to go. Have a more real buy here now. Son of Kar locked in on the attack side with a scope as well. Understands that a lot of the side of EG will be on an eco. No way someone's kind of slotting into having full armor. Everyone has to spend a little bit of money on util at least. So he's going to be lethal with that scope. And they're taking it towards the side where there are no EG members. So full retake from EG, but that is where their horror movie usually starts. Their retakes have been crazy today.
EG just have to gamble on one site to solidify, and it's the right side, not the correct side, unfortunately for them.
There.
Still NBG giving a lot of respect to EG. Still investing util, and they're just not blindly double satcheling in. Son of Kara has learned his lesson the hard way. You never know if someone's in fence with a judge. He's learned that.
You got to be careful. A lot of conditioning happening so far. Stunna's not going to be able to move off of this angle with the judge. It's just too comfy. It's just too good to be in that spot. Fake TP to maybe gain some info. Spaz doesn't see much just yet. NBG have now found their way onto a free site. Retake smoke kind of coming in for the Heaven people to immediately drop down and get into action. Spaz has the paranoia, but it's not the best spot to use it to support his team.
Trying to disrupt the plant here potentially, or create some delay, and Spike still gets planted. Spaz holds its own. Jake is off, and Pancakes is low, and Fireball should at least confirm that kill, but there's a lot on his plate. And remember, NBG we're doing this 4v5, and they're back into an advantageous spot. Better weapons too. Mitch, like the build up towards the Nightfall too. They just need that guaranteed win. That could be the next round, it could be the one after. NBG built themselves up a little bit of momentum from this.
Nice. You're talking about the Nightfall, and Mitch has it, and this time does not need to give his orb away to anyone else to try to secure it after this. Both EG players end up going down, of course, to make sure their economy is reset to the proper values to be able to get the full cash. What is it called? Stipend? What would be the refresh?
Yeah.
Yeah. They get the money. Get the creds needed to buy some guns.
Get that shmoney.
Get the shmoney. 12-4. Okay. Where are you thinking this game goes? Is this like a comeback possibility for NBG? Are we ending at 7, ending at 9? What are the 11 Kiwi vibes, trademark pending?
NBG aren't showing enough consistency for this miracle run. Like the 4-11 was really cool comeback.
But where does it end? Where does it end? Because you could start a trend. You could start a literal thing. You know what I'm saying? Like predictor maximum. Where is it ending then? If it's not an OT, where do you see it ending?
I think like Mitch Nightfalls gets an ace, rips his like NRG jersey off. It's EG under it. But, okay, never mind. My bad, Mitch. I didn't mean to hype you up that much.
Jersey stays on.
EG are running it down, and it's paying off. Yeah, okay, jersey stays on.
Yeah, they're up to 5. Do you think they get to 8?
Well, my crystal ball is looking a little hazy right now. My Coke's at a low supply. I did predict EG, so I don't want to be.
7. I'm trying
6.
to put you on a number here. You're saying 6. Okay. Okay, we're cutting the grass real low
What about
today.
you? What about you?
What about me? I like that. Toss it back. I'm thinking 12-4 in the way that momentum's building right now for NBG. I think EG might have to take a timeout or something. I think the reason, by the way, EG's not taking a timeout is because they don't want NBG to collectively think about what they want to do next as well. So remember, if you're competing in these leagues, if you're thinking about how timeouts happen, when you call a timeout, the enemy team also has a chance to talk as well. Now that I've stalled for an ample amount of time, I'm going to say 12-8. I'm liking 8 as a nice round number.
I like that too. And yeah, it's a loss for EG, but they got to conserve 2 weapons out of it. Not sure what the buy's going to be looking like, but you got, at the very least, a Nightfall to work with, maybe a Stunna showstopper if you want to fight for the orb, which Stunna has sometimes worked his way up deep into A when he set up for that around the Viper wall, but see what they're feeling like. Maybe the EG want to start minimizing those risks, I should say.
Absolutely. One of the other reasons I also say 8 alongside all those points that you've made is it's all about, yes, tracking the ults, but using them properly as well. Right now, Pancakes is what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 points away from Rolling Thunder. They've got to get that ultimate online, and Stunnas and Zeronas use all 5 in one round and end up with the win. NBG, yes, right now, their scrappy levels are high. These random trades are going their way. Jakey taking out again, no smokes on the A side, but people are peeking still. How about we wait a second so the non-smoke thing can be relevant? Doesn't matter. Practo's up in the business still. Crazy round. What's going on here?
Yeah, the double bird from NBG. Jake decides I'm gonna go bird watching. He runs into the line of fire. You got Pancakes with a Bucky who's on the flank. NBG have to get ahead of this. Seeker's gonna reveal who and where and when to engage. And NBG, they just bunker down. That's all they need to do. EG, this is no longer funny. We need to get our money up, not our funny up.
Yeah, it's true. Absolutely truthful. The most honest thing I've heard all day. Truthfully. I mean, this is one good thing though, right? Monsi, this is what you're gonna have to do. It's opposite day for NBG and EG right now. NBG have to use every ult the moment they get it. Try to build another ult. Every ult has to result in some profit inside the round. EG gotta wait for every single light to be green here. Maybe you don't need Zeronas. Maybe they cook something up with Nightfall and Showstopper. But the biggest thing they need is an ultimate combination. So you have Pancakes for a retake. You have Mitch to be able to use Nightfall in the retake as well. You want these ults to be there too when EG kind of has, or when NBG has nothing. You don't want to use a Rolling Thunder into Son of Car with a rocket, right? You don't want to use a Nightfall as soon as Fireball drops his lockdown. So timing is very key here. And from what I see, yeah, around 12-8, 12-9, if Pancakes gets up there, this game ends. I don't know how NBG get over the hurdle of 4 ultimates without Son of Car or Fireball Ops having an ult of their own.
I definitely think you set up Stunna for success, because he looks like he's eager to get this over with.
Yeah.
So throw a showstopper, see if you can sense that, and worst case, play for retake. But it's starting to feel pretty worst case when it's 4 rounds in a row for NBG, and I think you need this timeout to just, all right, guys, let's get serious.
Hardcore agree. They also might be talking about how to use these ultimates as a few more of them come online. Where you want the winning round to be, that's what EG is choosing. NBG, as a result of EG's timeout, are able to talk about what they need to do to keep the ball rolling. Spaz, how can we find value in this ult? Are we saving it for when things go wrong? I don't think we should. Use that Omen ult proactively. Try to find maybe some space or information on the map. How far can we get Fireball Ops into the ult zone as well? Controlling B main, maybe trying to work for that orb. That's one of the win conditions available for NBG as well. They're building up to maybe counter that super round coming in from EG. And while all of this is going down, they still have to win every single round by round. Jakey picked apart as a first blood again by Son of Car. Deja vu from the rounds before, and he finds another through the scope. Son of Car, or son of the most perfectly accurate sniper rifle we've ever seen in the entire life. What was his dad doing? That's my question. What's his job? What are the genetics of this man on the server right now?
Maybe should have taught him not to peek ops. At least throw out a showstopper or something. Like, I don't know what the plan was there. Here comes Spaz, though, teleporting backside. Got the bird, is gonna ping possibly that somebody's on the site. Zerona, big opportunity to shine. He's traded. I'm still panicking for EG. This felt like a round that I predicted the 6 rounds. You know, my crystal ball said that they were gonna time out and conclude this, but they haven't had the opportunity to use the Nightfall either.
Yeah, I think they're just going for that super round with 5 vaults and trying to see if NVG stumble along the way before they get there. Big thing is just denying Fireball Ops the opportunity to find any orbs. It's interesting that someone else entirely on the entire side, who is it? Is it Monsi? Yeah, it's been Monsi planting the spike. I would have loved to seen Fireball planting that spike instead and Fireball going for those orbs. That lockdown counters so much happening from the side of EG on their super ult round, and that round is coming. It'll be round 8, and I hope it is, because if not, that round 9 on the NBG comeback might be just too close. If that round goes like improperly, if they use all their ults, might not be able to build them back. Pancakes is on a timer. Pay attention this round to where Pancakes goes if he can get 1 kill. That is the most important thing for EG if they expect to lose it. They actually end up going all in for this round. Half armors on all sides. This might be where they actually call it in. Zerona might have enough to just grab orb and ult or something, but yeah, 4-man mid situation, full forced. Interesting from EG, and they might actually have the right read. They're clashing with NBG. What is this call here?
I think Jakey just needs to first stop overheating. I know the ace was super pog, and he's that guy. He's he, him pronouns, but like, stop giving up first bloods.
Look at this.
Somebody's got to give first blood to NBG. Hey, this time there's a trade, and there's a fight. Teleporting out of that fight, though, is Jakey. I like they're calming down, playing around the paranoia. Let NBG walk into your crossfire, which Zerona is approaching.
This might be a setup for Pancakes to just try to get a kill to get closer to that Rolling Thunder. We've moved past A, though. Look at this lurking from Practo. Sun is expecting it. Hides behind map as well. Re-peeks in. He's not going to be able to win the fight just yet. Showstoppers for it. Okay, they're locked into the round. Expect more ults to come out now. Was there a Viper Spit, maybe? They just use Showstopper, the timing?
Oh, Boombot detection. Just going in blind. Zerona could surprise them, and this is going to lock down middle of the map. Solo with nowhere to go. Monsi, while Son of Car is so scared about the flank. Monsi had 11 HP.
Oh, he's got to buy some time. Yeah, Trailblazer out. Stunned on pillar.
Not forced out from that fault line, and well, they're paying the price for it. Stunna stuns us all with a match of all time. 13-7 for EG Academy. It was in between what both of us said. 6 and 8.
A little bit. 6 and 8. We're at 7. It's totally fine. I like it. A huge dominating performance, though, on Split. I mean, the other two maps were also crazy from their perspective. The Corrode comeback was up in the business. Past that, Abyss went kind of crazy as well. But man, when it came to just watching these teams play here today, I mean, EG made it work. And the way they ended it was kind of interesting. I was expecting a lot of ults all around. We just saw that Stunna ult come in towards A, and then they kind of close things out on the other side. Surprising for me in the way they can just completely shut a team out when they're confident. That being said, match finishes is something they have to kind of pay attention to. And in general, overall, they look strong coming in when rounds work in their favor.
Yeah, I think Split really showed how structured EG Academy are, why these pieces came together, and how all of them have something to prove. We got to see Pancakes also flex more of his agent pool from the breach to the chamber, kind of being that fill-in slot. I really like that. Zerona, who's been as known in challengers as that super sub for Berryville, steps in on the starting roster. He's looked good. This whole roster came together, and so worries us on consistency, but NBG have more consistency issues to look at, and they were still trying to kind of help each other out, bail each other out when some people weren't performing. But Split will be something to investigate further for NBG, and Evil Genius to start off our standings 1-0.
Absolutely. We started this with the theme of a team that's individuals with a team that is facing up together, kind of, right? Individually, me and Lemon Kiwi, amazing cast today. We're going to say bye, and we will be right back together as a group to kind of guide you through the end of the day.
Finished. Last play.
3 out. Concussing.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Enemy remaining.
I have the spike.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Remaining.
Together, fight together.
Last player standing.
Exactly what Core needs. Delivering as the anchor.
Spam early. Through the smoke and off we go. Envy trying to get this classic round this time though. But the stand and fight, he's down to 8. There's Alum, that's the Phantom. Brought up by the save.
And trouble without his rifle. Way out, but the spike can still be held with just enough time. And isn't by that bite act done. Early drop down, and Ange catches all of it from hell.
Maybe the series didn't start in the way that Evil Genius's Academy would have liked, but it certainly ended a lot more favorable after an exceptionally strong showing over on Split. The rest of the series had been really close, so wasn't sure quite what to expect. Roy, I mean, they had such a strong start. Nightblood Gaming, as soon as they get rounds, there was just no wiggle room, and Evil Genius taking the end.
Yeah, the way it was churning towards the end, I'm not going to lie, guys. I had some thoughts. I was wondering what this match could have been on this third map had they just gotten some more rounds in that first half, right? Like, it was a complete shout out by EG. Shout out to them. I mean, the calling was on point. The play style was completely on point. And in the individual heroics were also there for them. So, I mean, everything just came together quite nicely for EG Academy. But yeah, this third map could have been the insane third map split decider that you know, I was hoping it was going to be. And you know, that's the way it rolls. It's early times ahead here in the split, guys. There's going to be mistakes. There's going to be holes in people's gameplay. There's definitely going to be some lapses in the team play. It makes sense what we witnessed. And EG Academy, they were just looking like the better team in the third map.
We talked about having a third map being a little bit chaotic, but I feel like this was chaotic in not the way that we were asking for. I mean, it was so incredibly one-sided for Evil Geniuses on that attack side. Everything that they wanted to do was going right. Every side that they wanted to take was going right. And even in a few of those attempts to go for the retake on this side of Nightblood, they just could not get it done. It came down to 1v1s, it came down to time. So it is an Evil Genius Academy that continues to look really good, really impressive, and it makes sense. We talked about it. You look at the names in this roster, you look at the experience that they have, you look at the names that are just up and coming, and it's a team that is a little bit underrated maybe, and can be a promise for what the season is going to be.
I mean, having fun out there as well. We got to see the 180s. We got to see a little running down. I mean, that's just a team that near the end of the match was just screaming confidence. And really interesting then to see kind of how the rest of things were shaking up. Roy, like, Nightblood with the advantage in the first kills, but EG always playing down, still coming out so much better in these rounds.
Yeah, there's not even like a lack of ideas either for NBG. Like, it was very obvious what the ideas were. They were just having a hard time converting these rounds, right? Like, even early on in that first half, we saw them lose a 2v5, guys, a 2v5. I mean, that's tough. That's tough, right? But that's the name of the game. Is like we said, it's early days. It makes sense. EG Academy, they have the experience. They have players that have been on organized rosters for quite a while now. It makes sense. Obviously, there's a little bit of head-to-head happening as well between Pancakes and his former teammates with Monsi, with Spaz. There's a lot of layers to it, but we also got to see some pretty awesome introductions to these. I guess a reintroduction to some of these players, right? Like, we've known Pancakes to be this flexible player. We're seeing him lean hard into it. He's kind of like the one leaf of VCL, if you will, where he's playing a lot of these roles. He's having so much impact in a lot of these roles, and I think having players like that on the roster makes things so much more dynamic. And yeah, well, welcome EG Academy to the league. This is going to be a fun one.
I love that we got to see something from all the players as well. We had highlighted JK and Mitch after that second match, and this one, I mean, the pop-offs was just incredible. So I definitely think EG Academy, we highlighted the individual talent, but after that first match in the series, it seems like a team that things are coming together really well. But for Nightblood as well, Dan, I mean, I definitely think there's a lot of potential here. Again, this was exceptionally close up until that third map.
It was a 14-12, a 13-10 in that map 1 and 2. It was so close. And like Roy was saying at the beginning, you know, if the roles were swapped a little bit, if you see Nightblood starting on the attacking side, you don't know how many more rounds they could have gotten. It seems like they were getting some things going, but they just didn't have enough room to work with. They get 5 runs in a row, and that's it. But yeah, like you're saying, Nightblood, they're looking good. This is a team that might not be with the team with the big names, but they are names that I feel like we are all going to get to know just a little bit more with some of the individual plays that we saw today. And like you guys were saying, it's from everybody.
It'll definitely be really exciting to see their journey going on forward, but we got to focus back on EG Academy, especially too with none other than Mitch on the line to talk now for a little post-match interview. Mitch, I mean, that map 1, map 2, they were close, a little chaotic. Map 3, it's just such a turnaround. Like, what changed in between those maps to be able to close out this series so dominantly?
The beginning of the match, like map 1, we were still getting our groove. We haven't played a match yet together, so I think that's like a big thing. Getting that match time experience really helped us in the first 2 maps, I think, and then the 3rd map we were like, okay, we know what it's like now. We're gonna actually play our game, because we were playing a little shaky, I think, in the first 2 maps overall.
So you guys haven't gotten to play a match together. How much time have you gotten to scrim together? Because it seems all relatively fresh.
Yeah, I mean, we're like a week and a half in for practice. We basically formed over break, and then we came back in, you know, January 10th or something. We've been playing since then.
I mean, to be able to close out the series and how you did there with so little experience as a team is phenomenal. And talk to me about this team, because across the board, the talent seems really strong, and seems like a lot of really vocal voices, a lot of great ideas to really be able to come together.
Yeah, I mean, I think everybody on the team is incredible. Like, they all have their own ideas, and they honestly fit the puzzle like perfectly. You know, we have all the right pieces, and we just need to keep like working. Watch the match VOD. Honestly, it's probably the best VOD we're gonna have, and just go from there. I'm really proud of all the guys today.
I'm glad to hear. And then for yourself too, IGL, for the team, I just want to know, kind of going on forward, how you're feeling with the team stacked up against the rest, because you're leading this team that is just fresh new into this challenger season with a lot on the line, especially when you're looking at champions, ascension, everything.
Yeah, I mean, my eyes are basically on, you know, like the next day, the next week. I'm not really thinking towards champions at the end of the year, but if we keep growing at the rate we are and keep focusing on the next day, I think we'll be a top contender for going to champs.
I mean, starting off with this win definitely helps a lot, Mitch. Congrats again on the win. Great to see you. Thanks for talking. Have a good rest of your night.
Thank you, you too.
Thank you, thank you. Back over to the analyst desk. First match, I mean, to find the groove was just that one match, carry it through the rest of the series, Roy. Impressive. And as you said, find the groove. This team could be a top contender, and I believe it.
I know what, considering they've only had 8 days of practice, they actually look quite well constructed, all things considered, right? Like, this is the map pools changed, the metas changed. Like, there's so many different things that have come into play. Like, the gunplay changes are kind of setting in as well. Like, all these things considered, they look great. I'm excited for NRG Academy's growth. I want to see them develop into that top team. I want to see the competition just getting better and better with every season, with every team, with every year. So I'm excited. I'm happy to see them join the leagues, and it's going to be an exciting remainder of the weekend split, guys.
And just eyes on what match is next, one at a time. Looking back at the matches we've gotten to see today, though, get a couple of conclusions here. And Dan, there's still a lot of Valorant left for this week, but first impressions now that we get to catch up with the other matches.
I mean, honestly, today was great, especially going to the second match and in the back and forth that we saw in a lot of these rounds. But I feel like, you know, the upcoming matches are unbelievable. I'm so excited to see M80. I'm so excited to see Winter University once again. YFB a little bit with the rebuild, Blue Otter, Shopify, Red and Black, having Ion as well. There's so many players that now I feel like you're going to be able to recognize a bit more and see how they're adapting to their new teams.
Guys, can I just point something out that's a little off topic? There's a team called Sleepers, and their tag is EP.
I love that. I love that.
I actually love that. They actually got the win over Core today. They did have a stand-in with SR Alexis. She was stepping in for them. And yeah, I think Sleepers are actually a sleeper roster. They have some pretty incredible players that we've seen before. We've seen Duck. We've sang his praises as like an upcoming VCL player. Now he's being joined by Solana, another player that a lot of people should keep their eyes on. He looks incredible. Just peep his Twitter, man. He's some of the most insane mechanics. Like, actually, just peep him. It's insane. So I'm happy to see these newcomers finding early success here versus Core. And of course, EG taking down NBG, NRG Academy taking down Alliance Guardians that we saw on the broadcast. And for the SAD Esports 2-0 over ADG, that is your Dragon Gaming. That's the T-Dog roster with Sacred, with Bones, with Chaotic players that we've seen in VCL. So yeah, there's a competition is heating up, guys.
Oh, it is definitely going to be exciting. Reminder, try and win out, get those 4 wins, qualify to playoffs. It all starts here. There's going to be so much more Valorant Challengers in store. But as for today, that is it. Thank you all so much for tuning in, and make sure to be coming back tomorrow to see how our next set of matches is going to conclude. And have a great night, everyone. See you at 10.
I might actually switch that up and go for a swap type situation instead. They're Shrek. They're layered. They've got walls, mollies, and then 2 people beside those walls. So try to check this out. That will come in, completely denied. And there's so many people on the site. Kiwi, round just ends.
Floric has been a staple of this.
I mean, it's tough to be able to lose that one, guaranteed. But they're pushing A again. They're about to get their first contact up inside ramp.
Giza can also heal up Shondex here in a second, so no harm, no foul. Alliance Guardians want more decisive control, and Core does it again. He's the final boss of heaven, and Alliance Guardians are left in the dust.
Floric's second magic trick. They actually start to rotate early, so they're here fast. Not that much time for EG to kind of delay before this retake happens.
Knife in, EG stepping away, trying to get out of the grasp of the util of NBG, and here they come. Swing first from Car, and the shock, or the recon delays, and it messes up the whole push, and Pancakes delivers just that pain to NBG, but still a double up, 2 versus 2, and wait, Fireball swings. That's an important win against Serona, because Jake is low. He just has to protect the spike, and it's been tapped, it's being defused, and Fireball clutches.
So
I thought it would have just been a 1-to-1, but Mitch is doing so much. Holy, so savable. You thought Jakey and Mitch were cooked, and let them cook. And all this distraction leaves Serona with an opening. Fireball. Can he do it again though? 1 versus 2, knowing one's at the top window, and not where Pancakes is.
You might have a read that like the other person's coming flank. That smoke behind him on Serona might scream that, yeah, I'm pushing CT. Pancakes has that line. They know exactly where Fireball is. With 30 seconds, no ultimate, Fireball might have time to go B. He will be heard here from Serona if he starts to run. He doesn't run. 22 seconds. He's locked into this A-take.
The moment this spike gets planted, Serona could retaliate. Now with the smoke.
What's the P?
Hey, and not the immediate peek. You want the double swing. You want the guaranteed win. How guaranteed is it?